Bright Eyes by Katherine Anderson. Part 2. Chapter 10. That evening, Natalie left for work a half-hour early, no easy feat when she had only 30 minutes to get ready after leaving Zeke's place. She took the fastest shower in history, pulled her hair up on top of her head, slapped on makeup, shimmied into a dress, and left the house in a mad dash, blowing kisses to the kids on her way out. Her first stop when she reached town was at a drugstore. When her business there was concluded, she stashed her purchase on the back floorboard and drove straight to Robert's posh new home on Eagle Butte, Crystal Falls's equivalent of Snob Hill. She ground her teeth when she pulled into the driveway, which encircled an elaborate stone fountain, a feature befitting the stately house with its pillared front portico, expansive front doors, and cathedral windows. The place was a mansion. It had probably set him back a couple of mil. How could he sleep at night, living in such opulence when his children were doing without? Doing a slow burn, Natalie parked her old Chevy dead center in the drive, cut the engine, and then sat there, taking deep breaths to calm down. She wasn't here to argue with Robert about money. Ever since the earring incident, she'd moved beyond that, her concerns more centered on Chad and how this mess between her and Robert was affecting him. Let Robert hoard his wealth. She honestly didn't care anymore. Zeke was largely responsible for Natalie's change of heart. Loving him and knowing that he loved her had set her free of the past. Tonight, when she made love with him, she wanted no ties binding her to that past. She needed to start over fresh, with no old grudges or grievances weighing on her heart. With Zeke behind her, she would see to her children's needs without Robert's help. If the club went under, so be it. She'd get a job. Chad and Rosie might not have the best of everything for the next year or so, but they'd have the essentials, and they would know they were loved, not only by their mother, but hopefully by their father as well. That was the reason for Natalie's visit here today, to talk with Robert about his failure to telephone or visit his children. A truce of sorts was her aim. To encourage Robert to exercise his visitation rights and keep in touch with the kids, she would forego all child support, past, present, and future. No more snide remarks, no more hassles, no more threats to take legal action when she spoke to him on the phone. She couldn't force her ex-husband to be a responsible, loving father, but she could at least encourage him to go through the motions. Just an occasional phone call would make Chad feel better. Even if Robert's heart wasn't in it, he could spare 10 minutes a week to play the concerned, interested dad. Natalie swung purposefully from the car. Her heels tapped sharply on the flagstones as she made her way up the wide, curved steps. When she reached the ornate double doors, she could hear the faint strains of Chopin coming from inside, the berceuse, if she remembered correctly. The melancholy, Italianate sweetness of the piece almost made her shudder. On the rare occasion when Robert had deigned to have sex with her, he'd always played Chopin on the stereo. 5 years ago, Natalie would have trembled and felt heartsick, knowing he was inside with another woman. Now she was just glad it was Cheryl or Bonnie putting up with him. She leaned heavily on the buzzer, then rapped the brass knocker a few times for good measure. For almost 3 minutes, Natalie cooled her heels waiting for Robert to answer her ring. She knew he was home. He never would have left the stereo on when he left the house. He was anal about things like that. She'd also called his office on the way into town, and his secretary had informed her that he was taking care of business at the house this evening. Business? Huh. Since when did bonking a blonde qualify as work? Growing impatient, Natalie grasped the ornate door lever. She meant to speak with Robert whether he wanted to see her or not. He could forego a few minutes of playtime to talk with her about the emotional welfare of their son. To her relief, the door wasn't locked. Riding high on nerves and determination, she barely noticed the gorgeous entry hall as she stepped inside. "Robert," she called. "It's Natalie. Can we talk for a couple of minutes?" No answer. Natalie might have turned to leave, but the music playing on the piped-in stereo system emboldened her. Her ex-husband was somewhere in the house. She would have bet what remained of the blue parrot's assets on it. "Robert," she called again, trying to inject a syrupy sweetness into her voice so he wouldn't dread talking to her. "This won't take long. I promise. I just want to talk to you about Chad for a few seconds." It was a huge house. If the interior walls were soundproofed, maybe he couldn't hear her. Gathering her courage, Natalie decided to check the downstairs before she left. What could he do? Have her arrested for unlawful entry? Not even Robert would be that petty, and this was a discussion long overdue. Half expecting to walk in on a tawdry scene as she entered each room, Natalie quickly covered the first floor, calling her ex-husband's name every few steps. The more she saw of his home, the more outraged she became. Robert wasn't just selfish, he was without conscience. He had spent a fortune on furnishings alone. The place was so flashy it bordered on tasteless. He'd really gone all out. Grace undoubtedly hated it. Nouveau riche, she would say with a sneer. As Natalie entered the study, she saw some papers lying on the edge of a vast cherrywood desk. No longer even mildly curious about Robert's business dealings, she gave them only a cursory glance. The plush sitting area to the left of the desk did catch her attention, however. 2 glasses of partially consumed wine sat on the glass coffee table, yet another sign that Robert had been in the room recently. Her gaze coming to rest on the goblets, Natalie froze. Her Grandma Devereaux's crystal? Just like that, and her temper reached boiling point. She'd looked everywhere for those goblets, thinking that they'd been put in an unmarked box by the movers Robert hired and were in her storage building somewhere. She'd asked Robert countless times if he'd come across the glasses, and he'd said no. The rotten bastard. That crystal was a Devereaux family heirloom, mid-18th century, straight from Bale. The delicate fleur-de-lis pattern on the French-footed goblets was unmistakable. Natalie stepped around the cushy leather sofa to pick up a glass. How dare he serve wine to some two-bit tramp in her grandmother's irreplaceable crystal? She swirled the wine, took a sniff, and wished Robert were standing there so she could throw it in his face. Where, she wondered furiously, did he keep the rest of the set? She had a good mind to wrap the goblets in dish towels and take them with her now. Otherwise, she might never see them again. And why not? They were hers. Someday they should go to Rosie. If left in Robert's possession, they might get broken. Decision made, Natalie collected both goblets and marched to the kitchen. After dumping the wine down the sink, she gave the glasses a cursory rinse, dried them, and began pulling open drawers, searching for clean towels. Bingo! Then, in the drawer below the towels, she found paper sacks, one of which would serve her purpose perfectly. So mad, she didn't care if Robert came in and caught her. Natalie went on a crystal search. She finally found the other 6 goblets behind his wet bar. Carefully gathering them into her arms, she returned to the kitchen, wrapped each glass in a towel, and gently deposited them in the sack before spinning to leave the room with her loot. If Robert was hiding upstairs with his current flavor of the month, this would teach him. Next time he played these stupid games with her, maybe she'd swipe the silver. As Natalie returned to the entry hall, she could have sworn she heard a door latch click. Her heart tripped and stuttered. Caught red-handed. She whirled and clutched the bulging paper bag to her chest, prepared to do battle. Nothing. She glanced upstairs. If he was up there, pretending not to hear her, the joke was on him this time. Feeling like a common thief, Natalie rushed from the house. At precisely 9:30 that evening, Zeke stepped into the Blue Parrot. Natalie was in the middle of a number, and the glare of the stage lights made it difficult for her to see beyond the bright pool of light that surrounded her. The rear tables, cloaked in shadows, were especially difficult for her to see. Nevertheless, she felt the air change when Zeke entered, almost as if a surge of electricity had come in the door with him. She continued to sing, never missing a beat, but the same couldn't be said for her heart. Straining to make him out, she followed him with her gaze as he walked to a table. He had the lazy, loose-hipped stride of a man who'd spent years in the saddle, the heels of his boots lightly scuffing the floor with each step. He wore the western-cut brown sports jacket again tonight, this time over a dark blue shirt. The brim of his chocolate-colored Stetson cast his face into shadow, making it impossible for her to see his features. Not that she really needed to. Somehow, in a very short time, each plane and angle of his countenance had been engraved on her memory. He sat at a back table, just as he had the other times. After settling on a chair, he propped one boot on his opposite thigh and removed the hat. Raking his fingers through his dark hair, he hooked the Stetson over his bent knee. His every movement was deliciously masculine. In Natalie's estimation, he was the handsomest man in the place. When he realized that she'd spotted him, his firm mouth tipped into a slow, lopsided grin. He touched 2 fingertips to the sable forelock that lay in waves over his high forehead, the mock salute serving as a silent hello. Natalie wasn't due to take a break yet. She had 4 more numbers to get through before she could go to him. Agony. She wanted to be sitting across from him. She wanted to hear the deep, husky timbre of his voice. She wanted to see his eyes light up with laughter or glint with teasing mischief. To get through her routine, she sang directly to him, songs about love and forever, her heart in every word. Last night, she'd foolishly believed she could shut down her feelings for him, and she desperately wanted to do just that. Madness. She'd been waiting for him all her life. And he was right. This magic between them was very special. He couldn't turn his back on it, and neither could she. As she ended her last song, Natalie took a sweeping bow, laid aside her guitar, and went down the stage steps. Zeke pushed to his feet as she approached his table. "Hey, cowboy," she said with a glad smile. "Hey, yourself." He leaned around to draw out a chair for her. "Have I told you today that you're the most gorgeous creature I've ever seen?"
"Yes."
"But don't let that stop you." He grinned and sat back down. The waitress delivered his drink just then. Natalie glanced up. "Next time out, could you bring me a water?" "Becky." "Sure." The slender blonde cast a curious glance at Zeke as she sidled away. Natalie gazed after her and smiled. "My employees are starting to whisper about you, Mr. Coulter. If I walk into the bar or kitchen, everything goes absolutely silent for a second." "There's a bar here?" She pointed to a closed door to the left of the front entrance. "Right through there. I wanted the dining room kept separate, so I had a wall put in when I leased the place. The atmosphere in here is more dignified that way." He studied the door, frowning thoughtfully. Then his expression cleared and he smiled. "I'm sorry." "You were saying?" "Just that my employees are wondering about you."
"Oh."
"This is your 3rd visit. And I've always sat with you during my break. They know something's up." He arched a thick, winged eyebrow. "Does that bother you? I'm here, aren't I?" He chuckled. "You are. I just hate to make tongues wag. I have employees myself. I understand the importance of keeping your private life private." Natalie sighed and took in a room. More tables were empty than not, and she'd had a particularly stressful time earlier in the evening, trying to juggle funds to pay for tomorrow's deliveries. "The way things are going, I may not be open that much longer. Let my employees speculate. Are things that bad?" "Honey." Natalie fiddled with the drape of the tablecloth. "Take a gander at the crowd. And you tell me. She let the linen slip from her fingers and straightened her shoulders. But enough about that. It's a special night. I don't want to ruin it. Fretting about business slumps and money problems. A smoldering heat flashed in his eyes. It is a special night, he agreed. And I don't want to ruin it any more than you do. Do I hear a but at the end of that sentence? His mouth twitched. Then he settled his sharp gaze on the crowd again. Business before pleasure, as the old saying goes. If the club is in that much trouble, you need to act quickly. And do what? I've cut back on the menu. I'm operating with a skeleton crew. I'm buying cheap sour mash and refilling popular brand bottles so people think they're drinking the good stuff. He flicked a glance at his glass. This isn't Jack Daniels? Natalie touched a finger to her lips. Don't tell anyone. I come in once a week to pull the switches when no one else is here. Not even my help knows. She shifted nervously on her chair. I think it's against the law. I don't want my liquor license pulled.
Zeke tasted the drink.
His blue eyes danced with laughter. You little crook. Needs must. I'm barely managing to pay my suppliers as it is. You can't operate on credit in this business. You either settle up front, or you go under. That's rough. It's the nature of the business. Do you have any idea how many restaurants and bars in this town go bankrupt each year? The wholesalers would go down with them if they extended credit. Have you considered making a few changes to increase your clientele? What kind of changes? If I step on your toes with what I'm about to say, just tell me so. All right.
Oh.
That doesn't sound good. He didn't smile. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this club seems to have the Patterson stamp all over it. The Patterson what? Stamp, he repeated. It's classy all the way, formal dining, tasteful decor, complete with a first-class entertainer dressed to the nines in an evening gown or cocktail dress. The usual country western joint has a relaxed atmosphere, and the entertainers are far more likely to be wearing jeans, riding boots, and a western shirt. Your point, that maybe, just maybe, you compromised when you opened this place, trying to please your husband and in-laws. Natalie swept her gaze over the room again. It was true. She realized, though she'd never consciously thought about it at the time. The piano player. For instance, Zeke went on. Piano's fine. Don't get me wrong. But that highbrow shit he plays during your breaks is a total shock after the songs you sing. What is that he's pounding out right now? Anyway, Natalie listened for a moment. That's Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. He nodded. It's not Boot Scootin' Boogie, that's for damned sure. The disgruntled look on his face made Natalie laugh. I guess I did aim for a classier atmosphere to pacify Robert and his mother. It seemed like a good plan at the time, a one-of-a-kind country western club, a place where enthusiasts could enjoy both the music and fine dining. You still worried about pacifying Robert?
No.
Why? He plucked his hat from his knee to put it on the table and sat forward on his chair. That serious, down-to-business expression suited him, she decided. Dark brows pleated in a slight frown, his eyes razor-sharp on hers. Little wonder he'd just purchased a lovely home and still had money to make loans to the neighbor kid. She had a feeling that he was a force to be reckoned with in retail. I think you have a fabulous idea going here, great entertainment. Fine dining. Classy atmosphere. But what if you toned it down just a hair and offered something more middle of the road? Then the club would be ordinary. I wouldn't have anything special to offer. I'm not talking about making it ordinary. Keep it fancy enough to pull in yuppies who like country western, but relaxed and reasonable enough price-wise to appeal to working-class guys as well. Shit kickers who want to put on the dog for their ladies, but can't afford filet mignon once a week. Go on, she said softly. He rested his folded arms on the table. The ordinary Joe can't come in here on a regular basis. And if they splurge for dinner, they'll go elsewhere afterward for entertainment, someplace where they can shuffle their boots on a dance floor and get cozy with a main squeeze. Natalie glanced around again. Too stuffy.
Huh.
Not stuffy, exactly, just a hair too ritzy. For mass appeal, you should knock out that wall so people in the bar can enjoy the live entertainment, too. What are they? Second-class citizens because they prefer a beer and some smoke in the air? You can slap in a good filtration system if you don't already have one. Offer a few inexpensive entrees on the menu. Hold karaoke competitions a few nights a week. Move the tables back to make room for a dance floor. Don't turn it into a honky-donk. Crystal Falls is crawling with those. Just make it friendlier. A place where people from all walks of life can enjoy themselves. I think you'd be packed every night of the week. A thrill of excitement moved up the back of Natalie's throat. She turned on her chair to better survey the room. You know, it just might work. Karaoke is a lot of fun. I never thought of that. A lot of people go from bar to bar, just so they can get up and sing to an audience. Damn straight. And you'll be providing a first-class place for them to do it. People love to make fools of themselves. She laughed again. She seemed to do a lot of that around this man. Karaoke a few evenings a week would give you more breaks between numbers to take care of orders and paperwork. You might even find some time to write some new songs. She threw him a wondering look. Like anyone will ever buy them. You ever tried to sell one? Her face went hot under his searching gaze. Well,
No.
I'm not even sure how to start. By starting, he said simply. Natalie laughed again. He made her feel as if she could do almost anything.
Je peux rentrer. Ha.
I'm terrible at doing menus. I'll help. And don't change the subject. I want you to pick your favorite out of all the songs you've ever written and give it to me. No questions asked. Will you do that? Why? That's a question. Just do it. And keep your focus on this club before it goes tits up. Natalie chewed on her bottom lip. I can't afford to have that wall knocked out.
Zeke.
It'll cost a small fortune.
Nah.
Give me a crowbar and hammer, and I can have it down in no time. You added it when you leased the place, right? It doesn't look like a bearing wall. You've been scoping out my club, thinking of structural changes, looking sheepish. He rubbed his jaw. The place isn't exactly hopping. I can testify to the fact that it's not the entertainment. The businessman in me can't help but ask himself why. And once I start doing that, I think of ways to remedy the problem. I did all right until Robert siphoned off half my working capital. I've offended you. No, Natalie protested. Not at all. It's just, well, there's a space deficiency. For one thing, how can I keep all the tables and have room for a dance floor? And I have to observe the fire regulations. I have a capacity limit of 200 in here, 50 in the bar. He took a quick head count. Sweetheart, you presently have 20 people in here. It was busier earlier. After dinner, a lot of people leave. My point exactly. That's what you do in a restaurant. Eat and shag. You don't want to occupy the table all night when you've finished eating. No matter how much you're enjoying yourself. He was right. She knew he was. Only his suggestions would cost money she didn't have. You don't need a large dance floor, he speculated. You might lose a few tables, but not many. Just put them closer together. If you're worried about overcrowding, have a cover charge, maybe $5 a head. Almost anybody can afford that. You'll make money the instant they walk through the door. And people won't be inclined to leave once they get here. Clubs turn most of their profit on drinks, right? Yes. She stared dubiously at the wall. It's no big deal, he assured her. I can slap up some trim to hide where it was. Fix the floor somehow. And it'll be done. Do you have enough money to do a little advertising to bring new people in and rent some karaoke equipment? Natalie's heart sank as she recalled the mess her books were in.
No.
Not really. How much do you think you'll need? I have some extra stashed away. No way.
Zeke.
Don't even go there. Why not? I've got the cash just sitting in the bank. You can pay me back with interest. How's that? At what rate? A garter belt and nylons once a month. She burst out laughing. You're terrible. I'm hornier than a teenage boy on prom night. Is what I am. He arched a dark eyebrow. Nothing else. Just the garter belt and nylons. Heels. Of course. Natalie saw the twinkle in his eyes and knew he was teasing. Do you really like garter belts? Not really. But we're bargaining here. You're a hard-headed woman. It's sweet of you to offer, Zeke. But I'd feel funny. Better to feel funny than go broke. Natalie shook her head. I don't want to muddy the water between us by borrowing money from you. She tried for a light-hearted smile. I'd feel like a kept woman. Works for me. The smoldering glint returned to his eyes. I'll have a vested interest. That way. Until I can snub you down with a ring and promises. Natalie gaped at him. He grinned and lifted his glass to her in a mock toast. Winking at her over the rim, he said, Close your mouth. Honey. You're gonna catch flies. Natalie was almost giddy with nerves by the time she started across the field to Zeke's place later that night. She was still wearing her work clothes, the black dress she'd had on the first time she met him, and the same high-heeled sandals. It was treacherous walking. When her spikes weren't sinking into the dirt, she was stepping into holes. She thought about going barefoot, but she didn't want to show up at his door with dirty feet. Not sexy. It was extremely important to look her best tonight. When she reached his driveway, she stopped to fluff her hair, which she'd let down before leaving the house. Then she smoothed her dress. Her stomach squeezed and butterflies fluttered at the base of her throat. All of a sudden, she no longer felt certain this was a good idea. Maybe she should just go home, call him on the phone, and tell him she'd changed her mind. What's that you're carrying? His deep voice came unexpectedly from the inky shadows and made her jump a foot. I'm sorry, he said. She heard his boots crunching on the gravel, the sounds growing louder as he approached. I didn't mean to startle you. Her heart hopped around in her chest like a frog on hot cement. What are you doing out here? Waiting for you. He emerged from the shadows into the moonlight, taller than she remembered and broader across the shoulders. His dark hair looked frosted in the silvery moonbeams, and his eyes gleamed like polished pewter. Do you have any idea how long a minute seems when you've got to wait 2 hours for someone? Some of the tension eased from her body.
Sorry.
I got here as soon as I could. You were in the house for 15 minutes. I was starting to worry that you'd changed your mind. She ran her fingers through her hair. Last-minute touch-ups. I didn't want to look shop-worn. You worry too much. Her sister had told her exactly the same thing last night, giving Natalie cause to wonder if they both weren't right. She did worry a lot, especially about her appearance. Maybe it came from being on stage 5 nights a week, with people staring at her from all angles. I'll happily take you any way I can get you. He stepped so close that she could feel the heat coming off his body. What's that you have in your hand? She glanced down at the drugstore sack. Then she smiled as she handed it over. A gift for you. A gift. He opened the bag, tipped it toward the light, and squinted to see the contents. Then he threw back his dark head and barked with laughter. A whole carton? Just so you'll have plenty on hand. He gave her one of those heart-stopping grins. That's 2. 2 what?
Carton.
I went to town. 2. It was Natalie's turn to laugh. He slipped a strong arm around her waist and led her to the kitchen steps. No more repeats of last night. We're well equipped now. He bent his head to nibble the side of her neck and then her shoulder. I remember this dress. By the way. You do?
Yeah.
He kept a firm hold on her as they ascended the steps, then leaned across in front of her to throw open the door. You had it on the first time I ever saw you. You were so beautiful, I damned near swallowed my tongue, and then, for the life of me, I couldn't remember why the hell I'd gone over there. Huh. God's truth.
I swear.
All that saved me was seeing tomato pulp on the toe of my boot. You weren't what I was expecting to find when I rounded the corner of the house. I wanted to touch you. He dipped his head to kiss her cleavage, right there. Liquid heat pooled in her belly. Her legs went a little wobbly as she stepped ahead of him into the kitchen. He tossed the sack onto the table, caught her by the elbow, and swung her back around into his arms, his mouth hot and hungry on hers before she could even gasp in surprise. She'd expected to feel tense the first few minutes after she arrived, imagine that they'd make stilted conversation and ease their way into this.
Not.
His arm was like a band of steel around her, his large hand splayed over her back to press her firmly against him. No preliminaries. No opportunity to feel nervous. He just took control. He kissed her as if he never meant to stop. Searing heat. His hands skimmed her dress, setting her nerve endings afire. His tongue teased her lips, making her quiver clear to her toes. As he tightened his embrace and molded her body to his, she felt as if she were going to melt right on the spot. He delved deeply into her mouth with his tongue, his body quivering, desire evident in every hard line of his torso. He drew away with such suddenness that Natalie was startled. Taking her face between his hands, he trailed his lips over her cheek, then kissed her eyelids closed. You're so beautiful. His voice had gone husky with need. He ran his hands into her hair and bent his dark head to feather his lips down the column of her neck to the V of her collarbone, then lower to the swells of her breasts just above the bodice of her dress. So damned beautiful. His breathing had become more rapid, shuddering from his chest, warm and steamy against her skin. He hooked an arm under her bottom, lifted her as if she weighed no more than a child, pulled her against him, pelvis to pelvis, and went at her mouth so feverishly that she thought he was going to take her right there. And she was ready. More than ready. She'd never ached like this in her life. Her desire for him went beyond feverish. It was a primal need deep within her. She ran her hands through his hair, pulled his head down so she could more thoroughly take his mouth with hers, and absorb the heat of him, pulsating into her like shock waves. He drew his lips from hers. In a dizzying rush, she felt him move with her. The next thing she knew, she was sitting on the kitchen counter, Zeke standing between her parted legs. Breathing rapidly and whispering nonsensically, he rained kisses over her hair and face, his hands lightly caressing her bare thighs, his body held slightly apart from hers. Natalie blinked back to awareness and realized that he was trying to slow things down. She became lost in his fabulous blue eyes. Zeke. He was her everything in that moment. She needed him, yes. But she loved him even more for wanting to slow the pace and make this special for her. Following his example, she cupped his dark face between her hands and trailed light kisses over his lean cheeks, soothing him, pulling him back. "I've never wanted anyone the way I want you right now," he whispered raggedly. "But I want this to be perfect. Something that you'll remember." He couldn't have said anything that meant more to her. She was accustomed to a man who thought only of his own pleasure. She could feel the yearning that coursed through his large frame, sensed that he rode a dangerous edge. That told her more than he could know. "How about a drink?" he asked out of the blue. "Sure," she managed to push out through kiss-swollen lips. She no sooner spoke than he slipped an arm under her knees, caught her around the back, and swept her up against his chest. She wished that he'd carry her straight to his bed, but instead, he carried her to the family room, carefully deposited her on a stool, and asked, "What's your pleasure?" Her imagination ran away with her. Sex on top of the bar sounded fantastic at that moment. "Surprise me," she said, using the husky, come hither voice she'd perfected for the club. He gave her a long, thoughtful look and mixed her a slow gin tonic. "Why did you choose slow gin?" she couldn't resist asking. He flashed a lazy grin. "It's supposed to get you in the mood." She squirmed on the bar stool, crossed her legs, and then quickly uncrossed them because the pressure at certain points was more than she could handle. "If this is supposed to get me in the mood, what was that in the kitchen?" "Just the icebreaker,
Sweetie.
the main course is yet to come." What ice? She'd never wanted anyone the way she wanted him, right now. She curled her hand around the tumbler that he slid across the bar, shifted on the bar stool, set her feet on the floor, and gave him her most seductive smile. Switching into performance mode, she walked toward the archway to the hall, swinging her hips as seductively as she knew how. When she reached her destination, she turned, lifted her glass, and flashed him a smile that she hoped would send an unmistakable message. "I'm ready for the main course now, Zeke." As she turned to lead the way, he made it across the room with Olympic speed. "I wanted to make this romantic for you." Any more romantic, and she was going to rape him. She reached up, grabbed him by the front of his shirt, and led him down the hall to the bedroom, both of their drinks sloshing over the edges of their glasses. Natalie didn't care. It wasn't her carpet. And at the moment, she wouldn't have cared if it had been. She pulled him over to the bed, set her glass on the floor where his blasted nightstand should have been, turned, relieved him of his tumbler, and placed it beside hers. With tense fingers, she began unbuttoning his shirt and unfastening his belt buckle. When she had him satisfactorily undone, she placed her hands against his broad chest and shoved with all her might. He landed on the mattress with a harumph that made her grin. She hiked her upper skirt and followed him down, bracketing his hips with her thighs. "What about foreplay?" he asked raggedly. "That was last night." She bent down and began planting kisses on his face and bare chest. "I want you."
Now.
I haven't had sex in 3 years. And it was lousy even then. Zeke lay there for a moment, enjoying the feel of her warm, moist lips trailing over his skin. Her hair tickled his chest, light, silken curls still warm from her body that sent electrical zings coursing through him. Her fingertips danced over his shoulders, pushing back his shirt, igniting him with needs he couldn't deny or resist. Without conscious thought, he whipped up from the bed, caught her around the waist, and rolled with her to get on top. As he paused to look into her brown eyes, which shimmered in the moonlight coming through the window, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that she was the love of his life. He gently reached up and took hold of the straps of her dress, slipping them down over her slender shoulders. Natalie arched her back and reached behind to pull down the zipper, her gaze fixed on his. He smiled, tugged the dress down to below her hips, and bent to kiss the upper swells of her breasts. She trembled when he nibbled lightly at the lace cups of her bra. Natalie wished that her nipples were bare. "I love you," he whispered. Looking into his eyes now, she believed he meant it. He made her feel as if she were the center of his universe. More important, even, than breathing. She'd never imagined a man looking at her this way. Never even thought it was possible.
"Oh, Zeke."
"I love you," he professed again, his voice husky with emotion. "I don't know how it happened. I only know it did." She understood. Loving him had crept up on her, too. She wasn't sure exactly when. That first day, when he'd stood in her yard, boots spread and arms akimbo, his eyes flashing with anger? Or later when they'd stood in his driveway, nose to nose? Or maybe it had been when Chad had come to her, holding her Grandma Westfield's earrings on his palm, his eyes beaming with pride because he'd been able to buy them back for her, compliments of Zeke Coulter.
"Oh, Zeke."
"I love you."
"Too."
"I love you so much." He slid his hands up her ribcage and unfastened her bra with a masterful flick of his fingertips. Natalie felt her fullness exposed, the elastic and lace springing away, only to be replaced by Zeke's warm, hard hands. He caught her nipples gently between his thumbs and fingers. One roll, and she gasped, arching up off the bed, totally lost to the sensation. He was there like a wall above her, his hardness encased in denim, his chest like white-hot fire against her bare skin, the coarseness of his chest hair abrading her nerve endings. "Zeke," she moaned breathlessly. "Kiss me there. Please." Zeke didn't want this to be over before it started. He wanted to make her reach heights that she'd never experienced. Instead of taking her breasts into his mouth, he trailed kisses around her aureoles, glorying in the fact that her nipples went rock hard. As she moved beneath him, feverish for what he wouldn't give her, he lightly flicked their throbbing tips with his tongue and shifted his weight to lie beside her. Using one hand, he trailed his fingertips in a featherlight path from her navel to her pelvis. Hooking his thumb under the elastic of her panties, he jerked them and her dress down to below her knees with one motion. She lifted her hips to accommodate him, and with a swish, most of her clothing fell to the floor. Only her bra remained, still caught beneath her, the trailing ends winging out like parenthetic marks, drawing his gaze back to her generous breasts. He couldn't resist those dark, erect nipples, which pleaded so sweetly for attention. He curled his tongue around one and gently teased the other with his fingers, glorying as she moaned in delight and jerked at every sensation. She began rotating her hips in unmistakable invitation. He met her thrusts with his hand, dipping a finger into the wet, slick heat of her. She gasped and froze, her lips parted in breathless anticipation. He laved her with moisture and lightly stroked her, watching her face as she climaxed. Afterward, she grasped his neck with a quivering arm and tugged him toward her. "I want you inside of me." He was beyond resisting her any longer. He sprang from the bed, shed his clothes as fast as was humanly possible, and went to the bathroom where he'd left the condoms he'd bought. After taking care of matters, he returned to the bed. Bracing his arms to catch himself, he fell back over her and situated himself between her thighs. As he pushed slowly into her, he almost lost it.
She was so wet and warm and ready. Dear God.
She felt good. A sudden tightness knotted his lower abdomen, and pain radiated out from there, snapping his whole body taut. He wanted to hold back to make this last, but it was pure hell. Being sheathed in her hot, moist softness, feeling her muscles convulsing around him, he couldn't control the urges of his body any longer. With rapid thrusts of his hips, he drove into her. She quickly learned his rhythm and met him. Thrust for thrust, her legs locked around his thighs. Faster and deeper. He felt her body jerk slightly, and then her inner walls started to spasm. He went into overdrive, his groin exploding with sensation. She sobbed and held on to him, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. They peaked together, a frenzied, desperate completion that left them both drained. Afterward, he collapsed against her, trying to support his weight to keep from crushing her.
Oh. Zeke, she said tremulously.
He rolled to one side and gathered her into his arms, kissing her hair, lightly stroking her damp skin. That was lovely, she whispered. He tucked in his chin to narrow an eye at her. Lovely.
Hell.
That was fabulous. Sweetheart. She giggled weakly and placed a small hand over his pounding heart. Zeke turned his cheek against her hair, feeling sated and absolutely content. Give me 5. And we'll go again. 5 minutes, she asked incredulously. You got a problem with that? She nipped the underside of his jaw and turned to lie facing him, her breasts like firebrands where they touched his chest. Cupping a hand over his jaw, she smiled beatifically. I'm so happy.
Zeke.
I never want this moment to end. He kissed the tip of her elegant nose. The moment will pass, but the feeling never will. They rested then, limbs intertwined, heartbeats slowing to a more normal pace. He heard her stomach growl and opened one eye. Sweetheart, are you hungry? I usually have some yogurt when I get home. I passed tonight. Did you eat dinner at the club? Good grief.
No.
I'd get fat if I did that every night. He slapped her bottom. Up. I thought we were going to make love again. Nourishment first. Fun later. You worked your little tail off all day and put in a full shift tonight. I don't want you getting sick. Zeke lent her a shirt, then led her to the kitchen. When she offered to help as he collected the ingredients for an omelet from the fridge, he handed her a wooden spoon, bent to kiss her, and said, Sing to me. That wouldn't be a help. I don't want my teeth to bounce off these eggs. She sighed in exasperation. I'm not that bad a cook. Gramps was only teasing when he said that. Zeke doubted it. Sing me forever and for always, he coaxed. She tapped her chin with a spoon and dimpled a cheek. I'd feel silly. Zeke began singing the words himself. That got her started. And once she got into the song, nature took over. She did what she'd been born to do, while he manned the stove. She looked so adorable, wearing nothing but his shirt, with her hair going every which way and her lips swollen from lovemaking, that he almost turned off the burner to carry her back to bed. He resisted the urge, wanting to get some food into her first. Later, after she ate her omelet. They returned to the bedroom. The second time was even better than the first, in Zeke's estimation. He was able to go more slowly, savoring every sweet inch of her and bringing her to climax several times before he reached completion himself. Afterward, they slept for a while, clasped in each other's arms. Then he slipped from bed, threw on his clothes, gently nudged her awake, helped her to dress, and walked her home. Once at her back door, he kissed her goodnight. A long, lingering kiss filled with promise.
Oh.
Zeke, I don't want to go in. One arm locked around her. He cupped his other hand over her bottom and swayed with her. I know, he whispered. I don't want to let you. But it'll be daylight soon. We don't want the kids to see you sneaking home. She clung to his neck. It's silly, I guess. But I feel like we'll only get this one night. That something will happen to ruin this for me. Zeke tightened his arms around her. No way. Lady. We're going to have a million nights just like this one. That's a promise. He kissed her forehead, released her, and backed away. Go, he called softly. I want to see you safely inside. She hurried up the steps. After opening the door, she turned to give him one last look, her heart shining in her eyes. With a saucy smile, she said, Be sure to look in that drugstore sack before you throw it away. What's in there besides condoms? She giggled. That's a question. A feeling of warmth moved through Zeke. You gave me one of your songs? I thought you had forgotten. When it comes to my music, I have a mind like a steel trap. He smiled. I can't wait to look it over. If you don't like it, she qualified, it's no big deal. I'm not sensitive.
Oh.
I'll like it, he assured her. She ran her gaze slowly over him. Later.
Cowboy.
I'm not finished with you yet.
Zeke was banking on it.
Chapter 11. The following morning. A frantic pounding on Natalie's bedroom door interrupted her sleep. She jerked erect, blinked bewilderedly, and came instantly awake, thinking that something was wrong with one of the kids. Come in. The portal opened. Her kimono hanging crooked from her shoulders. The sash barely nodded. Valerie stood in the doorway. The cops, she croaked, her eyes as round as nickels. They're at the front door, asking for you.
Who?
The cops. Holy Moses. Natty. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Natalie grabbed her robe and finger-combed her hair as she hurried downstairs with Valerie at her heels. Don't be silly. They look grim, Valerie whispered. Something's really wrong. When Natalie entered the living room, she saw 2 police officers framed in the open doorway. Valerie had called it right. They stood on the front porch like navy bookends, not returning her smile as she moved toward them. She straightened her shoulders, trying to look innocent, which struck her as being the greatest absurdity of all. She hadn't done anything, right? Then a horrible thought hit her. If Robert had noticed the missing goblets, he would know who took them. What if he had pressed charges against her? Good morning, officers. My sister says you want to speak to me? One policeman flashed his credentials. Are you Natalie Patterson? Yes. Formerly Mrs. Robert Patterson? Yes. Natalie didn't like the way the two men looked at her, as if she'd committed a heinous crime. Did I forget to pay a parking ticket or something? Something far more serious than that. I'm afraid, the tall, thin officer said. Brace yourself for sad news. Mr. Patterson was found dead in his garage at around midnight. Can you get dressed and come down to the station with us for a while? We'd like to ask you a few questions. All the blood rushed from Natalie's head, and black spots danced in front of her eyes. She heard Valerie bleat in horror behind her. What? Her body going watery with shock. Natalie held up a hand. Would you? She gulped and grabbed for breath. What did you say, Mr. Patterson was found dead in his garage last night, the younger, stockier policeman repeated.
Oh.
My God, Natalie whispered.
Oh.
My God. She turned to see Chad standing behind Valerie in the archway. The boy had turned as white as milk. Mom, Chad said, his voice quivering. Natalie sent a smoldering look at the policeman. You'll have to wait a few minutes. My son needs me. Mom, Chad said again. Dad's dead? How can he be dead? Natalie ran to catch her son in her arms. Over the top of his head, she met Valerie's gaze. Call Mom. Tell her I need her to come as quickly as she can. As Valerie wheeled to run to the phone, Natalie began rocking her sobbing child. It's okay,
Sweetie.
I'm here. You're okay. From that moment forward, Natalie felt trapped in a fog. Nothing seemed real. She couldn't make her brain function properly. This couldn't be happening. Zeke had just poured a second cup of coffee when his phone jangled. He caught it on the third ring. A hysterical female voice came over the line. For a moment, he thought it was Natalie. Then he determined that it was her sister. Valerie, slow down. I can't make heads or tails of anything you're saying. Valerie's breath hitched and spewed wetly into the receiver, nearly blasting out his eardrum. Robert is dead. Is that slow enough for you? The cops are here, and they're taking Natty away.
What?
I think someone murdered the son of a bitch, Valerie whispered.
Oh. God.
Someone killed him. Sure as shit. And they think Natalie did it. Zeke slapped down the phone and left the house at a dead run. Moments later, when he reached the Westfield yard, he saw that there was indeed a cop car parked in the drive. He circled around to let himself in the kitchen door. Not without a lawyer. She ain't answering no questions, Gramps was yelling. You hear me,
Natty?
Don't you say a word until you got an attorney present. Mr. Westfield, an unfamiliar male voice said calmly. There's no need for Mrs. Patterson to have an attorney present. We only want to ask her some questions. That's what they always say, Gramps cried. Then they slap you with charges.
Natty.
Keep your lips sipped. Zeke followed the voices to the living room. Natalie stood just beyond the archway, holding Chad tightly against her. Her tousled black hair fell in a rippling veil over one of the boy's shoulders. Her face was drawn and pale, her eyes huge and dazed. If she saw Zeke, She gave no sign of it. Valerie immediately came to him. When Zeke noticed how badly she was shaking, he curled a steadying arm around her waist. Valerie grabbed his other hand and dug in hard with her fingernails. "Robert's really dead," she whispered. "They won't tell us anything. But it doesn't look good." Zeke agreed, and Gramps was only making things worse. He released Valerie to enter the living room. With a pointed look at Pete, he grasped Natalie's grandfather by a frail elbow. "There's no need to get all upset, Charlie," Zeke cajoled. "Come in the kitchen. We'll have a cup of coffee. How does that sound?" Rosie came bouncing down the stairs just then. The child came to a dead stop when she saw the two policemen. She turned questioning brown eyes on her mother. Zeke handed Gramps off to Pete and reached over the banister to pluck the little girl off her feet. "Hi. Gorgeous," he said as he settled the child on his hip and followed the two older men to the kitchen. To drown out Gramps, who was making dire predictions about Natalie's fate if she didn't get a lawyer, Zeke spoke in a booming voice. "How's my favorite girl this morning?" "I'm fine." Rosie looked back over his shoulder. "Why are those cops here?" The child was too smart for her own good. "I think they want to talk to your mom for a little bit," Zeke replied. "What about?" Rosie pressed. "Did she break the law?"
No.
"Of course not." "I have no idea what they want to talk to her about," Zeke lied. He yearned to stay with Natalie, but someone had to care for her daughter, and it seemed he was the only someone available. He went to the refrigerator and hauled out a pitcher of milk. Then he sat the little girl on the counter while he filled a glass for her. "What do you usually eat for breakfast, kiddo?" "Cereal." Zeke left her to sip the milk while he searched through the cupboards. "What do they want to talk to my mommy about?" Rosie asked again. "Well,
Now.
I'm not sure." Zeke filled a small bowl with frosted flakes. "When your mom comes home, I bet she'll tell us." "Where's she going?" Zeke did his best to flash a broad smile. "I think she's going to go for a ride with them." "In their cop car?" "Yes." Rosie's eyes gleamed with interest. "I want to go, too." Zeke returned to the child and smoothed her black hair. "I don't think you're invited, sweetheart." He leaned down to get at her eye level. "Have you ever had a morning picnic outside?"
No.
"You haven't." Zeke lifted the child down from her perch, handed her the glass of milk, and gestured at the porch. "You don't know what you're missing. A morning picnic is more fun than a barrel full of monkeys." "Won't I just eat?" "Heck no. We'll do all kinds of exciting things." Zeke's words proved to be prophetic. He'd no sooner parked his keister on the stoop than he heard Chester let loose with a war honk. Rosie's eyes widened with horror. Zeke leaped to his feet. He heard masculine cries of distress coming from the front yard, confirming his worst fears. "Chester." "No!" Rosie yelled. Zeke knew from experience that remonstrative shouts wouldn't slow the gander down one iota. He'd just reached the front corner of the house when a police officer vaulted over the veranda rail. A flurry of white, honking feathers going airborne behind him. With amazing speed, the cop raced for his car. "Big problem." He stopped momentarily to wrest the door open, giving Chester opportunity to nail him on the ass. Zeke winced. The officer jumped, his shiny black shoes clearing the ground by at least a foot. "Ouch," he yelled. "Goddamned bird." The cop jerked off his hat and turned to swat at the gander. Chester was no faint heart to be sent running by anything so insubstantial as a flapping hat. The bird hissed, extended his neck, and chomped the closest target, which just happened to be the fly of the police officer's pants. The poor man folded at the knees as if he'd been drop-kicked, hands cupped over his crotch, face buried in the grass. Luckily, Chester became momentarily distracted by the officer's hat rolling across the lawn. Zeke flew into action to protect the fallen officer before Chester decided to press further assault. Unfortunately, before Zeke could reach the gander, the other cop came running out onto the grass to assist his partner. He had his hand on his firearm and murder in his eye. "Don't shoot him," Zeke called. "He's a family pet." "Pet? My ass." "He attacked my partner," the stocky fellow cried. "I'll get him," Zeke promised, and then set himself to the task of doing just that, spreading his arms wide and racing in to do the dances with ganders thing again. He chased the blasted goose in circles around the yard for at least 5 minutes before finally getting him herded to the barn. Zeke had been outside with Rosie for about 30 minutes when a blue Honda came bouncing up the gravel driveway and circled the police car to reach the back parking area. A raven-haired woman swung out. She was dressed in a skin-tight black leather skirt that rode well above her knees, a bright red knit top that showcased curves to knock a man's eyes out, and black heels that gave a whole new definition to the word spike. Zeke needed no introduction to know that this was Natalie's mother. She had the same sexy twist to her walk, the same flair with clothes, and almost the same face, except that hers had seen a little more wear. When she entered the backyard, Rosie gave a delighted laugh and raced across the grass. "Grammy," she cried. "You aren't doing hair today?" "No. I'm taking the whole day off to be with you." Naomi Patterson hooked her black purse over one arm and crouched down to catch the child in her arms. "How's my precious girl?" "I've been better," Rosie replied in that tiny but very adult voice that had so astounded Zeke at first. "The policemen are here to see Mommy. And Chad is crying. I think something very unpleasant has happened. So much for shielding the child." She seemed to know almost as much about what was occurring inside as Zeke did. Then, as if that weren't enough, Chester bit one of the policemen once on his butt, and the next time in the very worst place. Naomi's brown, heavily lined eyes widened in dismay. "Oh no. Is the policeman okay? He's still walking sort of funny. But I think he'll be all right." Rosie sighed theatrically. Chester almost got it good, though. The other policeman nearly shot him. Good grief. He's only a silly goose, mister. Coulter saved him, Rosie went on. And now we're having a morning picnic outside. Rosie scrunched her nose. I don't think he wants me to hear what those policemen are saying to Mommy. Naomi sent Zeke a worried look. Zeke guessed her to be in her mid-50s. But even at close range, she was still a knockout with cameo-perfect features, beautiful brown eyes, and the body of a much younger woman. Lifting Rosie to ride her hip, she managed to teeter across the uneven lawn with commendable grace. Zeke would have broken his neck on level ground trying to walk in those damned heels. Mr. Coulter, juggling both the child and her purse. She held out a slender hand. As I'm sure you've already gathered, I'm Naomi Westfield, Natalie's mother. He clasped her delicate fingers. Good to meet you, Mrs. Westfield. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. Please, just call me Naomi. She kissed her granddaughter's curls and then handed the child back to Zeke. I have to go inside.
Sweetie.
You stay out here and finish your morning picnic. Okay. My cereal's all gone, Rosie protested. Why can't I go back in? Zeke tickled the little girl's ribs. You promised to introduce me to Daisy and Marigold.
Oh.
I forgot. Rosie squirmed to get down. Then she grabbed Zeke's index finger to lead him to the barn. We'll be right back. Grammy, she called. Take your time, Naomi replied. And whatever you do, don't let Chester out. Never in Zeke's life had he lived through a longer day. After Naomi arrived, Natalie got dressed and left with the police officers. After her departure, Naomi gave Chad a Benadryl and hustled him up to bed. Within an hour, the boy had fallen into an exhausted sleep. When Naomi came back downstairs, Zeke was sitting at the table, holding Rosie on his knee. Pop and Gramps sat across from him. The pair slumped over their coffee mugs, their faces haggard with worry. Valerie sitting with Chad. Naomi stopped at the center of the room and put her hands on her shapely hips. To Pete and Charlie, she said, Aren't you a sorry-looking pair? Don't start with me, Pete growled. Better I should let you sit there, looking like death warmed over. Go wash up and shave. For heaven's sake. I can smell you from here.
Pete.
And I'm standing upwind. Pete's blue eyes sparked with anger. Don't come into my house and start ordering me around. Woman. It's technically Natalie's house, she shot back. Your mother left it to her. If you'll remember. And if you don't want to be ordered around, stop moping and do something productive. For Christ's sake. Pete shot up from his chair with amazing agility for a man with a painful lower back. Our daughter is having a lovely time, Naomi cut in, casting a meaningful glance at Rosie. It's not every day she gets to go for a ride in a police car. She smiled sweetly and fluttered her bejeweled hand at the doorway. Run along, Pete. Get cleaned up while I fix you some breakfast. Naomi's gaze softened when she looked at Charlie. She came around the table to give the old man a hug.
Hi, Dad.
Goodness, it's nice to see you. Gramps twisted on the chair to return her embrace. How's my favorite girl? He asked. Fat and sassy, she said with a laugh. I can testify to the sassy part. You always gotta needle him. Don't ya? Naomi patted the old man's shoulder. Of course. He'd think I was sick if I acted nice. She rasped her red acrylic nails over Gramps' bewhiskered jaw. Go scrape that grizzle off your face. You ornery old codger. So I can give you a proper kiss. Breakfast will be waiting when you're done. Gramps sighed resignedly and pushed back on the chair. What are you fixin' us? I'll surprise you. Naomi ruffled Rosie's hair as she swept away. Time to get dressed. Little girl. Chop chop. Breakfast will be done shortly. I already ate, Rosie protested. Naomi smiled as she donned an apron.
Oh.
That's a crying shame. I'm going to make Easter Bunny flapjacks. You don't want any. Rosie was off Zeke's knee in a flash and running from the room. Naomi's smile faded after the child left. She turned a worried gaze on Zeke. Robert either killed himself or was murdered, she said without preamble. They found him out in the garage. dead in his vet. He'd been asphyxiated. How did you learn that? I called Grace Patterson on my way here. They rang her doorbell at 3 this morning and asked all kinds of questions. Who Robert's been dating. Who his last girlfriend was. If he had any enemies. If he and Natalie were still having problems. So, they believe there was foul play? Looks that way. Natalie took a mixing bowl from a shelf and began adding ingredients for flapjacks. After measuring in baking powder, she brushed off her hands and turned to look at him again. Are you involved with my daughter? Zeke saw no point in denying it. Yes. Do you love her? He nodded. Naomi cut right to the chase. I think she's going to need a lawyer. How much money can you get your hands on? I've got only $2,000. If a lawyer so much as farts, it costs more than that. Moments later, Zeke was on the phone with his brother-in-law, Ryan Kendrick, asking if he knew of a good attorney. Ryan gave him the names of 2, both of whom he highly recommended. When Natalie reached the police station, she fully expected to be ushered into a gray room furnished with only a table and chairs. That was how it happened in the movies. Instead, a nice older detective named Monroe invited her into his office, where she was comfortably seated. His desk was gray metal, but that was as close to her expectations as it came. Can I get you anything? Coffee? A breakfast pastry? Natalie was too upset to swallow anything solid. Coffee. Please. Black. The pudgy detective brought her a steaming styrofoam cup. Then he sat at his desk and rocked back on his chair. His gray head cocked slightly to one side as he studied her. She felt like a bug he was about to pluck legless. What happened to Robert? She asked shakily. The officers who brought me here weren't forthcoming with much information, only that he was found in the garage. Detective Monroe nodded. Natalie waited. When he said nothing more, she cried. How did he die? Did he fall? Have a coronary? What? He was asphyxiated. For a moment, Natalie couldn't think what that meant. Then it sank home with sickening clarity. Asphyxiated, she repeated stupidly. How on earth did that happen? He was found in his vehicle. The engine had been left running. The exhaust fumes killed him. A picture popped into Natalie's mind of Robert slumped over the steering wheel with his face all pasty. Her head went dizzy. Her stomach lurched. She set the coffee on the corner of the detective's desk. Sick. I'm going to be sick, was all she managed to say. He sprang to his feet and shoved a wastebasket under her nose just as she vomited. Oh, God, she rasped out, groping frantically with a hand. Something for my mouth. He gave her some tissues. Shaking violently and gulping down her gorge, Natalie moaned and tried to apologize. The detective patted her shoulder. Don't worry about it. The can's lined. Easy cleanup. Natalie was still so embarrassed she wanted to crawl in a hole and hide. I'm sorry. So sorry. Such a shock. Robert dead. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. The detective resumed his seat. Keep the basket close. Sometimes it hits people this way. Natalie nodded and tried to stop her hand from shaking so she could wipe her mouth. The taste on her tongue was so awful that her stomach rolled again. She sat for a moment with her head hanging over the trash receptacle, too weak to even consider finding a bathroom where she could be sick in private.
"I'm sorry," she said again.
"Just give me a second." A few minutes passed before she was recovered enough to talk. "I was sound asleep when the police came," she explained, "and dreaming the most fabulous dreams. The next thing I knew, they were telling me Robert was dead.
It's a nightmare.
My son, Chad, is devastated. I'm sorry the news has upset you and your family. Given the fact that you and Mr. Patterson were divorced, we assumed." He rustled some papers and sighed. "I guess no one stopped to think that you might take it this hard." Natalie sank back on the chair.
She wanted Zeke.
Needed him so badly that she ached. "Robert was the father of my children," she said. "My son didn't file for a divorce. I did." Point taken. Chad was in the room when I was informed of his death. The officers just blurted it out in front of him. Of course I'm upset. Wouldn't you be? Detective Monroe ran a hand over his balding head. "Were you still in love with your husband, Mrs. Patterson?" "Ex-husband," she corrected. "And no, I wasn't in love with him. I hated his guts." Natalie no sooner spoke than she wanted to call back the words. If the police had reason to believe Robert was murdered, statements like that might get her arrested. That isn't to say I ever wish something like this on him. Natalie pictured her blonde ex-husband slumped over the wheel of his Corvette again and clamped a hand to her waist. "He was only 43, she said thinly. Then an even more awful thought struck her. Oh, God. His mother.
Does she even know yet?
Grace Patterson has been notified. Yes. Tears filled Natalie's eyes. That sounded so cold and impersonal. Notified? Shortly after the body was discovered. 2 officers went by her home to ask her a few questions. Natalie envisioned Grace going through the same experience she had just gone through. Questions? She's his mother. For heaven's sake. Robert was her only child. All she had left of her family. What's wrong with you people? Seeming not to hear her question, Monroe stroked his chin. To your knowledge, did your ex-husband have any enemies? Mrs. Patterson. Natalie's pulse started to race. Me, she almost blurted out. Wariness turned her skin icy. She stared stupidly at the detective. Can I take that to mean you think he was murdered? When the detective didn't reply, Natalie asked, how do you know he didn't do it himself? That's a common way to commit suicide, isn't it? Interesting that you should point that out. I believe that whoever killed your ex-husband went to a great deal of trouble to make it look like a suicide.
Oops.
Natalie thought of Gramps and decided she might do well to follow his advice and keep her lips zipped. As though he guessed her thoughts. Monroe smiled sourly. I'll ask the questions, if you don't mind. You just do your best to answer them. The air in the room suddenly seemed too thin. Natalie grabbed for breath, but her lungs wouldn't inflate properly. Am I a suspect? The detective regarded her solemnly. If my suspicions are proved correct, and there was indeed foul play, everyone who knew your ex-husband is presently a suspect. He arched a brow, his expression inquisitive. Do you have reason to think Mr. Patterson might have killed himself? Was he depressed, having financial problems, jilted by a lover?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, Natalie replied. Robert wasn't the type to get depressed.
He was too shallow.
And if he'd been in financial trouble, his mother would have bailed him out. She's very wealthy. Back to my original question.
Then.
Did he have enemies? Of course he had enemies. Doesn't everyone? Anyone who might have wanted him dead? No. Natalie rubbed her aching forehead. Possibly. I suppose. I haven't lived with him for over a year. Detective Monroe. Just answer the question to the best of your knowledge. Robert was very ambitious. Greedy described it better, but Natalie was growing more guarded by the moment. Sometimes he pulled fast ones in his business dealings. That didn't earn him many friends. He was also, she ran a hand into her hair. How can I say this? Inconstant in his personal relationships. Inconstant. With women? You mean? Natalie nodded. Lots of girlfriends. He was very polished and charming. Every woman he ever dated thought she was his one, and only until someone new caught his eye. He didn't stay long in any one relationship, and he thought nothing of two-timing. Needless to say, the women involved were often bitterly angry when he dropped them. Is that why you divorced him? Because he was stepping out on you? That was part of it. A large part of it. In addition to that, he was a rotten father. I finally had enough and filed for divorce. Did you hate the man enough to kill him? Natalie tried to curl her hands over the arms of the chair, but was shaking so badly her fingers wouldn't work. I've never hated anyone enough to do murder. Detective Monroe. Divorcing the man suited my purposes well enough. He was out of my life. Why would I kill him? No beefs. Of course there were beefs. About. He neglected our children. No phone calls. No visitations. He refused to pay child support. I was angry with him much of the time. That doesn't mean I wanted him dead. The detective jotted something in a notebook. Do you know the names of any of the women your husband dated? Natalie felt as if an ice pick were being shoved through her sinuses and pressed a fingertip to her temple. Bonnie Decker was his last girlfriend. But Robert's mother recently told me that he dropped her and was with someone new. A girl named Cheryl. I think. A girl? How old are these women? Early 20s. I'd guess. I saw Bonnie only from a distance one time. But she looked young. Robert's friends were always young. The detective jotted more notes. Then he looked up at her. His eyes as sharp as knife blades. When did you last see Robert Patterson? Months ago. He and I didn't get along. That goes without saying. I suppose. Or we wouldn't be divorced. Right? The detective nodded. Where were you yesterday evening between 5 and 8? Burglarizing Robert's house and stealing my wine glasses back. A bubble of hysterical laughter tickled the back of her throat. She'd gone all over the ground floor of Robert's home, opening cupboards and china cabinets, looking for her goblets. Had Robert been in the garage, even then, dying of asphyxiation? Oh, God. Oh, God. That explained why his stereo had been left on. The trembling of her body turned to violent shudders she couldn't control. She remembered hearing a door latch click as she was about to leave the house. Had the killer been in there with her? Mrs. Patterson. It's not a difficult question. Where were you between 5 and 8 last night? She returned the detective's piercing regard for several endless seconds. I'm sorry. Before I say any more, I'd like an attorney present. Monroe sniffed and tossed his pen down on the desk. The gesture conveyed his impatience. He rested his folded arms on the desk blotter, which had notes written all over it. Here's the scoop, Mrs. Patterson. We believe your ex-husband was drugged and carried out to the garage by his killer. He glanced pointedly at her body. I don't think you have the muscle for that. His mouth quirked. Or the stomach for it, as far as that goes. Natalie's lips felt numb. Drugged? You say? What makes you think that? Preliminary findings from the coroner. Along with high levels of alcohol in the bloodstream, there's evidence that Mr. Patterson had been given a strong sedative prior to death. The contents of his stomach back that up. We found no prescription bottles for sedatives or sleeping pills in the house to indicate that he might have taken the drug voluntarily. Natalie's head felt light. Robert wasn't a pill popper. The detective watched her closely as he said, another strange thing. The alcohol Mr. Patterson consumed shortly before his death was wine. A rather expensive brand, judging by the bottle in the trash and a partially empty one we found in the library. Only there were no glasses sitting out. We believe the killer must have cleaned up afterward and put the goblets away. He scratched his head. Odd, that don't you think? Patterson was no lightweight. I automatically leaned toward thinking a man killed him. It would have been difficult for a woman to carry someone that large out to the garage and put him inside the car. On the other hand, his voice trailed off. He picked up his pen and tapped it on the blotter. A man would be more inclined to just wipe off the goblets to remove his fingerprints. A woman would be more likely to wash the glasses, dry them, and put them away. The goblets hadn't been washed and put away. She had them on her dresser in a paper sack. The detective pushed up from his chair, came around the desk, and grasped her elbow to help her stand. Speaking of which, we'll need a set of your prints before you go. It'll take only a few minutes. Her legs grew so weak with terror that she feared they might buckle. Flashing a bright smile, she said, Fingerprints? Sure. No problem. Zeke went to pick Natalie up. When she emerged from the police station, she hesitated on the walkway, her face so white that her eyes looked like large dark smudges. Zeke climbed out of his truck, circled the front bumper, and called her name. Her gaze jerked to him. Then she moved forward robotically. He met her on the sidewalk. How'd it go? Instead of answering, she looped her arms around his waist and flattened her face against his chest. Hold me, she said, her voice so muffled he strained to catch the words. Just hold me. Zeke complied, his gaze sweeping the station windows as he rested his cheek on her hair. You okay? No. I'm in big trouble. Zeke guided her to the truck, got her deposited inside, and hurried around to climb under the steering wheel. Sweetheart, he said in a reasoning voice, no one in his right mind is going to believe you killed Robert. She sent him a terrified look. Oh, yes. You just don't know. Okay? So tell me. Zeke started the engine, shifted the truck into first, and pulled out into traffic, fully intending to drive her home. He hadn't quite reached the highway entrance when she finished telling her disjointed story about going to see Robert yesterday evening and searching his house to find her grandma Devereaux's wine goblets. Holy shit. Natalie. Your prints will be all over the place. She nodded and mewed. Even worse. I stole the evidence. Jesus. Zeke pulled a U-turn, not caring if he got a traffic ticket. Where are you going? To the attorney's office. You need legal counsel. But I need to be with my kids. To ensure that you are for the next 20 years. You need an attorney now. The next thing Natalie knew, she was sitting on the interrogation side of another desk, a mahogany one this time, being grilled by an attorney who could have passed for Gramps in a fancy suit and spectacles. To Sterling Johnson's credit, he never once said, You did what? He was obviously a criminal lawyer. Nothing Natalie said seemed to shock him. When Natalie finally finished talking, Johnson interlaced his hands and gave her a piercing look. Zeke tightened his hold on her hand, trying to comfort her. She felt sure, but right then, not much could. They're going to find your fingerprints all over the house, the attorney said. Zeke had paid him a $500 retainer to have him tell her that. Here's my advice, Johnson went on. I think we should call Detective Monroe, go back to the police station, and make a clean breast of it. You technically did nothing criminal. Aside from stealing the crystal, of course, and even that is understandable, since it was yours in the first place. This is a classic case of being in the right place at the worst possible time. It happens. I think Monroe will appreciate your honesty, and your coming forward with the information may direct his attention towards someone else. Natalie wasn't so sure. Sterling Johnson had never sat across from a suspicious detective and been asked if he'd hated his wife enough to kill her. I think he's right, sweetheart, Zeke said softly, squeezing her hand again. Let's go see Monroe. You have a plausible reason for going to see Robert yesterday. Everything you did after ringing the doorbell makes perfect sense to me.
He paused.
Well, sort of. Natalie shot him a fearful look. He tugged on his ear, his expression sheepish. You have to admit, it was pretty dumb to go in uninvited. He held up a hand. Understandable.
Though.
And once inside, I can see why you took the goblets. If it all makes sense to me, it probably will to Monroe. The trash can in Detective Monroe's office had been emptied since Natalie's last visit. That was the only improvement. The detective sat with his elbows propped on his desk blotter, his chin resting on his folded hands while he listened to Sterling Johnson give an account of Natalie's story. Every once in a while, Monroe's eyebrows wiggled, and he looked at Natalie wonderingly, making her feel like a nutcase who shouldn't be allowed loose on the streets. When Johnson had finished talking, Detective Monroe sighed and passed a hand over his eyes. I'm very glad you came in. We just matched your prints to about 50 sets our crime team lifted from the house. Natalie's stomach dropped to somewhere around her ankles. Yes.
Well,
I had to look for a while to find my grandma's crystal. You heard nothing as you were going through the rooms? He leafed through some papers, studied something for a moment, and said, The kitchen is right off the garage. Are you saying that you stood at the sink, rinsed the 2 wine goblets, wrapped the entire set in kitchen towels, and never heard the sound of a car engine?
No.
Do you know how a Corvette engine rumbles at idle?
No.
Do you honestly expect me to believe you walked into a house during a murder in progress, searched every room on the ground floor, and saw nothing suspicious? Natalie gulped. Have you ever heard the saying that the truth is stranger than fiction? Monroe swore under his breath and rocked back on his caster chair. He leafed through his notes again. No paperwork was on the desk. Natalie sat more erect. I'm sure there were papers on Robert's desk. Did you look closely at them?
No.
Why would I? It wasn't my intention to snoop. But you went through all his cupboards and hutches. That was after I saw Grandma Devereaux's goblets and realized Robert had lied about having them. Natalie took a shaky breath. There was one odd thing that happened. What? Monroe asked, his eyes glinting with interest. Natalie told him about hearing a door latch click as she was leaving. I thought at the time that Robert might be hiding upstairs, trying to avoid me. Now, Natalie's voice quivered and broke. Now I wonder if someone was hiding in a closet or something. Monroe excused himself for a moment. While he was gone, Sterling Johnson patted Natalie's shoulder. "You're fine," he assured her. "He believes you." "I can tell." "Really?" The lawyer nodded. Who would dream up a story like this? When Monroe returned, he said, "A car is being sent out to your home to pick up the wine goblets." Natalie sent him a worried look. "Why do you need them?" "To have them examined for prints and trace elements." That seemed reasonable. Nevertheless, Natalie said, "I do hope the people in your lab will be very careful with them." Those goblets date back to the 1700s, straight from Bale, a village in Basse-Champagne on the banks of the Aube. The detective pushed his eyeglasses up his nose. "To me, they're just evidence in a murder case." Chapter 12. Before taking Natalie home, Zeke stopped by a diner to get something in her stomach. It was going on 5 o'clock. She'd been running on nothing but nerves all day. Once she reached the house, he knew she'd be too upset, trying to comfort her children and deal with her zany family, to think about food. "I'm really not hungry," she insisted when he opened a menu and pushed it into her hands. "Maybe a glass of milk." "Eat," Zeke ordered. They serve breakfast all day. "How about some poached eggs on toast?" She peered at him over the menu. "Poached eggs when I'm a murder suspect?" "Monroe just questioned you." "Honey, that doesn't mean you're a suspect." Zeke reached across the table to lay a hand over hers. The circles of exhaustion under her eyes worried him. "You need to calm down. Making yourself sick won't help the situation." "What will help the situation?" "I left prints all over the place." "I didn't hear the car running in the garage." Panic flared in her eyes. "If I were Monroe, I'd think I was guilty." "I know you're scared. But try to look at it from his point of view. First off, you don't have the necessary strength to carry a full-grown man out to the garage and stuff him in a car." "I could do it if my adrenaline were up," she insisted. "But a man could do it more easily," Zeke argued. "Secondly, the very fact that you left prints all over the house points to your innocence. You clearly weren't worried about leaving evidence behind. How many murderers do you think he's run across who made no attempt whatsoever to cover their tracks?" Her shoulders relaxed slightly. "You're good for me."
You know that.
"I'm just pointing out the obvious. Monroe has to take evidence into account when he's working on a case. I won't argue the point, but he'll also go with his instincts. You obviously aren't a dim-witted woman. If you had killed Robert, would you have stolen a set of crystal while you were at it? It makes no sense that you'd commit cold-blooded murder, then go into Neiman Marcus mode before you left the house." She sighed. "You're right. The case against me doesn't hold together very well when you look at it like that." "Damn straight it doesn't. And if they're dumb enough to think it does, Johnson will rip it apart in court."
Court.
Zeke squeezed her hand. "Sweetheart, it'll never come to that. Where's your motive? Women don't kill men for back child support. That'd be tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden egg." "You had no plausible motive." "Who did?" she asked in a hushed voice. "Good question. One that we should probably be asking ourselves." Zeke studied his menu for a moment. "Maybe draw up a list of people who might have had reason to want Robert dead. Just the thought exhausts me. There are so many people who might have had it in for him." She laid her menu aside. "My mom, for instance." Naomi Patterson had had murder in her eyes when she looked at Pete that morning. But Zeke didn't have her pegged as a killer.
Nah.
Why would she have wanted Robert dead? Mom detested him. I can't count the times she said she wanted to kill him. That's only a figure of speech. You don't know my mother. Robert hurt me 1,000 times if he hurt me once. Mom is very protective of her kids and grandkids. And then there's Valerie. She once backed Robert against a wall with a fingernail file to his crotch, making a mental note never to cross her mother or sister. Zeke rested his elbow on the table and propped his chin on the heel of his hand. As far as I know, Robert's manhood was still intact. You know what I'm saying. He conceded the point with a nod. I just don't think either of them has a violent streak. Neither do I. But they did have reason to hate my ex-husband. So did Pop. He threatened Robert with a shotgun after I got pregnant with Chad, and he never really forgave Robert for preying on his little girl. As he so succinctly put it, even Gramps got into it with Robert once. And that's not counting all the people Robert screwed in business deals. Or all the women he did dirty. Even his mother threatened his life, the last time I saw her. I could draw up a list of at least 20 people who might have wanted Robert dead. Zeke tossed his menu down on top of hers. You're right. I guess there are a lot of people we could put on a list. Natalie shivered. And one of them did something about it. Zeke searched her worried brown eyes. Any educated guesses? If it weren't for the strength issue, my first suspect would be Bonnie Decker, Robert's last girlfriend. I've never met her or anything, but if I know Robert, he led her on, making her think she was the love of his life. She was probably devastated when he dumped her. Most of them usually are. She unrolled the napkin from around her silverware. I can't count the times a hysterical girl called the house, sometimes to talk to Robert, other times to plead with me. Plead with you? About what? To let him go, to stop being unreasonable, and give him a divorce. She began rubbing her temple as though it ached. Robert wasn't very original. He told the same old cliched story that adulterous men have been telling for centuries, that he was married to a heartless witch, miserably unhappy, and couldn't get a divorce. Some of the girls grew desperate when he dumped them. So desperate that they followed him around, or telephoned the house at all hours, or even lied, claiming to be pregnant, so he'd go back to them. What's to say one of them didn't go completely off the deep end and murder him? Until that moment, Zeke hadn't really understood all that Natalie had been through during her marriage. He gave her fingers a squeeze, wishing that he could go back in time and rewrite the story of her life. Only then she might not be sitting across from him now. Exactly how young is Bonnie Decker? He asked. Early 20s would be my guess. Wasn't Robert over 40? Yes, but that never stopped him. Remember when I told you I thought he had an inferiority complex? One of the reasons I believe he preferred young girls is because they're easy to impress. Robert liked to play the big shot. And he needed the mindless adoration that only a young woman without much experience is likely to feel. Zeke had known men like that. And he had little, if any, respect for them. He ran his thumb over her knuckles, vaguely aware as he did of how delicately she was made. Did you hear what you just said? She gave him a questioning look. That Robert liked to play the big shot and needed to be worshipped. It can't have taken you very long to realize that your prince was actually a toad. Has it ever occurred to you that the reason Robert repeatedly had affairs wasn't due to any physical flaws you may have had, but because you no longer mindlessly adored him? A tiny frown pleated her brows.
No.
In the early years, I still thought I loved him. And he was having affairs even then. But love is different from adoration, Natalie. We can love someone in spite of his faults. Instead of love, Maybe what Robert really needed was for you to make him feel like a god, and after the new wore off, you no longer did that.
Think about it.
He flitted from one young woman to the next. Isn't it possible he always bailed out because his lovers began to see the cracks in his veneer? A confused, incredulous expression entered her large, dark eyes. Then, as if an invisible hand moved over her face to alter her expression, her mouth softened, and her lips curved up at the corners in a tremulous smile. Maybe so, she agreed. Probably so. There were a lot of cracks in his veneer. It didn't take long for me to start seeing them. Exactly, and suddenly his interest in you palled. One moment he loved you, or at least you thought he did, and the next he was with someone new. I can't even start to imagine how that must have hurt. If you suddenly stopped loving me tomorrow, I'd drive myself nuts wondering why. And I'd automatically assume it was something that I did or failed to do. I can see how it could really mess with your mind. I got through it, she said faintly. I had my family to support me, and I had my kids to love. If I'd had to go through it alone, heaven knows what I might have done. Sometimes I felt such rage. She ran the tip of her tongue over her bottom lip. An unreasoning rage that led me to do things I never would have done otherwise. I once cut all of his silk boxers into ribbons with a pair of manicure scissors. Good for you. She smiled.
Yeah. Right.
I was over the edge. When I remember doing that, when I recall the state my emotions were in at the time, I can easily imagine one of his girlfriends totally losing it. It could have been a jilted lover. But I'm more inclined to look at men. Chopin was playing on the stereo, she murmured. Zeke didn't see how that pertained until she added, Robert liked to play Chopin when he had sex. My first thought when I rang the doorbell and heard the music was that he was upstairs with his girlfriend. But when I went inside, no one was there, not Robert, not the girlfriend, no one. At the time, I thought Robert was hiding somewhere in the house, pretending not to hear me. Only now I know that wasn't the case at all. She leaned closer. So, why was Chopin playing on the stereo? Zeke realized he was gripping her hand too hard and forced his fingers to relax. Are you saying he only played Chopin when he had sex? As far as I know, yes. That's why I keep coming back to the killer being a woman. She turned her wrist to curl her fingers around his. What if Bonnie, or one of the others, came to the house to confront Robert and caught him with Cheryl, the new girlfriend? Maybe there was a scene. Robert might have asked Cheryl to leave for a while so he could calm Bonnie down. Maybe, after Cheryl left, Bonnie grew distraught and killed him. Zeke shook his head. Someone slipped a sedative into his wine. You have to plan ahead to pull something like that off. Maybe Bonnie or one of the others went there, intending to kill him. She could have deliberately caused a scene to get Cheryl out of there. Did you mention any of this to Monroe?
No.
I was afraid to start pointing the finger at anyone. That's what guilty people do. Zeke chuckled even though the subject under discussion wasn't humorous. You need to stop worrying about stuff like that and give the man all the information you can. On the surface, the type of music playing in the house doesn't seem important, but if it's true that Robert only played Chopin when he had sex, it could be extremely important. The waitress came to take their order. Zeke asked for poached eggs on toast. Natalie ordered a 3-egg omelet. She blushed when Zeke looked questioningly at her. I'm feeling a little better. Good. You need to eat. I'll skip lunch tomorrow to make up for it. Over my dead body. Don't say that. It gives me cold chills. It was just turning dusk when Zeke parked the Dodge truck in his driveway. Natalie sat huddled against the passenger door, her face still pale, her eyes still haunted. After cutting the engine and releasing his safety restraint, Zeke turned to cup a hand over her shoulder. You going to be okay? A tiny muscle under her eye twitched.
Yes.
I just wish. What? He asked. I just wish you could come home with me. Zeke rasped his fingertips lightly over her blouse, acutely conscious of how small and delicate her bones felt under the layer of cotton. I wish I could.
Too.
Sweetheart. She reached up to lay her hand over his. It was unnecessary for either of them to say more. Her children had lost their father.
Chad,
Especially, was going to need her undivided attention tonight and possibly for several days to come. If there's anything I can do, I'll be a phone call away. She unbuckled her seatbelt and reached for the door latch, her movements jerky. As she pushed the door open, she turned to look at him. Then, without warning, she launched herself into his arms, the tension in her body conveying a desperation and need that made his heart hurt for her. It's going to be okay, he whispered against her hair. Everything. All of it.
you'll see.
She nodded, her arms still locked around his neck. I wish I could sneak over after the kids are asleep. But they might wake up and need me. Zeke ran his hand slowly up her spine. Maybe I'll pay you a surprise visit instead. How would that be? Fabulous, she murmured. Which window's yours? I don't want to surprise the wrong person. She answered his question, then sat back and smiled. Up the drain pipe and through my window? I'm afraid you'll break your neck. Zeke trailed the pad of his thumb lightly over her cheek. Not to worry. I became an accomplished second-story man as a teenager. You sneaked into a girlfriend's house? He grinned and kissed the tip of her nose.
No.
I sneaked out of my own. She laughed. Is that what lies in store for me when Chad becomes a teenager? Probably. Not to worry.
Though.
I'll know what he's going to do before he thinks of it and head him off at the pass. Her mouth curved into a wondering smile. Say that again. Say what again? That you'll still be with me when Chad becomes a teenager. He bent his head to kiss her. A sweet, lingering kiss devoid of passion, yet full of promise. Count on it, Natty girl. When Natalie got home a few minutes later, her mother was in the kitchen, cooking dinner. The smell of simmering beef and onions wafted warmly on the air. Naomi had kicked off her heels, wore a faded bib apron over her skirt and top, and had her hair pulled back in a ponytail. The scene was so reminiscent of days gone by that Natalie rested her back against the door for a moment, memories of her childhood and happier times moving through her like a caress. The worn speckled linoleum, the scarred gray table, the nicked white cupboards, the ugly green countertop. Over the years, this room had never changed. Natalie couldn't count the times as a child that she'd walked into the kitchen and found her mother cooking in her bare feet, wearing an apron similar to the one she wore now. You're here, Naomi cried when she saw her daughter. She wiped her hands and hurried across the kitchen to give Natalie a hard hug. I've been so worried. How did it go? Natalie returned her mother's embrace. It went. That's all I can say. The police were here. They asked to go upstairs and get something from your room. Charlie pitched a holy fit and wouldn't let them inside the house until they had a search warrant.
Oh. No.
Did they go get one?
Yes.
They weren't upstairs for long. They left with a paper sack full of stuff. Natalie drew back to look into her mother's eyes. It's okay,
Mom.
I knew they were coming out to get the bag. What was in it? Grandma Devereaux's crystal.
What?
I thought it was lost in storage. As briefly as possible, Natalie told her mother about her visit to Robert's house the previous evening. During the recounting, Naomi's face drained of color.
Oh.
Dear God. You were in the house at the time of the murder? They estimate time of death between 5 and 8. I stopped by on my way to the club, sometime around 6:30.
Oh.
My God. Natalie put her purse on top of the refrigerator, an ancient Frigidaire gone yellow with age that her father continually repaired. That's why I'm so late. Zeke took me to see a lawyer, a man named Sterling Johnson, who looks like a corpse propped up in a chair. He insisted that I return to the station and make a clean breast of it. Natalie went on to recount the rest of the story. For better or worse, Detective Monroe knows everything now. He didn't press charges. That's a positive sign.
Yeah.
Now, it's a wait-and-see game. Naomi bussed Natalie's cheek. I called the club. Frank says he'll manage without you tonight and not to worry. The club. Natalie hadn't given it a thought all day. In a twinkling, all her money worries came crashing back over her. She sighed and rubbed the back of her neck. Where are the kids? Rosie's watching a movie Valerie rented for her. Chad's upstairs. How are they doing? Natalie asked. Rosie's great. When I told her the news, it was almost as if we were talking about a stranger.
And Chad?
He's not handling it as well. I gave him a Benadryl this morning, and he slept for several hours. Now he's just lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Thanks for being here,
Mom.
I worried less, knowing you were here with them. Natalie patted her mother's shoulder. I better go up to see him. When supper's done, I'll fix him a plate and bring it up. That'll be great. At the archway, Natalie turned back. How's it going with you and Pop? Naomi rolled her eyes. Don't ask. After giving Rosie a hug and telling her all about the ride in a police car, Natalie went upstairs to Chad's room, one of 2 small gable bedrooms at each end of the second floor. Both rooms had been used for storage until Natalie moved home with the kids. Now all the boxes had been moved to an outbuilding, and the rooms were being used as sleeping quarters. Natalie had done her best with a limited amount of money to personalize the rooms for her children, but they were still sadly lacking compared to the rooms they'd had while living with their father. When Natalie opened the door, Chad didn't stir. He just stared sightlessly at the sharply sloped ceiling as if he hadn't heard her. His twin-sized bed was unmade. The spread, blanket, and sheet rumpled beneath him. Natalie quietly closed the door behind her. Hey,
Big guy.
I'm home. Chad didn't move. Natalie walked slowly to the bed, her sneakers making funny squeaky sounds on the hardwood floor. As she sat on the edge of the mattress, Chad squeezed his eyes closed. He lay with his arms at his sides, his hands knotted into fists. When Natalie touched him, his body was rigid.
Oh.
Sweetie. Chad swallowed convulsively. I thought maybe you'd never come back. That they'd keep you in jail or something. Natalie smoothed his honey brown hair from his forehead and bent to kiss his cheek. Why on earth would they put me in jail? I've done nothing wrong. Chad lifted his lashes. The pain in his eyes made Natalie want to weep. I was just afraid. They aren't going to put you in jail.
Are they?
Mom? Me and Rosie. We'd be all alone. Natalie straightened away. Her first impulse was to pretend Chad's fears were groundless. But that wouldn't have been completely true, and she wasn't going to lie to him. No matter what happens, Chad, you and Rosie will never be left alone. She tipped her head to listen to the sounds coming from downstairs. Then she smiled. Hear that? Chad listened for a second. Naomi was griping at Pete about something, and he was rumbling back. Between exchanges, Valerie's and Gramps' voices rang out faintly. That's your family, Natalie said softly. They're all a little crazy, no argument for me about that. But you know what? Chad shook his head. They're like the old wallpaper that was on the walls in here. Remember earlier this summer? How I peeled and sanded, trying to get all of it off. Chad nodded. I finally ended up having to texture over it before I painted the room. The darn stuff wouldn't come off no matter what. All those people downstairs are like that, stuck to you with so much glue that you'll never pry them loose. That's what family is, people who'll always be there for you. No matter what. Dad's really and truly dead. Isn't he? Natalie's heart squeezed. I'm afraid so. And someone killed him? The police think so. Why would someone do that? Mom? Natalie remembered her conversation with Zeke at the diner and stared at the worn floor planks. All I can do is guess. Chad, she said honestly. I don't really know. Somebody would have had to hate Dad a lot to kill him. Yes. No man could live as Robert had without making some dangerous enemies. But let's not focus on that. Chad's face crumpled, and he turned to hide his face against his pillow. In a muffled voice, he said, I wanted to make him proud of me. Now, if I ever get real good at sports and stuff, he'll never know. Natalie lay down beside her son and gathered him close. He resisted for a moment, but then he clamped his arms around her neck and clung to her almost desperately. I'm already proud of you, she whispered. I'm not your dad, and I understand that it's not exactly the same. But I am so very proud of you. Chad. I always have been, and I always will be. Just you remember that. Natalie felt totally drained by the time Chad drifted back to sleep, and she carried his empty supper plate downstairs. She found her family gathered in the kitchen. Naomi had baked sugar cookies, and Valerie was helping Rosie decorate them. Pop and Gramps were snitching the cookies almost as fast as Rosie could get them frosted and sprinkled. Natalie smiled and leaned a shoulder against the kitchen archway, her heart swelling with love and more gratitude than she'd ever be able to express with words. What she'd told Chad was true. These people were far from perfect, but they stuck like old wallpaper. Even Pop and Mom were doing their best to tolerate each other. This one's Grammy, Rosie said, scrunching her face as she pushed on the handle of the icing tube. I'm going to make her very beautiful. Pete sent Naomi a long look. Better put her in a short black skirt and tight sweater. Then, eat your heart out, Naomi purred. Then she arched her ebony brows, smiled sweetly, and said, Absolutely. Rosebud. No grandma clothes for me. When you do Poppy, put him in holy overalls and give him gray whiskers. Natalie's gaze shifted to her father, who was freshly shaved and in rare form, wearing a clean pinstripe Oxford shirt and black Wrangler jeans. It was a bit of a shock for Natalie to realize that her father was still a handsome man when he cleaned up. She wondered what the occasion was and glanced at Valerie, who winked conspiratorially. Gramps harumphed and said, Why don't the two of you just step outside and settle your differences? I get damn tired of hearing you go on at each other. No way.
Charlie.
I might hurt him. Naomi stepped to a cupboard. Natalie felt fairly sure her mother stretched higher than was necessary to show off her legs as she fetched a wineglass from the top shelf. I'm having some burgundy. Anyone else care to join me? You can't have wine.
Naomi, Pete said.
You have to drive home. I'm staying the night. Did I forget to mention that? Pete's eyebrows shot up. You're what? Naomi dimpled her cheek in a saucy grin. You heard me. I took the week off so I can be here to help Natalie. Pete looked as if he'd just swallowed an ice cube. You ever think to ask the man of the house if you're welcome? Am I welcome here? Charlie, Naomi asked her ex-father-in-law. Are as far as I'm concerned, Gramps replied. Just go easy on my wine. Dad blamed girls already raided my stash this week. I got only that 1 gallon. Pete's face had gone almost as red as the burgundy. He pushed up from his chair and stalked outside, slamming the kitchen door behind him with a wall-shuttering thwack. Natalie was accustomed to her parents' sparring, so she took the tiff in stride. What amazed her was that her dad had just crossed the kitchen without hunching over and holding the small of his back. Naomi scraped her bright red thumbnail over the outside of a goblet. This is disgusting. How long has it been since someone used these wine glasses? She stepped to the sink to run some water. I swear. There's 10 years of scum on this thing. Valerie glanced up from the cookie that Rosie was frosting. Natty and I used juice glasses for our wine the other night. Why wash them if we aren't going to drink from them? This place needs a good cleaning, Naomi grumped. I can't believe that man lives like this. From outside,
Pop yelled.
You don't like the accommodations? Feel free to leave anytime. Naomi chuckled and called back. I'll just muck out a corner and take my chances. Thanks. Pete grumbled indistinguishably, a sure sign that he was cussing a blue streak under his breath so Rosie wouldn't hear. Natalie made her way across the kitchen to get another goblet. Give this one a scrub while you're at it, Mom. I'll join you in self-defense. Can't you and Pop do one evening without being unpleasant? I don't need the added stress right now, and neither do the kids. Naomi's smile faded. I'm sorry. You're right. Bad timing. I'll go out and apologize. Don't bother, Pop yelled through the door. More muttering followed. Naomi called back. If you want to exchange insults with me, you washed up old fart. Come back in here and say it to my face. Natalie grabbed the wet goblet from her mother's hands. Better idea. You go outside. The two of you can fight to your heart's content that way, without subjecting the rest of us to your childish exchanges. Naomi grabbed the goblet back and filled it to the brim with wine. With a mouth like that, little girl, you can wash your own glass. With the scent of Calvin Klein's obsession trailing behind her, Naomi left the kitchen to join her ex-husband on the porch. Within seconds, she and Pete were engaged in a heated argument. Natalie sent Valerie a hopeless look. Gramps shook his white head. Damn foolish nonsense. Why don't he just say he's sorry? Kiss the woman. And be done with it. Natalie and Valerie riveted their gazes to their grandfather and simultaneously asked, Sorry for what? For being a jealous idiot. That girl out there ain't never looked crosswise at another man. He was out of his ever-lovin' mind for thinkin' she did, and he should have ate crow 10 years ago. Stubborn. That's what. Damn, Westfield pride's gonna be the death of him. Valerie's eyebrows lifted toward her hairline. Pop thought Mom had a thing for some other guy? Gramps settled a disgruntled frown on Rosie. Worse than that. Got it in his head she was doing the backseat tango after she left the shop every night. Rosie glanced up from the cookie she was decorating. What's the backseat tango? Gramps' neck went ruddy red. Just never you mind. Rosebud. Natalie sank wearily onto a chair and took a huge swallow of wine. So that was it. No wonder everything was fine one day, and over the next, Valerie mused. Then she frowned. How could Pop think that of Mom? Green monster right in his shoulder. Wasn't thinking, period. She'd just finished hairdressing school and started to work, making her own money for the first time in their marriage. She went a little wild at first, buying herself pretty clothes and fixin' up. She took to comin' home late 'cause she had ladies who came in to get their hair or nails done after they got off work. Your dad got it in his head that she was triflin' on him. Gramps glanced at the back door. Now he's too damn proud and stubborn to admit he was wrong for the things he said and done, and she rubs his nose in it every time she sees him. They need their heads knocked together. That's what. Natalie listened to her parents' voices for a moment, then took another sip of wine. Not tonight, she wanted to yell at them. As if they'd hear her. They were so intent on fighting that Natalie doubted she could get their attention if she fired the shotgun over their heads. Her stomach knotted. With every hateful word her parents uttered, her nerves drew tighter. Finally, when she could bear it no longer, she marched to the back door, jerked it open, and cried. Enough! Sitting side by side on the step, Pete and Naomi swiveled their heads to stare at her, shocked into silence by the fury in her voice. Not another word, Natalie said. If you have so little consideration for me after the day I've been through, then at least have some consideration for your grandson. He needs you to be strong and united right now. Do you think he doesn't realize that I may be arrested?
Honey, Pete said.
We're just going on. We don't mean anything. Well, I've had it up to my eyebrows, Natalie cried. My kids lost their father today. In case you've forgotten. Light from the kitchen bathed Pete's and Naomi's faces. Both of them looked ashamed. Natalie didn't realize that Rosie had joined her in the doorway until the child piped in with, Grammy never did the backseat tango with anybody, Poppy. You should just say you're sorry. Then kiss her and make up. Gramps says the Westfield pride is going to be the death of you. I don't want you to die. Natalie's parents called a temporary truce for the remainder of the evening, but no apologies were extended by either of them. Pop went off to bed. Gramps adjourned to his living room recliner to snore while he supposedly watched CNN. Naomi remained in the kitchen, pretending, for Rosie's sake, that the quarrel with Pete had never occurred. After getting her daughter to bed an hour later, Natalie felt as if her spine had turned to jello. She sat slumped on a kitchen chair, so exhausted that just the thought of climbing the stairs again nearly overwhelmed her. Where are you going to sleep tonight? Mom, she asked sleepily. Naomi glanced at the ceiling. With my favorite granddaughter. She's so small, the twin-sized bed will do for both of us. She reached over to smooth Natalie's hair from her brow. Ah, sweetie, I'm sorry you've had such a bad day. You look as if you've been flattened by a train. Leave it to me and your father to make matters worse by getting into a fight. I don't know what comes over me around that man. Valerie rocked back on her chair. You're still crazy about him. That's the problem. When you're around him, your brain takes a hike. Naomi puffed up like a little toad on a lily pad. I am not crazy about him. Give it up. Valerie took a sip of wine. Natty and I both know you're lying. That you never stopped loving him. We just didn't know why you left him until tonight. Charlie has a big mouth. Natalie yawned and patted her lips. It's not as if we're children.
Mom.
What's the big deal? You can't talk to us honestly about our own father? Naomi glanced uneasily over her shoulder. He might hear me. He went to bed, Valerie replied. And I think we deserve an explanation.
Our family got destroyed.
You and Pop used to be so, well, perfect together, and all of a sudden you left him. I didn't get it then, and I don't get it now. How could you throw away all those years of marriage over a silly misunderstanding? Naomi's cheeks went pink with indignation. He said horrible things, called me filthy names. I'd never been with anyone else. Never even entertained the notion. There's only been one man for me in my entire life.
Geez.
That sucks. Valerie Lynn. Naomi looked at Natalie. Where did she come from? Valerie peeled her hair back from her forehead. Recognize this mug. Mom? I'm you all over again. I was referring to that smart mouth of yours. Like you don't have one? Valerie darted another look at Natalie. You heard her ripping on Pop tonight. Does she? Or does she not? Have a smart mouth. Natalie stifled another yawn. Afraid so.
Mom.
No offense intended. But you aren't exactly reticent. Naomi played with the sugar shaker. After licking granules from her dampened fingertip, she flashed the dimple in her cheek and fluttered her long eyelashes. Well, I swan. I just don't know what y'all are talking about. But Ruther, Valerie said with a groan. It's a lost cause, Natty. Let them be miserable for the rest of their lives. She took another swig of wine. It's your funeral, Mom. So, what if he was a jerk? He was a good, faithful, loving husband for, 22 years? I can't believe you left him, because he had a brain fart. Didn't he have one screw-up coming to him? Naomi's eyes went shiny with tears. A screw-up?
Yes.
He had a dozen coming. As far as that goes. But he has yet to say he's sorry for all the things he said to me. And, excuse me, Little Miss Know-It-All. After 22 years of being a loyal and faithful wife, I didn't deserve that from him. Naomi shot to her feet. Valerie rocked forward so suddenly that the chair legs struck the linoleum with a loud whop. From the downstairs master bedroom, Pop yelled, "Quiet it down out there. Damn fool women. Getting drunk and raising sand. Go to bed. Why don't you?" Mom. I'm sorry, Valerie tried. Naomi waved her hand, as though erasing a chalkboard. Take his side. See if I care. I will never forgive him for the things he said until he gets down on his knees and begs me. And even then I'll have to think about it. Chapter 13. Natalie thought she would fall asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, but instead she followed Chad's example and stared at the ceiling, her mind racing with concerns about the supper club, her chest aching with sadness for her son. Given her mom and dad's behavior, how could she fault Chad for being terrified at the thought of being left parentless? In her heart of hearts, Natalie knew her folks would always be there for her kids, no matter what. But it might be a rough road to adulthood for Chad and Rosie, with Pete and Naomi acting like such idiots. What if she did end up in jail? Natalie wondered. She wasn't really afraid for herself. She'd survive. No matter what. But her children needed her. How could she possibly go to sleep while their future lay in the hands of Detective Monroe and his gut instincts? A thumping sound brought Natalie upright in bed. Her first thought was that one of the kids had rolled off the mattress onto the floor, and she expected to hear a muffled wail. But then she heard another whisper of noise that jerked her gaze to the window. She saw the hulking black silhouette of a man coming through the opening. For an awful instant, she thought it was a burglar. Then she remembered the handsome second-story man next door, and her heart lifted with gladness. "Zeke," she said softly. A raspy laugh, so faint she could scarcely hear it, drifted to her. "Who else are you expecting?" "The mailman?" Natalie was so pleased to see him that she just opened her arms. He tiptoed across the room in his bare feet, put one denim-clad knee on her mattress, and caught her close to his wide chest. His arms locked around her, muscle and tendon tightening to a relentless hardness that made her feel indescribably safe. One of his big, work-roughened hands splayed over her back, the tip of his thumb nudging her shoulder blade, his pinky extending well below her bottom rib. When he shifted, he drew her along with him, seeming to expend no effort to lift her. She pressed her face against his neck, loving the smell of him. A masculine blend of denim, leather, woodsy cologne, and another underlying scent that was exclusively masculine, a light muskiness that made her want to melt and be absorbed by him.
"Oh,
Zeke, I didn't expect you to actually come." His silken lips traced the shape of her ear. "Of course I came. Nothing could have kept me away." Coming from someone else, that avowal might have been meaningless, but Natalie sensed that Zeke meant it from the bottom of his heart. She'd needed him, so he had come. It was a simple thing, yet so beautiful it brought tears to her eyes. Robert had never been there for her, and over the years she'd come to believe that no man ever would be. Now, suddenly and inexplicably, she had Zeke. "This has been the longest night on record," he whispered. "I can't believe you climbed up the drainpipe." His warm mouth did incredible things to the sensitive hollow beneath her ear. Drainpipe. Hell. It'd never hold my weight. How'd you get up here? Then, my secret. He fell back against the pillows with her clasped in his arms. A big hand settled over her head, and he applied pressure to nestle her cheek on the hollow of his shoulder. Then he tugged up the blankets to cover her. "I love you." All evening long. I've been trying to remember if I thought to tell you that today. "Say it again," she whispered. He brushed his lips over her hair. "I love you, Natty girl. I love you so much my bones ache." He felt so wonderful, so big and solid and durable. Natalie trailed her fingers over his hair, testing its thickness, loving the slightly coarse texture of the strands. At his nape, springy tufts tickled her fingertips. She ran her thumb down his neck, tracing the cords of muscle that bracketed his throat. Warm to the touch, his skin reminded her of silk when she ran her hand against the grain. She sighed and closed her eyes, content to just lie there and let him hold her. "How are you bearing up?" he finally asked. "Fair, I guess. Just feeling stressed out and worried." "Worried about what? How long have you got?" She felt his mouth curve into a smile. "Forever." She liked the sound of that. Forever. It helped immensely, knowing that she'd never face life alone again. "I'm worried about the club, for starters. On the surface, it seems peripheral, I know, but it is paying my bills. Business will fall off if I'm not there, but I can't see my way clear to leave the kids tomorrow night." He toyed with a curl at her temple. "Maybe we should put the downtime to good use."
how?
"Close the doors for a few nights while I rip that damned wall out. I can get my brothers to help me. Get some advertising started." Get a karaoke machine brought in. When you can go back, the place will have had a facelift. And your time spent at home won't be wasted. You'll have to close the doors during renovations anyway. You do that. Give me the go-ahead. And it's as good as done. But the money. Don't go there. We'll discuss the financial aspects later. I'll stop by in the morning for your keys. It was amazingly easy to snuggle deeper into his arms and leave it at that. He stroked her hair, his touch soothing the knots of tension from her muscles and making her feel deliciously languorous. How'd it go with the kids tonight? Awful. Chad is having a terrible time. And my parents acted like total idiots. How's that? Natalie related the events that had occurred in the kitchen. It's so stupid. How can two people who love each other so much throw it all away over a misunderstanding? No wonder Chad is feeling so insecure. Insecure, he echoed. Natalie told him about the conversation with her son. I assured him that he and Rosie will never be left alone, no matter what may happen to me, but I can see why he worries. My parents aren't exactly the epitome of love's unshakable devotion. I'll talk to him, Zeke whispered. About what? About never being alone. I'm going to marry his mother. That isn't a worry. Natalie stiffened. As deeply as she yearned to spend the rest of her life with this man, she wasn't sure now was a good time to broach the subject to Chad. Oh. Zeke. He just lost his father. Maybe we should keep our relationship under our hats for a while. Trust me, he said huskily. I won't upset him.
Don't worry about that.
Okay. If any other man had told her that, Natalie might have argued. But Zeke had a wonderful way with kids. He seemed to understand Chad in a way even she couldn't. If anyone could talk with her son about the future without upsetting him, it had to be this man. Natalie lifted her head. Excuse me, sir, but I don't recall your asking me to marry you. Can't. That wasn't the answer she expected.
What?
Can't ask.
Not yet.
I have to ask your son for your hand first.
What?
He takes precedence over your father, Zeke said matter-of-factly. I have to ask him for your hand.
If he says yes.
We're home free. That's archaic. Men don't ask for a woman's hand anymore. This man does. But what if Chad says no? Then we're sunk.
What?
He chuckled and kissed her temple. He won't say no. And it's important for him to feel he's got a vote. Just trust me. All right? She trusted him. She'd never thought to trust anyone so completely again. She sought his mouth with hers. They shared another soft, incredibly gentle kiss that worked on her nerves like a balm. She hitched herself higher. As exhausted as she was, she knew he hadn't scaled the roof of a 2-story house to take a snooze in her bed. When she kissed him again, more deeply this time, he made a hard fist in her hair and said, Not tonight, sweetheart. I have a headache. Natalie almost strangled on hysterical laughter and weakly punched his shoulder. His chest jerked on a silent chuckle. Sleep, he rumbled near her ear. You need to rest. I just want to be with you. Natalie couldn't just blink out with 6 feet plus of sexy cowboy stretched out atop her coverlet. After 3 years without lovemaking, it would be a shameful waste. I want you, she whispered. No, he replied. That isn't why I came. She tightened her arms around his neck and kissed him again. When she drew up for air, she said, "Changed your mind yet?"
No.
"You've been through one hell of a day. No expectations. I just want to be with you." In the moonlight, she saw his eyes warm with a smile that didn't touch his mouth. He lightly ran his fingers over her cheek. "Here's some news to distract you. I looked your song over, and I absolutely love it." He softly hummed part of the tune and whispered a few of the words. "The lyrics are fabulous." Natalie leaned her head back to stare at him in surprised wonder. "You can read musical notes?"
What?
"Do you think you're the only musician on Earth?" "I can't write lyrics or create my own tunes, but I do play a fiddle. I'm damned good,
2.
if I do say so myself. I played all the music at my sister Bethany's wedding. How fun. Someday we'll have to jam together." "It's a date," he promised. "Although you may be too busy and have to stand me up." It truly is a fabulous song.
Natty.
Snappy and catchy. I know it'll sell if I can find an agent to shop it around. How will you find an agent? The same way writers and actors do. Agents are listed in publications. If our local library is a dead end, I'll get on the internet and find you one. The trick will be in finding one who'll bother with my work." He grinned and kissed the tip of her nose. Piece of cake. Any agent who won't jump at the chance doesn't know pure gold when he sees it.
Oh.
Zeke. Knowing that he believed in her enough to try to find her an agent touched Natalie deeply. And, in her opinion, it was too romantic for words, making her want to make love with him even more. When she tried to convey that to him with a searching kiss, he broke the contact. "Behave yourself. I'm just here to hold you. Remember?" As much as Natalie appreciated the thought, she wanted more, needed more. She'd been having difficulty falling asleep. He could cure that problem. She trailed the tip of her tongue over his bottom lip and pressed her pelvis against the bulge of hardness behind his fly. "Please. I'm so uptight. You could help me relax." His breath hitched in his chest when she nipped his chin and then licked the sting away. "You sure?" "I honestly didn't come over expecting." "Shush." Natalie tasted his mouth again, wanting him as she'd never wanted anyone. "Please." Zeke could only withstand so much persuasion. He consoled himself with the thought that he'd do more than help her to relax. He'd love her until she went limp and couldn't connect one thought to another. He'd just settled in to savor the taste of her mouth when she pressed a hand to his shoulder. He drew back to give her a questioning look. "Are you carrying protection? What do I look like? An idiot?" She smiled, her face as sweet as an angel's in the moonlight. "I thought you only came to hold me." Zeke just grinned and kissed her again. After making love to Natalie until she lay in a sprawl, Zeke tugged his breeches back on and slipped into bed with her. Daylight wouldn't come for a few hours. He meant to spend every minute until dawn holding her in his arms. He'd sneak back home before the kids awakened. He promised himself. That was his last conscious thought. The next thing he knew, a light tap on the door brought him awake to discover that it had turned broad daylight. "Mommy?" Zeke vaulted off the bed, grabbing his shirt as he went. Before he could dash to the window, the bedroom door pushed open. He dove for the floor, catching his upper body with the flat of his hands. Scooting in close to the bed, he turned onto his back. Mommy, Rosie whimpered. I had a bad dream. Zeke could almost feel Natalie's confusion. She'd surely felt the bed shake when he jumped out. He heard her sit up and straighten the covers. He was damned glad now that he hadn't pulled her nightshirt off. At least she was dressed.
Oh,
Sweetie. A patting sound on the mattress drifted down to Zeke, and he imagined Natalie indicating the place beside her. Come here. We'll cuddle. Zeke winced. Natalie clearly thought he'd left.
shit.
How did he get into messes like this? He should have just let Rosie see him and come up with a plausible reason for being there. Too late now. If the kid discovered him, what the hell was he going to say? That he'd come over to collect dust bunnies from under Natalie's bed? While Natalie and Rosie snuggled down together under the blankets, Zeke struggled to slip his shirt on. No easy feat while lying full length on the floor. But he was motivated. Under no circumstances did he want that precious little girl to find him half-dressed in her mother's bedroom. What's that? Rosie whispered. Zeke froze with one arm stuck partway down a sleeve. What's what? Natalie asked. I heard a noise. The mattress creaked. And the next instant, Rosie's darling little face appeared just inches above Zeke's nose. Her eyes went wide with surprise. Hello. How come you're on Mommy's floor? Zeke told the first lie that popped into his head. I've been trying to catch a mouse. Rosie sprang to her knees and leaned farther over the edge of the mattress. A mouse? A mouse, Zeke confirmed. Your mom called me for help. It ran under her bed, and she didn't know what to do. Rosie got a speculative gleam in her big brown eyes. Not for the first time. Zeke decided the child was too smart for her own good, or his, for that matter. There's no phone in here, Rosie pointed out. Natalie's face appeared beside her daughter's. Her brown eyes round with dismay. She said, Cell phone. I called him on my cell phone. Rosie looked at her mother. Where is it? Where's what? Natalie asked. Your cell phone. Here somewhere. Natalie lifted the covers. I've misplaced the darn thing again. Zeke sat up. How come your shirt is off? Rosie asked. Because he was a blithering idiot. I was going to catch the mouse in it.
How?
Throw it over the top of him, kind of like a net. Did you? Rosie asked. Nope. He got away. Where'd he go? Zeke thought quickly. In the closet. Rosie scampered off the bed. Zeke pushed to his feet, finished buttoning his shirt, and glanced hopelessly around for his boots. Then, with a sinking heart, he remembered stripping down to his bare feet for better traction on the roof. To Natalie, he said, If you see that mouse again, don't hesitate to call me. Natalie's eyes danced with laughter. Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming.
Zeke.
I know it's silly, but mice terrify me. Zeke turned toward the window and stopped dead. He couldn't possibly leave that way. Not without arousing Rosie's suspicions. So instead he exited through the bedroom door, tiptoed down the old staircase, through the living room, and into the kitchen. Naomi and Valerie sat at the table, sipping morning coffee. The instant they saw Zeke, their startled gazes dropped to his bare feet. Morning, he said. doing his damnedest to act as if his presence in their kitchen was a perfectly normal occurrence. Valerie tugged her nightshirt down. Naomi was already dressed in the clothes she'd worn yesterday. She arched one eyebrow.
"Good morning," she said.
"What brings you over so?" She glanced at her watch. "Bright and early?" "A mouse." "A mouse," Valerie repeated. Under Natalie's bed, Zeke felt like a total imbecile.
Heat crawled up his neck.
"Rosie's searching the closet for it as we speak." "It's a quick little bugger." Naomi smiled. "Coffee," she offered, lifting her cup. Zeke reached up to smooth his hair and almost groaned. It was standing straight up in spikes.
"No. Thanks."
"I'd better get on home." With as much dignity as possible, he padded across the kitchen floor. When he reached the door, Valerie said, "That's dangerous." "You know." "What is?" Zeke asked. "Hunting mice in your bare feet. They bite." Once outside, Zeke could find only one of his boots. He'd left both of them next to the back stairs. Bewildered, he did a slow turn, searching the yard. Beyond the fence, he spotted Chester. When Zeke walked closer, his suspicions were confirmed. The damned gander had confiscated one of his Tony llamas. "Goodbye," a feminine voice called. Zeke turned to see Natalie leaning out her bedroom window. She looked so beautiful with her hair all mussed and her nightshirt slipping off one shoulder that his embarrassing trek through the kitchen seemed almost worth it. Zeke grinned and shook his head.
"Coffee's on."
"Your mother and sister are already up." She cringed and touched her fingertips to her mouth to stifle a laugh. "Sorry." Zeke tapped his watch. "Next time. I'm using the alarm function." "Good plan." She took a deep breath of the sun-warmed morning air. Then she grinned and said, "Just so long as there is a next time." Zeke nodded. "I have it on good authority that mice are creatures of habit. He's sure to come back. When he does, I'll be there." Rosie appeared in the window, her small face barely visible above the sill. "Goodbye, Mr. Coulter." Zeke waved and went to retrieve his boot, knowing with every step that he was leaving a big chunk of his heart behind. Natalie had just gotten the kids' breakfast on the table when the phone rang and a knock came on the back door at precisely the same moment. Naomi had gone into town to pack some essentials for her stay at the farm. Pete was in the barn milking the cows, Gramps was snoozing, and Valerie was grabbing a shower. Natalie raced to open the door, glimpsed Zeke's dark face, and dashed away without saying hello, hoping he'd let himself in. Grabbing the phone, she breathlessly said, "Hello, Mrs. Patterson. Please." Natalie recognized Detective Monroe's voice and sent Zeke a panicked look as he stepped into the kitchen. "This is she." "Good morning, Mrs. Patterson." "Detective Monroe. Here. Some new information about your husband's business affairs has come to light. I'd like you to come in and field a few more questions this morning." Natalie tried to slow her breathing. Certainly, Detective Monroe. I'll happily come in. But I really wasn't kept abreast of my ex-husband's business affairs. I'm not sure what, if anything, I can tell you. I feel fairly sure you can shed some light on this, the detective insisted. Natalie glanced at the clock. "Do you have a particular time in mind?" 11. Sure, Natalie agreed. 11 is fine. Mrs. Patterson. Something in the detective's tone raised goosebumps on Natalie's arms. Yes. Be sure to bring legal counsel. Natalie was shaking when she broke the connection. She glanced meaningfully at the kids and then sought Zeke's gaze. That was Monroe. He has some more questions. About. Natalie led the way into the living room so Chad wouldn't overhear. Turning back to Zeke, she said softly, something about Robert's business affairs. I didn't like his tone, especially at the last. He told me to bring my attorney. Zeke frowned. What can you possibly tell him about Robert's business affairs? That was a question Natalie couldn't answer. I only know something's up. Zeke glanced at his watch. I can go with you. That won't be necessary. Sterling Johnson will be there. I'll be fine. You sure? I came over to get your club keys. A couple of my brothers are going to meet me there and have a look at your wall. But it's no problem for me to postpone. Natalie managed to smile.
No way.
Free manpower? I'd be crazy to pass on that. Let me get you the keys. When Natalie met with Monroe at 11, she felt a little more self-assured than she had yesterday. She'd had time to dress nicely for one thing, and she'd done her hair and wore makeup. As she sat beside Sterling Johnson in front of the detective's metal desk, she tried to look relaxed and blithely unconcerned. Monroe wasted no time on pleasantries this morning. No offers of coffee. No friendly smiles. He slid a sheaf of papers across the blotter to Natalie. You forgot to mention this when we chatted yesterday. Natalie barely glimpsed the paperwork before Sterling Johnson commandeered it. The old attorney settled his glasses on his nose and quickly skimmed the document. Only then did he hand it over to Natalie. Were you aware of this? He asked. Natalie started to read. At first the legalese made no sense. Then she realized it was an earnest money agreement of some sort. Robert had been in land development and frequently acquired or sold large parcels, so that didn't strike her as strange. Then her gaze landed on the address of the property. Old Mill Road, she whispered incredulously. She glanced at the detective. There must be some mistake. This is my father's farm. The deed on record says otherwise, the detective replied. That land is in your name, Mrs. Patterson. Natalie's fingers convulsed over the edges of the document. Well, yes, technically it does belong to me. My grandmother Westfield left me the property when she died. It was originally Mitchell land. Her father gave it to her as a wedding gift with the stipulation that it should be passed down to her eldest daughter. My father was her only child, so the property came to me instead. My grandfather worked the farm all his life, and then my dad took it over. I'll never actually take possession until both of them pass away. The detective interlaced his fingers. I don't care about your family arrangements, Mrs. Patterson. Bottom line, that property is yours. It was in your name before you got a divorce. And your ex-husband was granted 50% interest in the decree. You must have been mighty upset when you discovered he was finagling to sell your inheritance and take his half of the proceeds. Natalie's blood ran ice cold. She let the papers fall to her lap. Robert had been working a deal to sell Pop's home? She couldn't believe it. Monroe rocked back on his chair. Do you expect me to believe you knew nothing of this until now? It was all that Natalie could do to remain calmly seated. She began reading the document again. The amount of money mentioned, $3.25 million, made her head go dizzy. A section of land surely wasn't worth that unless it could be subdivided into lots. She skimmed through the pages until she found what she was looking for, a contingency that the buyer could get the land rezoned as residential. "Is this final?" she asked her lawyer. "Surely it can't be final. I can't let Pop's home be sold out from under him. The sale can't go forward now," the detective assured her. "All of your ex-husband's assets, including his interest in that land, will undoubtedly go into probate." Natalie realized the implications of that and sent her attorney a worried look. Sterling Johnson touched the sleeve of her suit jacket. She laid the papers back on the desk blotter and rubbed her hands over her skirt as if to decontaminate her fingertips. "My client obviously wasn't aware of this transaction," Johnson told the detective.
"Ah.
Come on, Mr. Johnson," Monroe said impatiently. Robert Patterson was moving forward with the sale. She must have been aware of it. The man was no fool. Surely. That's a legally binding contract. And she had half interest in the land. "You're making an erroneous assumption, detective. In the state of Oregon, an earnest money agreement does not require the signature of more than one seller. In the case of married couples selling a home, for instance, only the signature of one of them is necessary on an earnest money agreement. Mr. Patterson could have transacted to sell the land without my client's knowledge. To what end? She'd have had to agree to sign later. If she refused, it would have blown the deal." Johnson removed his eyeglasses and slipped them into his shirt pocket. "Another assumption. I haven't reviewed the Patterson divorce settlement, but a clause to prevent either party from unreasonably hindering the liquidation of commonly owned assets is standard. Otherwise, a husband or wife could stonewall an ex-spouse at every turn, preventing the sale of the marital home, vacation homes, and myriad other possessions. So Patterson could have proceeded this far in the land sale without ever mentioning it to Mrs. Patterson?" the detective asked. Johnson nodded. "As I said, I haven't reviewed the terms of dissolution, but I will be very surprised if an unreasonable hindrance clause isn't included in the fine print." Natalie felt sick to her stomach. Robert had been wheeling and dealing behind her back, conniving to sell her inheritance. This went beyond greedy. It was downright evil. He'd signed a written agreement never to touch the farm. Robert was way out of line doing this, Natalie said. "We had a written agreement, a settlement out of court, that said we both got to keep our family heirlooms and inheritances." A lawyer drew it up. "What was his name?" Natalie rubbed her forehead. "Baskin? I think." "Yes. That was it. Harry Baskin." Sterling Johnson frowned. "Was he here in Crystal Falls?" "Yes." "I've never heard of him," Johnson said, "and I know every lawyer in town." "Did you check him out? Make sure he was legit?" Alarm mounting within her, Natalie stared at her attorney. "Of course he was legit. I went to his office. Saw the gold letters on his window. He was even a notary public and authenticated the contract for us." "Robert hired him?" Monroe asked. "Did you have the contract reviewed by your own counsel?" Natalie doubled her hands into fists over her skirt. She'd been flat broke at the time and grateful that Robert had offered to pay the attorney fees. She'd had no money to have another attorney look at the documents. "No," she whispered. Johnson cleared his throat, removed his hand from Natalie's sleeve, and sat back on his chair, looking deflated for a second. Then he recovered, straightened his shoulders, and smiled as if they'd stopped in to pay a social call. Detective Monroe smirked. It seems obvious to me, if you've never heard of Harry Baskin, that Mrs. Patterson got the wool pulled over her eyes. The contract that she and her ex-husband signed probably wasn't worth the paper it was written on, meaning that the divorce decree took precedence. Robert Patterson could have forced the sale of that farm. He slanted a speculative look at Natalie. If Mrs. Patterson discovered what he was up to, what could she have done? Save grow angry? Johnson's lips thinned. If my client had refused to cooperate, Mr. Patterson would have had legal recourse under the unreasonable hindrance clause in the decree to sue. Eventually, the land would have been sold, whether Mrs. Patterson liked it or not. Johnson cleared his throat again. Precisely. Detective Monroe settled a piercing gaze on Natalie. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Johnson. But doesn't that give your client a compelling motive for murder? Chapter 14. On the off chance that she'd find Zeke at the club, Natalie drove past there before leaving town. On a rational level, she didn't know why she so desperately needed to see his face, or why she yearned with such urgency to feel his arms around her. She'd been financially independent for nearly 2 years and emotionally independent for much longer than that, the key to her survival and ingrained confidence that she could make it alone, no matter what. But now, suddenly, like an addict hooked on a chemical substance, she absolutely had to be with him. She wasn't surprised to see the front door of the Blue Parrot standing open and Zeke's Dodge parked at the curb. Rather than fight traffic to grab a parallel parking space, she drove around to the side lot.
Zeke.
Recalling the meeting with Monroe, her insides quaked with fear. She needed Zeke to hold her close and assure her that everything would be all right. Madness. He had no magic wand. Against the system, he'd be powerless to protect her if Monroe decided to arrest her for Robert's murder. When she entered the building a moment later, she saw Zeke hunkered down in front of an electrical socket in the wall he planned to remove. Dressed in his standard Wranglers, a chambray work shirt, and the chocolate-brown Stetson, he was studying an odd-looking gadget he held in one hand that had 2 wires with metal probes attached to it. Still quivering with trepidation, Natalie stopped just inside the door to gather her composure. She didn't want to project herself as a needy, clinging basket case who leaned on him every time something went wrong. She owned this business. She'd scraped and saved and worked her ass off to make a go of it without any man to support her in the endeavor. She needed him, yes, but she needed to maintain her dignity almost as much. A playful, teasing approach might be best, she decided. After the initial hellos, she could tell him about the meeting with Monroe, calmly, stating only the facts, coming off as mildly upset, not frantic. To that end, she crept up behind him, bent low, and lifted the brim of his hat to kiss the back of his neck. He jumped, spun, and almost fell over backward. Sweet Christ, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle. Wrong man. Natalie gaped in astonishment. He looked enough like Zeke to be his twin. Her heart did a funny flip and squiggle in her chest when she realized what she'd just done. A stranger? It was one of the most embarrassing moments of her life. Oh, dear. The man nudged up the brim of his Stetson to give her a lazy once-over with sky-blue eyes so similar to Zeke's that Natalie could scarcely credit it. Then he flashed a slow grin. You must be Natalie. I'm Hank, Zeke's younger brother. I'm sorry. You look so much like. You taking a nap out there? Another deep voice called from the kitchen. Did I throw the right switch or not? Natalie glanced up to see another sun-bronzed, blue-eyed cowboy in a chocolate-brown Stetson in the kitchen doorway. He stood exactly like Zeke. One hip cocked, his opposite knee slightly bent, a tall, well-muscled cowboy. Every inch of him honed to a rugged toughness. Only he wasn't Zeke. "That's Jake. The oldest," Hank said. Then he startled her half to death with a shrill whistle. "Yo. Zeke," he yelled. "Your lady's out here." Zeke appeared in the doorway that led to the bar. He flashed her a slow, lopsided grin that she was quickly coming to realize must be the Coulter male trademark. "Hi, sweetheart. What are you doing here?" "Kissing perfect strangers," Hank replied. "You'd best marry the lady and keep a closer eye on her. Or some lonesome cowboy's gonna snatch her up." Natalie's face went fiery hot. "I thought," she looked helplessly at Zeke. "You mentioned a family resemblance. But I had no idea," she broke off again, feeling too stupid for words. "I thought it was you." Zeke chuckled. "You're not the first person to make that mistake. And don't let Hank nettle you. He's an incurable tease." He glanced at his brother. "Show your manners and stand up, little brother. I want you to meet my lady." This was the second time in as many minutes that she'd been referred to as Zeke's lady. For a fleeting instant, Natalie wasn't sure how she felt about that. She wasn't a possession, after all. But then she looked into Zeke's laughing blue eyes and knew the handle fitted her perfectly. She did indeed belong to him, just as he belonged to her. And she wouldn't have changed that for anything. "The lady and I have met," Hank replied as he pushed to his feet. He sent Natalie a twinkling look and drew off his Stetson. "Hank Coulter," he said with a grin and extended his hand. "Don't believe a word he says about me, by the way. He lies through his teeth." With a wink, he added in a stage whisper, "It's the bane of my existence, being the handsomest one of the lot. They're all jealous and pick on me." Zeke elbowed his brother's arm. A not very subtle signal for Hank to behave himself. Hank staggered sideways, exaggerating the impact. "He's mean, too. Don't cross him." Natalie felt herself relaxing. Their brotherly razzying reminded her of the way she and Valerie teased each other. She shook Hank's hand. "I'm pleased to meet you, Hank. Zeke says you raise and train quarter horses." "Only when I'm not volunteering to do carpentry work," Hank replied. Jake sauntered from the kitchen, exhibiting the same loose-jointed stride that Natalie had so often admired in Zeke. As he extended his hand to her, he said, "Good to finally meet you, Natalie. Now I know why Zeke's been chasing his tail for a month." Like Hank, Jake had a friendly smile and warm blue eyes. Natalie immediately liked him. "We're here to tear out your wall," he explained. "And the electrical circuits aren't clearly marked. Hank's using the voltage tester to tell when I get the power shut off." "Ah." Natalie glanced at the little box Hank held. "I really appreciate the two of you coming to help." "Not a problem," Hank assured her. "That's what family is for." He hunkered back down in front of the electrical socket. Jake tipped his hat to her in farewell and returned to the kitchen. Zeke curled an arm around Natalie's shoulders and led her into the bar. After closing the door behind them, he caught her close in his embrace and soundly kissed her. By the time he released her, Natalie was breathless and hated to spoil the mood by telling him why she'd come. "What?" Zeke said when he saw her face. She wanted so badly to be strong and matter-of-fact. Instead, she sank against him.
Oh,
Zeke, she whispered. I'm so scared. The most awful thing has happened. He ran his hand over her back, his fingers gently massaging her muscles. What? Honey? What did Monroe say? Remember yesterday, when you said I had no motive to kill Robert? Yes. I do now. Zeke led her over to the bar, caught her at the waist, and lifted her up to sit on a stool. Even as upset as she was, Natalie marveled at his strength. When he searched her gaze, the most wondrous feeling moved through her, a sense that he would be there for her, steady as a rock, no matter what. She could see the love he felt for her in his eyes and in his expression. Not Robert. She had to remember that. Posturing and facades weren't necessary with this man. If she had weak moments and needed to lean on him, he wouldn't mind or think less of her. You acquired a motive since yesterday? She nodded. A really compelling motive. Zeke sat on a stool beside her as she filled him in on her visit with Detective Monroe. He believes I knew about the land sale. Before we left, he even said, plain out, that he feels this gives me a strong motive for murder. Zeke swiveled on the stool to face her, his squared knees bracketing hers, his big hands enveloping hers in leathery warmth. His grip was as steady as his character, strong yet not punishing, dependable but not oppressive. Robert was trying to sell your dad's farm? Technically, it belongs to me. She explained the terms of her grandmother's will. Someday it should go to Rosie. It was in my name when I divorced Robert, making it a part of our joint assets. Robert understood that it was Westfield land, only mine on loan, so to speak, and we signed a contract, agreeing to leave each other's family property alone. Only it was a hoax. She explained about Harry Baskin, who'd posed as an attorney and notary public. Sterling Johnson says I could have been forced to sell the farm. That doesn't mean you killed Robert. No, but it gives me a very good reason to have wanted him dead. In fact, she broke off, sighed, and let her head fall back to stare at the ceiling. Oh, Zeke, this is terrible of me, but had I found that contract 2 days ago, I might have considered killing him. Knowing he would stoop that low, that he wanted to toss Pop and Gramps out of their home without a thought for their welfare, it makes me so mad I could spit. Zeke grasped her chin and forced her to look at him. You can't think a man to death, darlin', and that's as far as you would have taken it. No cop in his right mind will try to pin this on you. Monroe may be sniffing at your back trail right now, but he'll eventually circle around to where he was yesterday. You didn't do it. I'm scared.
Zeke.
I don't think I've ever been this scared. I know. He hooked a hand over the back of her neck, slid off the stool, and enfolded her in the safe circle of his arms. As he tightened his hold, Natalie found the solace she'd been seeking, an indescribable sense of rightness and peace. But don't worry, all right? If that detective is crazy enough to come after you, I'll fight him with everything I've got. Natalie pressed her nose against the collar of his shirt. As much as she enjoyed feeling his strength curled so warmly around her, she loved the essence of him even more. Fighting him would cost a fortune. I can't let you do that. You'd lose everything. Try stopping me. 5 years ago, all I had was a pocketful of dreams. Easy come, easy go. I'm not hung up on material things. Never have been. Fortunes are made and lost in a day. You can't let possessions rule your life. And what if, despite everything, they still convict me? He slid his hand into her hair and made a tight fist. We'll run, he whispered huskily. How do you feel about Brazil? Where? Colombia?
Then.
Where is it criminals go? Someplace tropical, where we can live like kings and lie under a palm tree, sipping drinks with little umbrellas in them. Rosie will love it. Hundreds of parasols for Barbie. Natalie laughed in spite of herself. Would you really do that for me? His voice gravelly, with heartfelt sincerity. He said, in a bronc rider's minute, "Darlin'." It was a silly response. And yet, for reasons beyond her, it was all she needed to hear. What, exactly, is a bronc rider's minute? You ever been on a bronc?
She giggled again. No.
Well, you are flat anxious for 60 seconds to elapse. Let's put it like that. If a bronc rider were to watch his own clock, he'd shave off seconds. Thus the term. In short order, in other words, before you could take a deep breath and yell howdy, we'd be out of here. Natalie felt better just knowing he loved her that much. I am so lucky to have met you, she whispered. I'm the lucky one, he replied. Just don't hit on my baby brother anymore. Okay. Natalie dissolved into a fit of laughter. It made no sense. She'd been terrified when she came. But that was the miracle of it. She decided. Being with someone who could make her laugh when her whole world was falling apart. If that bastard wasn't already dead, I'd castrate him and hang him from a hay hook, Naomi vowed when Natalie told her the latest news. Pete slapped his coffee mug down on the kitchen table. To hell with castrating the son of a bitch. I'd blow his goddamned head off. For once over the last 10 years, Natalie's parents seemed to be in perfect agreement on something, that being that they'd both love to do Robert physical injury if he were still alive. Natalie sat at the table, too drained to add a word to the exchange. She was just glad her kids were out of earshot, Chad in the barn feeding Chester, and Rosie upstairs playing with a new Barbie dune buggy that had mysteriously appeared on the back stoop. No one in Natalie's family had confessed to buying the doll accessory, which led Natalie to suspect that the second-story man next door might be responsible. Well, don't you worry, honey, Pop said as he patted Natalie's shoulder. We Westfields stick together. If those damned cops think they're going to pin this on you, they've got another thing coming. That's exactly right, Naomi seconded. She looked at Pete and smiled. They won't know what hit them. Valerie entered the kitchen just then, waving her freshly painted fingernails. Well,
now,
ain't this a cozy picture of family unity?
Oh.
Be quiet, Natalie's parents said in unison. Naomi added, this is no time for smart aleck remarks.
Valerie.
Your sister is in trouble. Valerie plopped down on a kitchen chair. For once it's her, and not me. That's cause to celebrate. She grinned at her folks. It's good to see you guys teaming up on the same side for a change. Be quiet, Naomi and Pete said again. Then they promptly dispersed. Naomi to the sink where she'd been peeling potatoes and Pete to the stove for another mug of coffee. It's the Westfield blood in her veins, Naomi said over her shoulder to Pete. No one on my side was ever so lippy. Westfield blood. My ass, he shot back. Girl's the spittin' image of you. Inside and out. And she came by the smart mouth naturally. Just look at her, mama. Valerie fluttered her eyelashes. Maybe I'm a changeling, dumped on the stoop. Kind of like the dune buggy. Is that how it happened? Pop. Shut up, he grumbled. Valerie flashed Natalie a mischievous grin. That had to be it. Don't you agree, sis? We must have been dropped on the porch by the stork. Valerie propped her elbows on the table to blow on her nails. The color of the day was psychedelic purple with silver and red glitter. I can't imagine the two of them actually, doing it. They'd kill each other first. Valerie Lynn, Naomi cried, chucking a half-peeled potato across the kitchen. Valerie ducked and laughed. Was that a potato that just sailed past my head? No wonder I'm a mess. My family is completely dysfunctional. Naomi's mouth twitched. She quickly showed her daughters her back to hide her smile. I'd have nailed you if I meant to hit you. You little twerp. Ask your father about my aim. He'll tell you. Pete turned from the stove and gave his ex-wife's backside a meandering appraisal. She can definitely hit her target with deadly accuracy, he said with a reminiscent smile. Naomi giggled. Right between the eyes. If I remember right. Damn, near cold-cocked me. Served you right. Came home drunk and feeling your oats. I told you to sleep it off in the barn. And you refused. Pete winked at his daughters. Had her jealous up. Thought I'd been squeezing the fruit down at Chester's hideaway. When I walked in the door, she bonked me with a spud before I could say hello and what's for supper. Natalie leaned back on her chair. Were you guilty as charged? Pop. Pete grinned. Hell no. But there wasn't no convincing her of that. Naomi turned from the sink. In one hand, she held another partly peeled potato. You want to test my aim again? Pete Westfield.
No.
Ma'am. Pete made a hasty retreat to the living room, once again exhibiting a miraculous recovery from his back pain. Natalie sent her sister a wondering look. Valerie grinned and puffed on her nails again. Naomi turned, caught her daughters smiling, and said, Wipe those smirks off your faces. Valerie's expression went dead serious except for the dimple in her cheek. So,
Mom,
is that how we came to have a gander named Chester? Because Pop was fond of squeezing the fruit down at Chester's hideaway. Damn bird, Naomi said under her breath. He named him Chester just to get my goat. Knew very well I'd grind my teeth every time I came out here. Valerie waggled her eyebrows at Natalie. Men, she said with a theatrical sigh. Can't live with 'em. And can't live without 'em. You can't live with them, that's for darn sure, Naomi replied. She rinsed the potato she'd just peeled and tossed it in the colander. I'm much happier in my nice condo. Would you just look at this kitchen? Hasn't changed one thing in the last 10 years, and it was ugly as sin back then. She grabbed another spud. Valerie Lynn, get off your fanny and help me. My nails are wet. Run them under cold water. The chicken needs flouring. Valerie groaned and touched a nail to test it for dryness. Then she pushed up from the chair to advance on the chicken, which was already cut up and waiting on a board. This is enough to make me become a vegetarian. She touched a slippery thigh. I like pre-cut frozen. It doesn't gross me out. You'll survive. Flour the damned chicken. Natalie smiled and rubbed her aching forehead. Naomi dried her hands and came to the table with the jug of burgundy. You look like you need some happy juice. Sweetie. Natalie sighed. I don't think it'll help.
Mom.
My mind is circling. Nothing seems real. I honestly can't believe this is happening to me. Valerie glanced over her shoulder. I can believe it. Robert's been messing up your life ever since you met him. This is his coup de grace, delivered from beyond the grave. He couldn't rest in peace, knowing you might live happily ever after. Naomi took 3 goblets from the cupboard, all of which had been freshly scrubbed, and set them on the table. Get the spuds and chicken on. Valerie Lynn. While supper's cooking, the 3 of us will share a nip or 2. Valerie came to the table, waited for her mother to pour a glass of wine, and then took it with her to the counter. When all else fails, get drunk. Natalie accepted the wine her mother pushed toward her. I just want all of this to go away. Naomi took a sip of wine. Can't blame you there. Drink enough of this, and it will. That's no solution, Natalie said hopelessly. I don't think there is a solution. Monroe has his sights trained on me. Unless something happens to make him suspect someone else, I'm going to be toast. Naomi grabbed a notepad and pen from the telephone stand. Let's give him another suspect. Then. Who, besides you, had a reason to want the son of a bitch dead? He came to Natalie that night as if in a dream, slipping silently into the bed beside her, running his fingertips lightly over her body, then kissing her throat and upper chest until she moaned and surfaced from sleep. She tried to say his name, but he covered her mouth with his and laid claim to her with hard, masterful hands that seemed to know every secret of her body. She went from black oblivion to ecstasy before her head could clear, then drifted with him on sensation, quivering at his every touch. I love you, he whispered as he plunged deep and filled her with his hardness. I love you, Natty girl. She clung to his broad shoulders, her mouth trembling beneath his, her body undulating to meet his thrusts, her mind exploding in a kaleidoscope of fragmented color as her body pitched in the throes of orgasm. Afterward, he held her against him and stroked her trembling body until she melted contentedly into his heat and once again became lost in the swirling black veils of sleep. Zeke. She took him with her into her dreams and felt safe even when Detective Monroe's face leered at her from the shadows. Toward dawn, Natalie was roused from sleep by a faint beeping sound. She lifted her lashes to see Zeke sitting up and pushing at a button on his wristwatch. She smiled and ran a hand down his bare back. He didn't speak, and neither did she. He just kissed her deeply and then vanished into the pre-dawn gloom as if he'd never been there. Late the following afternoon, Natalie got a call from Grace Patterson. Immediately after ending the conversation, she went to find her son. Chad was nowhere to be found inside the house, so Natalie broadened her search, combing the yard first, then venturing farther afield to check the outbuildings. The August heat lay over the farm like a blanket that sucked all the moisture from the air. Normally, Natalie appreciated the low humidity in Central Oregon, but today even her throat felt parched when she took a deep breath, and her skin felt scratchy where her clothing touched. She missed having central air, she decided. Pop didn't believe in air conditioning. When the house grew hot and stuffy, his only solution was to open the windows and use a fan. Natalie squinted against the slanting afternoon sun as she passed the chicken coop. Chad, she called. Out here? Mom. She circled the barn and spied her son behind the building, sitting forlornly on a dilapidated section of fence that had once served as a paddock. Dressed in jeans and sneakers, her usual at-home attire, Natalie swung up to sit beside him. Sensing his morose mood, she didn't speak for a while. Grasshoppers whirred in the tall grass clumped around the fence posts. Hens clucked and fluttered in the lean-to behind them. Occasionally Daisy and Marigold added lowing to the mix. I used to sit out here when I wanted to be alone, Natalie finally said. I hope I'm not intruding.
No.
Not really. I just like it out here sometimes. Chad bent his ebony head and swung his feet. Natalie remembered all the hours she'd spent teaching him how to tie his shoes. Now his laces dangled like drool from a hound's jowls, and the crotch of his shorts drooped between his knees. She didn't understand the fashions nowadays, but then she doubted that her parents had appreciated her look as a youngster, either.
I
Need to talk to you. Chad, Natalie began. Your Grandma Grace just called. What did she want? Natalie stared off at the towering pines that bordered the back quarter of their land. As a girl, she'd often gone walking in those woods on hot summer days, craving the silence and deep shade that only the trees could offer. She's very upset, she replied honestly. Your dad was her only child. Grandpa Herbert is gone now.
2.
I think she's very lonely. Maybe I should call her, Chad said huskily. That would be nice. I don't like her very well. Natalie shared that sentiment, but she refrained from saying so. She has her good moments. Chad gave her a sidelong glance. When? Natalie laughed softly. Okay. Not often. But she's your grandmother. I don't want to say bad things about her. Chad nodded. I shouldn't either. I guess. It's just what? Natalie pressed gently. I don't know. Take Gramps, for instance. All he does is gripe and carry on about one thing or another. But I love him anyway. Every once in a while when he stops grumping to take a breath, he'll pat me on the arm or give me a hug, like he's telling me not to take him seriously. Natalie smiled. She'd seen her grandfather hugging her kids. He does gripe a lot, she agreed. That's just his nature, I guess. Grandma Grace never gives hugs like that. Only when she says hello and goodbye. And then she's all stiff, like she's afraid I'll get her clothes dirty. And she never kisses me. She just makes smacking noises in the air. She does have a formal way about her, Natalie conceded. When I go see her, I wish she'd be more normal. I can't relax when I'm with her. Even when she offers me a treat, I'm nervous about making a mess on her tablecloth. One time I laid out paper towels around my bowl of ice cream so I wouldn't have to worry about it, and she got all bent out of shape, turning it into this big thing about practicing my manners so they'd be second nature. I'm sorry she's that way. You don't have to call her if you'd rather not. Chad sighed. I'll call her. It's not like I hate her or anything. Maybe it'll make her feel better. Natalie's heart filled with pride. That would be very kind of you. She needs to feel loved right now. He straightened his legs to stare at his shoes. She called once, right after we heard about Dad. It was while you were gone to the police station. All she wanted to talk about was me inheriting the Patterson money someday. I suppose you will inherit now that your father's gone. But she's, totally stuck on it, Chad replied. She cried a little about Dad, but mainly she wanted to talk about the responsibility that had fallen to me and how I should take more pride in the Patterson name now. He began swinging his feet, his movements agitated. It's like, I don't know. This will sound really mean, but she acts like she owns me now or something. Natalie couldn't count the times that she'd seen Grace, and Herbert used the Patterson wealth as leverage against Robert to make him toe the mark. She hated to see her son go through that, but she could do nothing to stop it. Chad was a Patterson, and he was next in line to inherit. She couldn't prevent Grace from making Robert's son her heir. A large amount of money is a wonderful blessing, Natalie said carefully. It enables those who have it to please themselves in ways other people can't. You can own a beautiful home and wear fine clothes and drive fancy cars. You can help the disadvantaged by giving generously to charities. In some instances, money can even buy you prestige and power. But there's also a downside. What's that? Chad asked. Money can become a god to some people, and it's more important than anything else. Natalie looked over at her son. I can't tell you how to feel about one day inheriting the Patterson money, or how to deal with your grandma when you feel that she's trying to control you. But I can tell you that people are seldom happy if they let money become the most important thing in their lives. It's not that important to me, the boy replied. I never want to be like that. Then don't be. Own the money, but never let it own you. Does that make sense? Chad nodded. And don't let Grandma Grace own me, because she has control of the money I'll inherit someday? Natalie felt the tension ease from her shoulders.
Exactly.
When she brings up your inheritance, one way you might handle it is to say you don't want to think about losing her someday. That will make her feel nice, and it will let her know in a very kind way that her money isn't that important to you. Chad smiled faintly and nodded. That'd work. And it's how I feel.
Too.
I don't want to think about her dying someday. Just tell her that. Then. Chad released a long breath. What did she call about today? Your father's funeral service was supposed to be tomorrow. And now it's not. The coroner's office won't release his remains just yet. How come? In cases like this, it isn't uncommon. Because Robert's body was a piece of evidence. She couldn't bring herself to say that to her son, not about his father. Red tape, lots of paperwork. It's no big deal. Sometime next week, maybe a bit later, they'll release your dad's remains, and we'll be able to say our farewells properly. Chad swallowed, his larynx bobbing. I'm not in any hurry. Are you? Natalie would have given a lot to close this chapter of her life.
No.
It'll be a very sad occasion. Chad gave her a searching look. Will it? For you? I mean, I know you didn't love him anymore, that in a way. You even hated him. She moved her hands on the weathered rail. I didn't hate your father. Sweetheart. I hated the things he did. Can you understand the difference? Chad nodded. Why was he like that? Mom? My blood is partly from him. And I'm not like that. Rosie's not like that. Either. What happened to make Dad so weird? In that moment, Natalie was finally able to turn loose of her bitterness toward Robert. Maybe his mom was always stiff when she hugged him, she said softly. Maybe she never kissed him and only made smacking noises by his ear. Maybe he never got to make a mess on the tablecloth when he ate ice cream. She took a deep breath and slowly let it out, feeling cleansed. Maybe, for your dad, it was always about clothes and manners and shining at school and never about being loved just because. All of us need to be loved just because, Chad. If we're not, we grow up feeling second-rate. You loved him that way once.
Didn't you?
I loved him very much, Natalie confessed. Mindlessly. Foolishly. With all the devotion an 18-year-old heart could feel. But I think it was too late for him by then. He'd gone so many years without getting a real hug that he no longer even realized he wanted one. That's sad. Natalie ruffled his hair. Yes. Very sad. When you wonder about your father and feel hurt because he didn't give you hugs when you needed them, remind yourself that he never got hugs himself. Zeke said the same thing almost. That maybe my dad never learned how to love because no one ever really loved him.
Zeke.
Natalie could almost feel his arms around her. Well, then? There you go. Silence fell between them again. Then Chad asked, "When do you think the funeral will be?" At this point, no telling. Next week sometime, I imagine, which was my original reason for coming out to talk to you. Camp starts on Monday. I'd forgotten all about camp. You're all paid up to go, and I think you'll have a lot of fun. But you'll be gone all week. What about Dad's funeral? That's the wrinkle we need to iron out. If you'd like, you can go to camp. And if the funeral happens next week, I'll drive up to the lake to get you the evening before. Chad gazed off across the field. I think I'll just skip camp this year. I'd love to see you go and have a good time. But I also understand that you're feeling very sad right now. It might be difficult, being around friends who don't really understand. Chad moved his hands on the rail, pushing farther forward with his upper body. His shoulder bones poked up under his t-shirt, their expanse broader than Natalie remembered. Someday soon he'd be a man, she realized with a sharp tug on her heart. I do feel sad, he said, but I'd probably still have fun. Then go. I think I need to be home this week, he insisted. Just in case anything happens, I want to be here for Rosie. Natalie couldn't think what to say. With a sinking heart, she realized that her son knew far more about what was happening behind the scenes than she'd hoped. She felt so bad. Chad would not only miss camp, but would also forfeit the money he'd earned and put on deposit to pay his way. How come the cops think you did it? Chad asked. I just don't get it. You get upset when Gramps puts out poison for the barn rats. You'd never kill anybody, especially not Dad. Why do they suspect you? Natalie swallowed hard and tightened her grip on the railing. If Chad was old enough to ask, he was old enough to get a straight answer. She decided. It's a really long story, she began. At 6:15 that evening, Zeke's phone rang. He answered to find Naomi Westfield on the line. After the usual pleasantries, she said, I know this is late notice, but I wanted to invite you over for dinner tonight. Nothing fancy, just pot roast. But I thought you might enjoy the company. Zeke had just taken a steak from the freezer. He glanced at the package on the counter. I'd love to, he said. Good, Naomi replied. Show up anytime. If dinner isn't ready yet, we'll chat while we wait. 5 minutes. Great. And Zeke, ma'am, wear your boots this time. Zeke grinned. Yes.
Ma'am.
Is there anything I can bring?
No.
Nothing. Unless you happen to have some red wine on hand. Gramps' Burgundy does in a pinch, but it tastes like drain cleaner. Less than 10 minutes later, Zeke stood on the Westfield back porch with 2 bottles of Merlot cradled in his arm. At his knock, Naomi appeared at the opposite side of the screen in blue jeans, a clingy pink top, and white running shoes. Somehow, even in casual dress, she managed to look classy. Zeke wondered what Pete had been thinking to let a woman like her slip off his hook. He searched the kitchen for Natalie when he stepped inside, but she was nowhere to be seen. Naomi took the wine, thanked him prettily, and gestured toward the living room. Natalie doesn't know you're coming. She and Rosie are playing with Barbie. I thought having you over would be a nice surprise for her. Something to cheer her up. Is she feeling pretty down? Not down.
Exactly.
Naomi smiled wistfully. But she's worried. Every time the phone rang today, she jumped a foot. Zeke lowered his voice. I spoke to Monroe today. You did. Naomi set the wine on the counter. About what? Zeke told her about the Chopin playing on Robert's stereo system when Natalie visited his home. Natalie meant to tell him herself, but given the curveball he threw her with that damned earnest money agreement, I had a sneaking hunch she forgot. I ran it by Sterling Johnson before I made the call. He feels that any leads, no matter how small, should be passed on to Monroe. So, you told him about the Chopin? He's wasting time trying to pin it on Natalie. I told him as much. Is he going to question all the girlfriends? He's already questioned Cheryl Steiner, Robert's most recent significant other. And Natalie guessed right. Cheryl left Robert's house around 5:30 that afternoon, about an hour before Natalie got there. Zeke hung his hat on a hook on a horizontal coat rack by the back door. Cheryl says she and Robert had a cozy evening planned and were about to go upstairs when the phone rang. After talking with the caller, Robert gave Cheryl a credit card to go shopping and asked her to come back around 10. She was the one who found him in the garage. She heard the car running?
No.
Actually. Not for a couple of hours.
Anyway.
Around midnight, the Corvette engine started to cough and sputter. She noticed the odd sound and went to investigate. Naomi shivered and chafed her arms. If she was in the house for 2 hours without hearing the car, why does Detective Monroe find it odd that Natalie didn't hear it in the space of a few minutes? That's exactly what I asked him. And he says he has to double-check everyone's story. That he asked Natalie about it mainly because MS. Steiner claimed not to have heard the car running until the engine coughed. But Natalie is still up there on his suspect list? Zeke glanced toward the living room. I think that earnest money agreement is the biggest reason for that. So far. She's the only person with a motive. There has to be someone else. Zeke nodded. Do you suppose Robert's mother would be willing to talk with me? Grace. Naomi rolled her eyes. Do you run with the country club set?
No.
She probably won't be bothered then. The woman has a fixation about social standing. I do have a very influential connection.
Though.
Maybe I can get in to see her. Riding on his shirt tails. Who might that be? Ryan Kendrick. Naomi's eyes widened. Of the rocking K. Kendricks? One and the same. Ryan's my brother-in-law. Naomi crossed her arms and smiled. My. That's definitely a name to get Grace's attention. May I ask why you want to talk to her? I'm hoping she can give me a list of people with whom Robert recently did business. Surely Monroe has already done that. Probably. But maybe he didn't ask the same questions I will. I'm not so much interested in people with whom Robert completed transactions. I'm more interested in finding out about deals that fell through for one reason or another. Light dawned in Naomi's eyes. People who may have been done dirty. In other words.
Exactly.
The guy who walks away with money in his pocket isn't usually so unhappy that he'll contemplate murder. Zeke shrugged. I may turn up nothing, but I'd really like to talk with Robert's mom. If anyone will know about his affairs, it'll be her. Holding Barbie in one hand, Natalie was flirting outrageously with Ken in a high-pitched voice when she sensed Zeke behind her. She jumped with a start and went hot with embarrassment when she looked into his laughing blue eyes. "What have we got going here?" he asked in that deep, resonant voice that did such strange things to her nerve endings. "We're playing Barbie," Rosie informed him. "I got a new dune buggy today." Zeke looked far more amazed than the announcement warranted, telling Natalie she'd guessed right about who'd left the package on their porch. Her heart went soft and achy watching him interact with her daughter. Even though he looked silly handling the brightly colored dune buggy, he pretended intense interest as Rosie pointed out all the features of the miniature conveyance. "Wow," Zeke said. "Barbie has some nice wheels now." He inclined his head at Ken, who'd been cast aside in a sprawl by the child. "Is that young fellow a safe driver?"
Oh, yes.
"He's got a license and everything." Rosie retrieved Ken and straightened his swimming trunks. "He's very safe. That's good. If I were Barbie's dad, I'd make him take a driving test to make sure my little girl would be safe with him." Rosie gave Zeke a speculative look. "Do you want to be her dad?" "Rosie," Natalie interjected. "Mr. Coulter, probably." "Mr. Coulter is just plain old Zeke from now on," Zeke interrupted. "And I'd love to be Barbie's dad." He smiled at Natalie, one of those bone-melting grins that never failed to make her knees feel weak. Then he sat cross-legged beside them on the hardwood floor, gave Barbie's string bikini a long look, and said, "First things first. If I'm going to be Barbie's dad, she needs to get some clothes on, or I'm going to ground her for the rest of her natural life." "It was the most awful moment of my life," Naomi said, tears of mirth streaming down her cheeks. "Poor baby." Standing there on the stage in nothing but her underwear, with her poppy costume in a puddle around her ankles. Holding Natalie's hand under the table, Zeke gave her slender fingers a squeeze to let her know he was very much aware of her sitting beside him. The meal was long since over, and the plates had been removed to the sink. Now only the adults remained seated, their wine goblets thrice filled and subsequently emptied. Zeke's 2 bottles of Merlot had been drained, and Gramps' Rockgut Burgundy was presently under attack, the contents of the gallon jug diving at an enjoyable rate. "The most awful moment of your life?" Valerie cried. "I was the one on display."
Mom.
"Not you." Naomi wiped her cheeks. Finally, the poor little thing had the presence of mind to duck behind the curtain. Then she ran. Pete went to find her. He looked for 30 minutes, had almost given up, and then heard her sobbing in a closet in the dressing room. Opened the door, and there she was, huddled under a Santa costume from the Christmas play, her yellow blossoms sitting crooked on her head. Valerie lazed back on her chair, turning her wine goblet in her fingers, her smile nostalgic. "My one chance at fame. And my mother blew it by gluing my costume together." Naomi started to laugh again. "Oh, that was a horrible year. I was stretched so thin, helping Pete in the fields, that there weren't enough minutes in a day. After I got the costume cut out, I decided to use stitch witchery and a steam iron to put it together, thinking it'd hold just fine for one performance. It didn't. And my daughter has never forgiven me. I think what bothered her most was that she was wearing Tuesday panties on Friday." Pete winked at Valerie. Didn't bother her a bit to flash her fanny at 300 people.
Oh, no.
She was just fit to be tied because she was wearing the wrong day of the week. "Nothing has ever changed," Valerie said, lifting her wine glass to her dad. "Put me in fancy enough underwear, and I'll walk down Main Street in broad daylight." Naomi groaned. "Anyway, such is the Westfield family's tawdry past." She sent Zeke an expectant look. "Your turn." "I have 5 siblings," Zeke began. "If I even touched on all the crazy things that have happened in my family, we'd be here all night."
Besides,
none of my stories would be half as entertaining as yours.
Ah, come on, Naomi said.
What would you like to hear about first? My brother Hank's brush with the law when he and some friends carried a teacher's triumph into the gymnasium after a game. Or about the time Tucker got in a fight and all the Coulter boys ended up in a rumble to defend him? Or about the time my sister, Bethany, was getting ready for the prom and Hank did her makeup? Chin propped on her fist. Naomi grinned broadly. I want to hear all 3 stories. But first tell something on yourself. Zeke chuckled.
Caught that. Did you?
In all honesty, I was a pretty boring kid. I can't really recall any funny stories about myself. Really? Naomi arched one elegantly penciled eyebrow. Do you lie your way out of sticky situations frequently? Or only occasionally? Zeke burst out laughing. Okay. A story about me. He thought for a moment. There's the time I loaded my father's cigarettes with those little explosives you can buy at joke stores. Naomi's eyes warmed with amusement, and she nodded. That'll do. As Zeke began the tale, he lightly trailed his thumb over the back of Natalie's hand. I was about 16, I think, and I was really put out with my dad because the doctor had warned him to quit smoking, and he was still puffing away. As an incentive, I got the bright idea to load his cigarettes. I only tampered with 3, and, being a smart kid who didn't want to get caught, I put them toward the back of his pack before I left for school one morning. My father chain-smoked, most times 2 to 3 packs a day, so it was pretty much guaranteed that he'd light the loaded cigarettes while I was gone. Or so I thought. Come to find out, even though he hadn't actually quit yet, he was trying to cut back, so he'd slowed way down on his consumption. That evening when I got home, he never said a word about his cigarettes being loaded. After dinner, he always sat in his recliner and smoked while he watched the news. I noticed that his pack was about half gone. I spent the whole night on pins and needles, expecting a cigarette to blow up in his face. It never happened until the next morning. As luck would have it, when he visited the bank, he'd gone in to see about getting a loan to keep the ranch afloat. The bank manager invited him into a private office and asked Dad if smoking bothered him. Dad said no and lit up himself. Murphy's Law, of course. That was the cigarette that blew.
Oh.
Of course, Naomi inserted in a voice gone thin with suppressed laughter. Dad swears to this day that I must have double-loaded the thing because the blast was deafening and sent tobacco and paper flying everywhere. It startled the bank manager pretty badly, and he had a weak bladder. Naomi started laughing so hard that she slid down on her chair. Oh no! Between chuckles, Pete asked, Did your old man get his loan? Zeke grinned and looked at Natalie. He did. Actually. The bank manager had teenage boys himself, and one of his sons had pulled the same thing on him only a few months before. A few minutes later, Zeke was about to launch into an account of his sister's senior prom when the doorbell rang. Everyone at the table straightened on their chairs. Gramps frowned. Who in hell might that be? Do you think? It's only 20 till 8, Naomi pronounced. Chad came in from the living room where he and Rosie had been watching the Animal Channel. It's 2 guys in suits, he said in a hushed voice. I think maybe they're cops. A moment later, with all his dinner companions gathered in the kitchen archway behind him, Pete opened the door to find 2 of Crystal Falls's finest standing on the porch. The plainclothesmen flashed their badges, and then a search warrant. Pete had no choice but to let them enter, a fact that Gramps begrudgingly stated countless times over the next 2 hours as the detectives systematically destroyed the household with gloved hands, appending cereal boxes and drawers, rifling closets, stripping beds, flipping over the mattresses, and just generally wreaking havoc. It appeared to Zeke that the two men were searching mainly for prescription drugs, which they ferreted away in a clear plastic bag, regardless of the bottle labels. When practically every room had been gone over with a fine-toothed comb, Zeke made a fast trip to the barn to lock Chester in the tack room. When he returned to the house, he assured Natalie that he would release the gander when he went home later. "I think they're almost done," she told Zeke. They even searched the attic. The two detectives came tripping down the stairs just then. At the sound of their footsteps on the wooden risers, Natalie and Zeke moved into the living room. Wide-eyed and pale, the kids huddled together on the sofa. "You gonna clean up your mess?" Gramps demanded as the two detectives moved toward the front door to let themselves out.
"No."
"Sir," the older fellow replied. "That isn't part of our job." "It part of the job for you to be a smartass?" Gramps popped back. The detective smiled with strained politeness. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I know it's unsettling to have your home searched." Gramps puffed out his chest. "Unsettling? You've turned the whole place topsy-turvy." "Our superiors will be in touch tomorrow," the younger detective replied. "And, again, we apologize for the inconvenience." Gramps followed them onto the porch. "Wait a minute. That's my blood pressure pills you got there." The older detective glanced down at the clear evidence bag he carried in one hand. "After these medications are examined at the lab, they'll most likely be returned to you, sir." "How long will that take?" "A day or two." "And what am I supposed to take tonight?" "If I die of a stroke, my son will sue your fancy britches off." The detective lifted the sack higher. "Which bottle contains your blood pressure medication, Mr. Westfield?" "That one," Gramps replied, indicating the bottle under discussion with a jab of his index finger. The detective drew a pair of plastic gloves from his pocket, slipped them on, carefully removed the bottle from the sack, read the dosage directions, and shook 3 of the tablets onto his palm. After giving them to Gramps, he returned the bottle to the bag. The younger man made note of the exchange in a black notebook. 3 doses will get you by until the prescriptions are returned to you, the detective holding the sack said. Gramps shook his head. "What's this country comin' to?" he blustered. "I never in all my days seen the like." "You got any idea how much those damn pills cost?" "Way over $100 for a month's supply. That's what. I can't afford to go buyin' more of 'em." "I understand, sir. And I assure you that the prescription will most likely be returned to you. I'll make a special note regarding the blood pressure pills, telling our lab techs to put a rush on them." As Gramps stepped back in the house and closed the door, Zeke felt Natalie's body go heavy against him where he held her tucked under his arm. He glanced down and saw that her face was as white as alabaster, her eyes huge and luminous in her pale countenance. "They were searching for sedatives," she said, her voice reedy with tension and exhaustion. "They think I'm the one who drugged Robert." Zeke had already determined that. He glanced at Rosie, who sat so close to Chad she was almost on the boy's lap. First things first, he thought, and left Natalie to go upstairs and right the child's bedroom. As he shoved clothing back into drawers and put the little girl's bed to rights, he clenched his teeth, furious beyond bearing that the law of the land allowed such invasions. There wasn't a single room in the Westfield home that hadn't been rifled. Zeke understood that the detectives had only been doing their jobs, but it seemed to him that they could have at least tried not to make such a mess. Just as Zeke smoothed the coverlet on Rosie's bed, Natalie appeared in the doorway, her daughter draped over her shoulder. "Out like a light," Thank goodness. Zeke jerked the covers back. I'm sorry this happened. Honey. Natalie laid her daughter on the bed and spent an inordinate amount of time arranging the sheet and blanket over Rosie's small form. Never had Zeke seen such pain in anyone's eyes.
It's my fault, she said.
Of all the stupid things to do, going into Robert's house takes the prize. None of this would be happening if I hadn't been such an idiot. You had no idea he'd been murdered. If not for that, what would have come of it? At the worst, Robert would have missed the goblets and confronted you about taking them. No real harm done, and you would have your grandmother's crystal back. He has been murdered, though, she whispered. And now, because I went in there, they're convinced I killed him. Zeke couldn't argue the point, and the fact made him heartsick. This woman had suffered enough at Robert Patterson's hands, yet it seemed she was fated to endure more. For the first time since Robert's death, Zeke believed there was actually a chance that Natalie might go to jail for the man's murder. Chapter 15. After Zeke left that night, Natalie joined her mother for a cup of herbal tea before heading upstairs for bed. When she entered her room a bit later, she leaned heavily against the closed door and stared at the mess the detectives had made of everything. Clothing still hung from her drawers and lay in heaps on the floor. Earlier she'd remade the bed and put things back on their hangers. The rest would have to wait until tomorrow. Exhausted, yet brittle with tension, Natalie moved farther into the room. Now she could understand how people felt after their homes had been burglarized. Those detectives had gone through everything, even her lingerie drawer. Shoe boxes of keepsakes lay strewn across the floor, the contents jumbled by careless hands. Natalie crouched down to straighten her mementos. She smiled when she came across a lock of Chad's baby hair. Tears stung her eyes when she reached to close Rosie's baby book and saw her tiny footprint. By the time Natalie had the boxes righted and returned to their place on the closet shelf, she was so tired she could barely move. Even so, she didn't expect to fall asleep very quickly after she donned a nightshirt, slipped between the sheets, and flicked off the lamp. She lay on her back, the feather pillow arranged just so beneath her head. As always, the night sounds that came through the open window soothed her. She listened to the whir of a nighthawk as it dove for mosquitoes, the cheerful trill of crickets in the field grass, and the throaty voices of frogs out in the irrigation pond. The old farmhouse groaned and creaked in the light breeze, the noises as familiar and comforting to Natalie as a lullaby. Staring through the moon's silvery shadows at the ceiling, she let her thoughts drift to Zeke. He'd said nothing about sneaking over to see her tonight, but she still hoped he would come. Feeling his arms around her had been all that had held her together over the last few days.
Zeke.
Over dinner, he told her that the wall between the bar and dining room at the club had come down today. Tomorrow he and his brothers would begin fixing the floor and putting up wood trim to hide where the framing had been attached to the intersecting walls and ceiling. According to him, the cosmetic fascia boards would look as though they belonged there, a delineation between bar and dining room that would be stained to match the laminate wood floor. Natalie was anxious to see it for herself, and she'd been hoping to drive into town tomorrow. Now the entire day would be spent putting the house back in order. Her eyelids began to droop. She relaxed in the cozy warmth of her comforter, grateful in a distant part of her mind for the cool summer nights in Central Oregon. No matter how hot the day, the night winds brought relief. Natalie had just drifted off when a loud, raucous honking noise brought her awake. Startled, she was out of bed before she could think clearly. The honking sound came again. Chester? Oh no. Still bleary-eyed, she rushed to the open window. As she leaned out over the windowsill, she heard a man curse. Then it sounded as if he collided with the sheet metal that Pop had leaned against the pump house.
Zeke.
That dad-blamed gander was after him again. Zeke, she called softly. Is that you? She wanted to yell at Chester to behave himself, but she was afraid she'd wake everyone in the whole house. Out by the cars, which were parked at random between the picket fence and barn, Natalie saw a ghostly flurry of white, which she suspected was the gander, flapping its wings. Then she saw the indistinct figure of a man running toward the back of the barn. She leaned farther out the window, trying to see better. The gander honked again, clearly in hot pursuit of someone. Natalie imagined Zeke circling the barn and vaulting over fences, trying to escape Chester's vicious pinches. She wanted to grab her robe, race outside, and lock the bird in the barn again. What the Sam Hill is going on? Valerie's whispered question startled Natalie so badly that she jerked erect and cracked the back of her head on the bottom rail of the window frame. Ouch! She cried in a hushed voice and grabbed the smarting spot. Sorry. Valerie moved farther into the room. What on earth is Chester all upset about? Natalie dropped her hand. I think he's after Zeke.
Oh.
Valerie snickered. As if scaling the roof to see you isn't bad enough? That dumb bird. I thought he was getting used to Zeke. Maybe he didn't recognize him in the dark. Zeke's going to get mad one of these times and wring that gander's neck. Valerie yawned and rubbed her eyes. If that's all it is, I'm going back to bed. Night, Natalie said softly. Valerie tiptoed quietly from the room and eased the door closed again. Natalie turned back to the window and peered through the darkness. She saw no sign of Zeke or of Chester either. With a sigh, she retraced her steps to the bed and flopped down on the mattress. Dumb gander. If he ruined her chance to see Zeke tonight, she might lose patience and wring his neck herself. Zeke crawled through Natalie's window at 3 o'clock in the morning. When he slipped into bed with her, she stirred awake, smiled sleepily, and said, You came back. Of course. Sorry I'm so late. She slipped her slender arms around his neck. I'm the one who's sorry. Is Chester still in one piece? Zeke gave her a bewildered look. Why wouldn't he be? He whispered. I'm surprised you didn't murder him, she said with a sleepy laugh. I can't believe he chased you like that again. Zeke didn't know what she was talking about. Chester didn't chase me again. When I let him out of the barn after I left, he was a perfect gentleman. Natalie tucked in her chin to study his face. Her eyes were so damned beautiful in the moonlight. Zeke started to kiss her. She stopped him dead with, It wasn't you. He chased off the property earlier? Tonight? Zeke glanced at the window. Chester chased someone off the property tonight? A man. Judging by his size. Or maybe a teenage boy. He was out by the cars. Chester took after him. It wasn't you. Zeke shook his head. After I left here, I drove to town to do my books and make out some orders. I ran into a few wrinkles and ended up having to stay longer than I expected. Zeke swung off the bed. You got a flashlight? I'd better go check on things. Natalie rose onto her knees. I'm sure everything is perfectly fine. It was probably some kid trying to siphon some gas. No big deal. She opened her arms. Come back here. Zeke glanced at the window. What if someone stripped the cars? Then someone stripped the cars. Whoever it was. He's long gone now. If anything's missing, we'll worry about it in the morning. She looked so sweet and inviting that Zeke was back on the bed before he consciously made the decision to move. He knelt in front of her and gently claimed her lips in a lingering kiss. She sighed and went soft against him. He promptly forgot all about the damned cars and made love to her. The following morning, Natalie woke up bright and early. When she got downstairs, she found Valerie already up, dressed, and drinking a cup of coffee.
Wow.
What lit a fire under you? Natalie asked. Valerie sank onto a chair. There's a lot of work to be done around here today if we're going to get the house put back together. I thought I'd hit it early before it gets too hot. Good plan. Natalie stepped to the door. It wasn't Zeke that Chester was chasing last night. It wasn't.
No.
I'm going to check the cars, just in case something was stolen. Moments later, Natalie was circling the automobiles. It didn't appear to her that anything was missing. Valerie's boombox was still sitting on the front passenger seat of her Mazda. Naomi's factory-installed stereo system was still in the dash of her small sedan, and Pop's tools were still in the bed of his pickup. If he was a thief, he ran before he could snatch any good stuff, Natalie told her sister when she returned to the house. Kids. Trying to siphon gas. I'll bet. With Chester standing guard, they probably didn't get any fuel either, Valerie observed with a laugh. Thank goodness. I can barely afford to keep my tank full as it is. Natalie stepped to the cupboard to get a coffee mug. The counter was littered with spilled cereal. She pictured the detectives appending the boxes onto the drain and then scooping the contents back in with their hands.
Disgusting.
Every box of cereal was going in the trash. She wasn't about to let her kids eat it now. Man. This gripes me, she said as she grabbed a dishcloth to wipe the countertop. How can the police get away with muscling their way into people's homes and doing stuff like this? I even saw one of them sifting through the flour bin. Who wants to eat food that strangers touched? They wore gloves. How do we know they were clean gloves? The only reason they wore them was to keep from putting their fingerprints on any possible evidence. For all we know, they were the same ones, over and over. Heaven only knows what filth they've touched. Toilet tank covers. For instance, they always look under tank covers in the movies.
Oh.
Nasty. Yucca. Valerie curled her lip. I guess you're right. The flour and cereal have to go. I'm not eating it. And my kids aren't. For sure. Valerie nodded. I see what you're saying, but there's no point in getting pissed off about it. They were only doing their job. She crossed her slender legs. She wore jeans with strategic slits in the legs, one so high on her thigh that her pink underpants showed. If you were guilty of Robert's murder, you wouldn't hide the sedatives in the medicine cabinet, would you? Natalie sighed.
No.
Of course not. I'd have thrown them away or hidden them in the most unlikely place possible. Like, maybe, the flour bin. Not now, I wouldn't. Seeing that detective going through the flour is emblazoned on my brain forever. Natalie poured herself some coffee. Sorry, I'm so cranky. I wanted to drive in and check on things at the club today. Zeke says it looks great with the wall gone. Thanks to last night's raid, my whole day is screwed up. Valerie yawned and took a sip of coffee. Doesn't have to be. Mom and I can take care of this. I can't waltz off and let you guys do all the work. It's my fault it even happened. It'd be better for the kids if you got them out of here. Poor little Rosie doesn't understand any of this. Did you see her eyes last night? She was scared to death of those guys. Cradling the steaming mug in her hands, Natalie turned to rest her hips against the stove. This whole mess has been hard on both of them. Then get them out of here, Valerie urged. I don't mind, honestly. And I know Mom won't either. Take the kids to town and make a day of it. You haven't been to church in weeks. They'd both enjoy that. Afterward, take them by the club with you. When you're finished there, treat them to something really fun to get their minds off everything. Are you sure? Positive. Just remember you owe me one. Natalie glanced at her watch. Then she hurriedly finished her coffee, hugged her sister, and went upstairs to roust her kids out of bed. As the children raced around to get ready for church, Natalie yelled, "New clothes today." Rosie slid to a stop in the hall and planted her tiny hands on her hips. I thought we couldn't wear them till school starts. Church is more special than school, Natalie insisted. Pick out your favorite new outfit. Rosie shrieked in delight and raced off to her bedroom. Chad grinned and said, I'm wearing my new Nikes. Go for it, my man. A few minutes later, Natalie joined her children at the kitchen table for a fast breakfast of toast and milk, neither of which had been handled by the detectives last night. The moment they all finished eating, they said their goodbyes and made for the door. En route to the car, Natalie announced, after church, we're going to stop by the supper club to see what it looks like with the wall removed. Cool, Chad said as he climbed into the back. Cool, Rosie, the parrot, said as she joined her brother on the rear seat and searched for the ends of her safety belt. After fastening her own safety restraint, Natalie started the car. When I'm done at the club, we're going grocery shopping. Big time boring, Chad said. Yeah. Mommy. That's no fun. Natalie smiled at them over the seat. But then, she let her voice trail off to get their attention. Then we're going to do something really special. What? Chad asked. Well, we can go to Papa's Pizza, or, if you'd rather, we can see if there's a good movie showing. Or we can go to that huge indoor place with the miniature golf and stuff. Fun Village? Chad asked incredulously. Yeah. Fun Village. At the end of the drive, Natalie turned left onto Old Mill Road, which got very little traffic this far out. After making the turn onto the asphalt, she waved her arm above her head and yelled, Hooray! We're on our way! Hooray! Rosie shrieked. I get to go to Sunday school in my pretty new top and pants. And then maybe to Fun Village, Chad cried. Natalie settled back to devote her attention to driving. After adjusting her mirrors, she accelerated to 55, the rural speed limit in Oregon, and began the long trip to town, slowing down only for the occasional curve. She was going to make this a special day, she thought with a smile. Chad needed a distraction, and so did Rosie. After Fun Village, she might even take them to the park to feed the ducks, a fairly inexpensive activity that both kids enjoyed. That was Natalie's last rational thought. The next instant, she came upon a sharp curve, and when she pushed on the brake, the pedal offered only momentary resistance before it went clear to the floor. She tried to pump it back up and got a little pedal back, but then it vanished. She gripped the steering wheel in both hands and focused completely on taking the curve at high speed. The tires of the old Chevy screamed as they grabbed the pavement. Mom, Chad said. Our brakes are gone, Natalie replied in as calm a voice as she could muster. Keep your belts on and lie sideways on the seat. But, just do it, Natalie ordered. After that there was no more time for talking. As they came out of the curve, they came upon a slow-moving cattle truck. Natalie had mere seconds to react. From the darkest reaches of her mind, a memory of Pop's voice came to her. If your brakes ever fail when you're driving an automatic, gear down and grab the emergency brake. Using all her strength, Natalie jerked downward on the gear shift. The transmission of the Chevy grinded down, metal groaning as gear teeth caught, and tried to hold. Not enough. She leaned sharply forward to grasp the emergency brake lever, a prayer on her lips as she pulled back on it, and the tires locked up. At the sudden deceleration, the rear end of the Chevy fishtailed, sending the car into a sideways skid. It took all Natalie's skill as a driver to regain control of the car. In that instant, the world around her seemed to vanish. All she could see was the back of that truck coming at them with horrifying speed. She sensed rather than saw Chad still sitting up behind her. "Lie down," she shrieked.
"Now, Chad."
"Drop." Zeke dialed Natalie's home number. When Naomi answered, he said, "Hi, Naomi, this is Zeke. My brothers and I are about finished up here at the club for today. They both have families and, this being Sunday, they want to lay off early. Natalie said she planned to stop by, but she still hasn't come. Before I locked up, I thought I'd call to see if she still plans to show."
"Oh, Zeke."
The tremulous note in Naomi's voice told Zeke that something was horribly wrong. "What?" he said. Natalie and the kids were in an accident. Zeke's stomach dropped.
"Oh, God."
"How bad?" "Bad," Naomi said shakily. "Hit the back end of a cattle truck and rolled into a ditch. The car's totaled." Zeke didn't give a shit about the damned car. "How are Natalie and the kids?" "They're at the hospital." "That's all I know." "Pete already left for there." "Valerie and I were just leaving when you phoned." Zeke didn't even tell Naomi goodbye. As he raced from the supper club, he tossed the door and alarm keys to Jake. Natalie and the kids have been in a wreck. Once inside his truck, Zeke was shaking so badly that he couldn't get the key into the ignition. Natalie and the kids.
"Oh, God."
He didn't know when he'd come to love the three of them so much. But the thought of losing one of them made his heart feel as if it were being ripped from his chest. Waiting. Zeke had never been particularly good at it, but now it was sheer torture. Mindlessly counting specks on the gray-green floor tile, he sat on a green vinyl chair in the ER lounge beside Pete and Naomi. A nurse had come out to see them a few minutes ago. There was a strong possibility that Rosie had a concussion, and Chad had been taken to X-ray to see if he had broken ribs. By some miracle, Natalie had escaped with only a few scrapes and bruises, the worst of them on her chest where the steering wheel had struck her breastbone. Valerie paced back and forth in front of Zeke, biting her nails. "I hate this," she complained. "Why can't we just go in and be with them? The cubicles are small." "They need room to work," Naomi replied calmly. "Natalie will update us the moment she knows more." "Well, this totally sucks," Valerie cried. "Why don't they have someone who comes out to tell the family something on a more regular basis?" "Stop chewing those acrylic overlays," Naomi said. "If you tear them off, you'll ruin your natural nails." "Like I care?" Zeke lost his train of thought and had to start over counting dots. Madness. He didn't know why he'd started counting the damned things in the first place, but now he couldn't make himself stop. 3 for please God, 5, 6, let them be all right. He'd never been a praying man, but he was praying now. Rosie was so tiny. Zeke cringed every time he thought about her fragile little skull hitting something hard enough to give her a concussion.
And Chad.
Broken ribs were not only painful, but also dangerous sometimes. As a boy, Zeke had seen a man almost drown in his own blood from a broken rib that had punctured his lung. "We can thank our lucky stars," Pete said for about the 100th time. "I saw the car on the way into town. I'm telling you, Zeke, it's a miracle they weren't killed." Zeke only nodded. He couldn't speak. He wished he could see Natalie, that he could be with her and hold her hand. But that wasn't possible. Only a member of the immediate family could invade the inner sanctum. And he was only a friend. Never again, he vowed to himself. He was marrying that lady before her bruises faded. He'd never again sit in a waiting room while Rosie and Chad lay on gurneys in the ER. What if Rosie slipped off to sleep and never woke up? Or what if she developed a blood clot on the brain? Zeke had heard of that happening after a severe blow to the skull. He kept remembering the evening he'd first seen Rosie, how she had invaded his kitchen. All big brown eyes and curly black hair, chattering like a little magpie. He remembered thinking then that he could do without kid drawings on his fridge. Now he would happily wallpaper his whole house with them. And Chad. The boy had been through so much over the last few months. He didn't need a physical injury on top of everything else. He'd just lost his father. For God's sake. Zeke wondered yet again how the accident had happened. According to Pete, Natalie had said something about the brakes going out. Damned old rattletrap. From now on, she'd have a decent vehicle. He'd make sure of it. Just when Zeke thought he could bear the waiting no longer, he heard the shuffle of boots at the ER entrance. He glanced up to see Jake and Hank coming through the glass revolving door. Behind them were his parents. Zeke pushed to his feet. His family. Just seeing their faces made him feel calmer and more centered. "How are they?" Jake asked as he entered the lounge. "On the way over. I called to check, but the gal at the desk wouldn't tell me much." "Natalie will be fine," Zeke replied, hugging each of his brothers in turn. "The jury's still out on the kids. Rosie may have a concussion, and they think Chad could have some broken ribs." "Ah, dear heart," Zeke's mother crooned as she went up on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. "We came the moment we heard. Thank God they aren't seriously hurt." After hugging his mom, Zeke hooked an arm around his father's shoulders. "Thanks for coming. You guys." "Of course we came," Mary exclaimed in a scolding voice. "Surely you didn't think we'd let you go through this alone." In truth, Zeke had assumed exactly that. He hadn't gotten around to taking Natalie over to meet his folks yet. Jake and Hank had met her only by chance. Remembering his manners, Zeke introduced his parents and brothers to Natalie's family. Within seconds, Naomi and Valerie were off in a corner with Zeke's mother Mary, the three of them chatting like old friends about broken ribs, concussions, and car accidents. As upset as Zeke was, he couldn't help but smile. Mary Coulter and Naomi Westfield were as different as night from day. Zeke's mom was a short, buxom little lady with merry blue eyes and an angelic smile who spent all her time crocheting stuff for her grandbabies. Naomi was flashy by comparison with a well-preserved figure and a flair for style. When Zeke turned his attention back to the men, he heard his father say, "Pete Westfield." "Huh. Have we met?" Can't think where or when it was, but the face and name ring a bell. "We've never actually met," Pete replied. "But we've rubbed elbows a few times at meetings and the like. I have a farm out on Old Mill Road. From there, The two older men fell into a discussion about the similarities between ranching and farming. Hank and Jake joined Zeke across the room, asking questions about the accident that Zeke couldn't readily answer. Natalie said something about the brakes going out. According to her dad, she plowed into the back of a cattle truck and rolled the car into a ditch. Jake winced. Luckily, Zeke went on, the truck held steady on the road. If it had jackknifed, it could have been much worse. Hank laid a hand on Zeke's shoulder. They're alive. That's the important thing. Zeke expressed his concerns about Rosie's possible concussion and Chad's injured ribs. Jake shook his head. You're letting fear do your thinking, Zeke. If they aren't even sure the little girl has a concussion, a blood clot on the brain is probably unlikely. I think there'd be some unmistakable symptoms with something that's serious. Zeke released a tight breath. Maybe you're right. I know I'm right. You're just scared and imagining worst-case scenarios. The rib thing, for instance. They'll keep the boy's torso immobilized until they know what they're dealing with. If he didn't come in with a punctured lung, he isn't likely to get one now. More of the tension eased from Zeke's body. God. I'm glad you're here. You're right. Absolutely right. I'm blowing this way out of proportion. Hank lifted one foot to rest a boot on his knee. Damn straight. Relax, big brother. Next time Natalie comes out, she'll bring good news. Your kids'll be fine. Pete overheard Hank's comment and looked at Zeke. Your kids? Huh. Zeke met his future father-in-law's gaze straight on. Yes, sir. Do you have a problem with that? Pete smiled and shook his head. Nope. No problem at all. By the time Natalie emerged from the ER, Zeke's whole family had arrived at the hospital. The small waiting room was packed with people, and the noise level was almost deafening. Zeke leaped to his feet and quickly closed the distance to the doorway. Chapter 16. Natalie swayed on her feet and clutched Zeke's shirt sleeve for balance. Sweetheart, are you okay? Fine. Just a little lightheaded. Zeke smoothed her hair back from her face. Are you hurting anywhere? A little achy. She leaned her shoulder against his chest. I'm fine. Otherwise, I think. The doctor says I'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Zeke wasn't so sure. How are the kids? He finally found the courage to ask. The room around them went suddenly silent. Zeke followed Natalie's bewildered gaze as she took in all the curious eyes that had been trained on them. Who are all these people? She asked softly. My family, he replied. Jake and Hank were with me when I heard about the wreck. Everyone else came as soon as they heard. She nodded, but her expression remained confused. Most of them don't even know me. Mary Coulter smiled from her chair in the corner. Don't mind us, honey. I know I speak for everyone in the family when I say we don't expect you to stand on ceremony. We'll save the introductions for another time. Oh, God. That's your mom, isn't it? Natalie squeaked. Zeke bent to whisper. Forget my family. Just pretend they aren't here. How are the kids? That's the important thing. She passed a tremulous hand over her eyes. The doctor says the kids can go home. We should watch Rosie tonight and wake her up every couple of hours. He still hasn't ruled out a slight concussion. He was pretty worried about Chad's ribs, too. But it turned out that they're only bruised. Zeke almost whooped with relief. Did you hear that? He glanced around the lounge, flashing a happy grin. Both the kids are going home. The noise level in the waiting room went up again, with members of both families expressing relief. Thank God. What fabulous news. Bless their little hearts. They wrapped Chad's ribs to ease the pain, Natalie went on. And the doctor's going to give me a prescription to keep him comfortable over the next couple of days. She frowned and pressed a fingertip to her temple. I'll need to stop somewhere to get the prescription filled, I guess. Gazing down at her drawn face, Zeke's concern for her increased. To hell with the ER rules. She'd been through enough and needed to lie down herself. Zeke sent Pete a look rife with meaning. Natalie's father hurried over to take his daughter by the arm. Come sit down. Honey, Pete said softly. I can't. Pop. I need to. Your mother and Zeke will take care of the kids now. Pete's voice grew sterner. You need to sit. No arguments. Let them handle it now. You've done enough. Natalie allowed her father to lead her to a chair. Zeke motioned to Naomi. Seconds later, they invaded the ER together. A short, red-headed nurse spotted Zeke almost instantly, and I came out from behind the station. May I help you? We're here with the Patterson children, Zeke said. Their mother was in the accident with them, and she's about to collapse. We're taking it from here. Are you a relative? Sir? Zeke held the woman's gaze with unwavering intensity. I'm their stepfather. He gestured to Naomi. She's their maternal grandmother. The nurse seemed satisfied with that response and smiled. They're in 5 and 6. We've drawn the curtain back between their beds. As she led the way to the cubicles, she went on to say, the doctor will be in soon with home care instructions. She pulled back a blue curtain. I'll get another chair. Just a second. Zeke saw the kids and moved between the hospital beds. Rosie had a nasty bruise on her forehead, but she was smiling. Chad's face was ghostly pale, and Zeke could tell by the way he lay that he was in pain, but he looked all right otherwise. Zeke kissed Rosie and gave her a careful hug. Then he handed the little girl over to Naomi while he concentrated on Chad. Hey, partner. I've been pretty worried about you. Chad tried to smile, but the result was more a grimace. I'm okay. The doctor says I'm just bruised up real bad. Hurts like hell. Though. Doesn't it? Zeke took the boy's hand and gave it a hard squeeze. Been there. For the next week. I promise not to make you laugh. And I won't allow any pepper on your food. The last thing you want is to sneeze. Chad's second attempt at a smile was more successful. Zeke knew the boy would be all right when he said, my shorts and jeans are in a sack under the bed. Will you help me put them on? Zeke? I don't want that nurse to see me naked. A cow was sitting on her chest. Natalie put the flats of her hands on its rump and pushed with all her might. But the stupid bovine refused to budge. It was hard for her to breathe. Expanding her lungs hurt. She pushed at the cow again, wanting it off of her. Natalie. Sweetheart? Honey. Wake up. It's time for your pain medication. Natalie blinked awake and saw Zeke leaning over her. When she realized that she'd been pushing at his shoulders, she said,
"Oh,
"I thought you were a cow." He chuckled and lifted one of her hands to place a soft kiss on her palm. Then he sat back and curled her fingers around it.
hold tight to that."
"It's the only kind of kiss you're going to get for a few days." I'm afraid. It hurt to breathe, even now that she was awake. Natalie swallowed hard. "My chest. According to the doctor, that steering wheel rammed you pretty hard. You're going to be really sore for a while." He reached for a glass on the nightstand. He prescribed some pain reliever. "The shot he gave you in the ER is wearing off now. That's probably why you're uncomfortable." He slipped a hand under her head. "Don't try to sit up. Let me do the work." "All right." Natalie nodded weakly and swallowed the pills he gave her. Her skin was moist with sweat by the time he settled her back against the pillows. "Where are the kids?" "Are they?" "They're just fine. Your mom and dad and sister are taking great care of them." Natalie's stomach clenched with worry. "Are they waking Rosie every 2 hours?" Zeke chuckled. She loved the sound of his laugh, a deep, rich sound that rumbled up from his broad chest. "Rosie has yet to close her eyes. Valerie rented her movies, George in the Jungle or something like that, and another one about a horse. She's ensconced on the sofa like a little princess with her royal subjects running at her beck and call." Natalie stifled a yawn and smiled.
"And Chad?"
Valerie got him the new Harry Potter book. He's too doped up to read by himself. So she's in his room, reading it aloud to him. Natalie closed her eyes. She couldn't afford to buy that book. "What'll I do with her?" "Just love her and lend her money when her car insurance comes due." Natalie wanted to laugh, but her chest hurt too much. She lifted her lashes and settled for smiling again. "You're pretty special."
"You know that."
"So are you."
"Did you know that?"
He trailed a fingertip along her cheek. She loved the warm rasp of his skin against hers. "I nearly died when your mom told me you'd been in a wreck. Until that moment, I knew I loved you, but I didn't realize how much I loved your kids." A stinging sensation washed over Natalie's eyes.
"Oh, Zeke."
"Seriously, I was so scared I couldn't shove the damned key in my truck ignition, and it's a damned miracle I made it to the hospital without having a wreck myself." He moved his fingertip to her mouth. "I've decided that you have to marry me. No long engagement, no messing around. I want it done yesterday. They wouldn't let me in the ER until I lied and said I was the kid's stepfather." Natalie felt her lashes drooping. She blinked and tried her best to wake up. "I'm sorry. I can't seem to keep my eyes open." "Don't be sorry. Just say yes." She couldn't quite remember the question. "Yes," she whispered, and slipped back into her dreams. Lovely ones this time about a dark-faced man with eyes the color of a summer sky. Zeke lay beside Natalie atop the covers. He'd left the bedroom door ajar, but had turned out the light so it wouldn't disturb her rest. Occasionally Naomi came in to check on her daughter. Zeke's response to her questions had been the same each time. Natalie seemed to be sleeping peacefully. It was going on midnight now. Zeke listened to the night sounds drifting in through the open window. Frogs, crickets, and the occasional low of a cow out in the barn. He closed his eyes and thanked God that Natalie and her kids were okay, that he could lie here now, at peace and happily contemplating a future with them. Pete's descriptions of Natalie's car were frightening. It had been a close call, a very close call. In the blink of an eye, Zeke could have lost her and the kids. Just the thought made his guts clench. Brake failure. Zeke kept coming back to that, not quite able to believe her brakes could go out like that without any prior warning. Most times, when the fluid got low or the shoes started to wear, there were signs of trouble long before the brakes completely failed. Pete thought it was strange, too. He claimed that he'd put the Chevy on a rack and given it a thorough going over before Natalie bought it last winter. The brakes had been like new then. Zeke sighed and closed his eyes, growing drowsy from the sound of Natalie's slow, even breathing. He'd almost drifted off when Chester honked somewhere outside. The sound jerked Zeke back awake. He listened for a moment. The gander raised no further alarm, an indication that the initial honk had meant nothing. Even so, Zeke swung to his feet to approach the window. Gazing out into the shifting shadows of darkness, he recalled Natalie's story of a midnight prowler last night. Someone out around the cars, she'd said, a man or teenage boy, judging by his size. An awful suspicion slithered into Zeke's mind. It was so preposterous that he quickly shoved it away. Robert's death was playing with his mind, he decided. Who would have it in for Natalie? And if someone did, why would he tamper with the brakes of her car? Anyone with half a brain would realize that such an act might endanger her children or other passengers. Zeke raked a hand through his hair and returned to the bed. He tried to stretch out and snooze for a while, but the suspicion wouldn't leave him alone. Sudden brake failure. Robert had been killed only a few days ago. Natalie had been in his home at or around the time of the murder. What if she'd seen something that could incriminate the killer, something she hadn't realized was significant at the time? If someone killed once, he could kill again, especially if a certain pretty lady had seen something that could put a noose around that person's neck. Zeke swung off the bed again. This time, he bypassed the window and went downstairs to discuss his suspicions with Pete. "Do you think I'm whacked?" Zeke asked Pete a few minutes later. Pete poured each of them another measure of bourbon, a private stash he kept in his bedroom closet. Gramps, it seemed, enjoyed having a nightly tipple, and Pete didn't want the old man to develop a taste for the hard stuff. "It is strange that the brakes failed that way," Pete acknowledged. His blue eyes darkened with worry. "The truth? I don't want to believe someone tampered with her car. It scares the livin' hell out of me. But having said that, I can't rule out the possibility. When brakes fail suddenly, like Natalie described, something's usually gone haywire with the brake lines, which occasionally happens under completely ordinary circumstances. But it's not common." Zeke downed his whiskey in one gulp and set his glass back on the table. "Here's my train of thought. I think we should visit the wrecking yard and have a look at her car." Pete inclined his head. "I'm game. No harm in looking. If we find nothing peculiar, then we can both rest easy in our minds." By 9:30 the following morning, Zeke was lying on his back under Natalie's demolished Chevy. He checked the brakes on the other side of the vehicle and found nothing out of the ordinary. As he started to check the right rear side, he called out to Pete. "Well, it looks like I was whacked. After all, nothing's wrong, as far as I can see. The damned brakes must have just failed on their own. Don't apologize." Pete was hunkered down next to the tire. "I'd just as soon be on a wild goose chase as to find out someone tried to kill her." Zeke was about to slide back out from under the car when he remembered to check the bleeder valve. "Son of a bitch." "What?" Pete went down on his knees to peer under the car. "You find something?" "Sure as shit. Someone loosened this bleeder valve." "What?" "The bleeder valve is open," Zeke repeated. "Every time she touched the brake, the fluid in the rear lines was bleeding out. There are a lot of curves along Old Mill Road. By the time she reached that sharp one, All the fluid in her rear lines would have been gone.
Pete swore under his breath.
Zeke pushed out from under the car and went to check the front brake on that side.
He found the same thing.
Jesus. I wasn't whacked.
Pete.
Somebody messed with her brakes. 30 minutes later, Zeke and Pete were standing in front of Detective Monroe's desk. The detective had leaned as far back in his chair as possible. Let's calm down.
Gentlemen, he said.
Bullshit. I'm not about to calm down. Zeke planted his hands on the blotter and leaned forward to get nose to nose with the detective. Someone tried to kill Natalie Patterson. Send one of your men out to inspect the brakes on her car. The bleeder valves, front and rear, were open. Every time she so much as touched that brake pedal, she lost fluid. Whoever did it meant for her to die in that accident.
Monroe.
The speed limit out there is 55 except for in the curves. You ever been going that fast on a narrow road, come to a curve and lost your brakes? No, I can't say I have. Monroe ran a hand over his balding head. Listen, I can understand you're being upset. It was a serious accident and children were involved. But even you must admit that this story is a little far-fetched. A gander chases a midnight prowler off the property. The next morning, Mrs. Patterson's brakes fail. You're making assumptions and tying the incidents to the Patterson murder. In my line of work, you learn early on not to join the dots unless the picture makes sense, and this one makes no sense. Why doesn't it? Your theory is that Mrs. Patterson saw something when she was inside the house that may implicate the killer. Detective Monroe raised his bushy eyebrows. What? Exactly. Do you imagine she saw? Zeke stared into the detective's eyes. Suddenly, they seemed as glassy and lifeless as a snake's. Excuse me, but I believe I'm on the wrong side of this desk to be asked that question. The bleeder valves on that car were loosened. Someone deliberately tampered with those brakes to make Natalie have an accident when she left the farm. Going either direction, the speed limit is 55. And she would have encountered sharp curves. Last week, she blithely wandered through Robert Patterson's house, looking for goblets while he was possibly being murdered out in the garage. If you can't connect those dots and see that there's a strong possibility she saw something that may get her killed, you're a poor excuse for a cop. That's Mrs. Patterson's story. Anger roiled within Zeke. But you don't buy it? Whether or not I buy it is beside the point. I have to look at the facts. Mr. Coulter. And right now she's the only person who had a reason to want Robert Patterson dead. The only person you found, Zeke corrected. And the only person you will find if you don't get your head out of your ass. Monroe pushed to his feet. For all I know, Mrs. Patterson loosened her own damned bleeder valves. Now that the sale of her farm has come to light, she's our primary suspect, and she knows it. She may be feeling desperate. What better way to throw suspicion off herself than to stage an attempt on her own life? Zeke had never in all his life wanted to hit a man so badly. Her kids were in that frigging car. Monroe. You can't honestly believe she would deliberately put their safety at risk. The detective shrugged. That depends entirely on what kind of person she is. If she murdered Robert Patterson, she obviously doesn't place a high value on human life. Now does she? Pete grabbed Zeke's arm. Come on, son. Getting yourself thrown in jail won't help the situation. Zeke jerked his arm free and leveled a finger at the detective's nose. Bring your superior in here now. I want a witness to the fact that we've reported an attempt on Mrs. Patterson's life and you're blowing us off. May I ask why you feel that's necessary? Monroe asked. Zeke straightened his shirt and endeavored to calm down. When he'd managed, he returned the detective's smile. Connect the dots. Detective. Naomi's face lost color when Pete told her that someone had tampered with the brakes on Natalie's car. She glanced bewilderedly at Zeke and shook her head. What are you saying? Pete finger-combed his graying hair. I know it's scary. Honey. I don't want to believe it. Either. But those bleeder valves didn't open by themselves. Someone tried to kill our girl. Naomi shook her head again. She has no enemies. Why would anyone want her dead? Zeke explained his theory that Natalie might have seen something she shouldn't have while searching Robert's house. Maybe the killer's car was parked on the street. Maybe he left a monogrammed cigarette lighter lying on the coffee table. Maybe he was actually inside the house, and he thinks she saw him. God knows. All I can say with any certainty is that someone set her up to have a serious accident. He looked at Pete. You said it 100 times yesterday, if you said it once. It was a miracle they got out of that wreck alive. This is insane. Naomi cupped a hand over her eyes. Like we're in a Law and Order rerun. Things like this don't happen to people like us. Pete slipped an arm around her shoulders and led her to a kitchen chair. Once seated, she lowered her hand from her eyes. How could anyone want her dead? You must be mistaken. If she'd seen something in that house, she'd know it, wouldn't she? Pete lifted his hands. God knows what she saw, but she must have seen something. It's the only explanation Zeke and I can come up with. For the first time since Zeke had met her, Naomi looked her age. Her face had gone ashen. Her skin looked like wax that had melted slightly and slipped downward, making her eye sockets seem deeper and her cheeks sunken. If you're right, and someone tried to kill her, he may try again. Zeke sat across from Naomi and took her hand. We won't let that happen, he assured her. Naomi straightened her shoulders, and traces of color returned to her face. How can we keep her safe? Zeke sat back on his chair. First of all, she can't be left alone. And unless she's with me or Pete, I don't think she should leave the house. What about the club? You've almost finished the renovations. She can't let her business go under. How will she support herself and the kids? Zeke almost said that from here on out, he would take care of Natalie and the kids. But the problem was more far-reaching than that. The club wasn't merely a source of income to Natalie, but a necessary component of who she was. When she goes into work, Pete or I will go with her, Zeke settled for saying. Meanwhile, we have to come up with some other people who had a motive to kill Robert. As things stand, Monroe is focused mainly on Natalie. Why hasn't he arrested her? Then, Naomi asked. They probably haven't built a strong enough case against her yet. Naomi got up and started to pace the kitchen floor. And in the meantime, they're not looking for the real killer. Chances are, no. They think they've got her. All they have to do is prove it. Pete sat back on his chair. How do we go about coming up with other suspects? Zeke repositioned the salt shaker. We start with Grace Patterson. Maybe she knows something. If not, we'll talk to Robert's girlfriends. Someone hated him enough to want him dead. We just have to find out who. Natalie entered the kitchen just then. She stopped just inside the archway, her expression turning inquisitive when she saw the three of them speaking in low tones and looking so solemn. What? She asked. Zeke hated to burden her with more. She stood slightly hunched, as if it were too painful to straighten her spine. Like it or not, though, this wasn't something that could safely be kept from her. "Come sit down."
"Honey," he said.
A wary look entered her eyes as she moved to the table. She walked as if the floor were made of eggshells, a telltale sign that it wasn't only her chest causing her discomfort. Considering the fact that her Chevy resembled a crushed aluminum can, Zeke wasn't surprised. She was fortunate to be alive. As she sat down, she said to her mother, "I came down to get Chad some more sherbet and 7-Up. The pain medication is still upsetting his stomach." Naomi stood up. "I'll take care of it." As she stepped to the refrigerator, she asked, "How's Rosebud feeling?" "Bored," Natalie said with a wan smile. "Valerie's about to give up on keeping her in bed. I think she's going to be fine." She looked back at Zeke and her father. "You were powwowing about something serious when I came in. Are you going to tell me what? Or keep me in suspense?" Zeke glanced at Pete. The older man rubbed his jaw, apparently none too anxious to answer his daughter's question. Zeke sat forward, folded his arms on the table, and, as gently as possible, told Natalie what they had learned at the wrecking yard. At the news, her eyes went almost black with terror. "You think someone tried to kill us?" she asked incredulously. Zeke wished with all his heart that it wasn't necessary to burden her with this. "Actually, honey, I think the kids being involved was pure happenstance. Whoever messed with the brakes was trying to get you, not the kids." Her throat convulsed, her small larynx bobbing like a marble under her cleft chin. "But that's crazy. I didn't see anything at Robert's house." "You must have seen something," Zeke insisted gently. "When you got there, do you remember any cars parked on the street?" She shook her head. "I didn't really notice. At the time, I didn't know I needed to pay attention to things like that." "How about once you went inside?" Zeke felt a little foolish, a male version of Nancy Drew, sifting for clues. Only this wasn't a game. He truly believed Natalie's life was on the line. "Whether you thought it was significant at the time or not, you must have seen something to implicate the killer, honey." He threw out a few possibilities, but Natalie only shook her head. "Go back to that moment when you stepped inside," he suggested, "and tell us what you saw room by room." Naomi came to stand by the table, her hands laden with a drinking glass and bowl. She remained there as Natalie launched into a halting description of Robert Patterson's residence. The picture that began to form in Zeke's mind was of garish opulence, gilded statues, paintings framed in gold, furnishings straight from a Hollywood film set. Robert had clearly enjoyed luxury, but nothing Natalie recalled seemed significant otherwise. "Back up," Zeke said as she began describing the study. "What was that you said?" She gave him a blank look. "You saw papers on his desk?" She nodded. "It's strange, actually, because Detective Monroe told me there were no papers found on the desk." She shrugged. "I figured they were unimportant and one of the investigating officers moved them or something." A cold feeling inched up Zeke's spine. "Did you look closely at them?"
"No."
"Not really." "Right after I noticed them, I saw Grandma Devereaux's goblets. Those damned goblets again. Think. Natalie. It may be extremely important. Did you notice anything about those papers?" Her dark brows pinched together in a frown. It was a contract of some kind. I remember thinking at the time that I couldn't care less about Robert's business dealings anymore. And then I saw the crystal. I got so upset then that I never looked at the papers again. But Monroe claims the contract wasn't there? Her gaze clung to his. You think that's it? Don't you? That something in that contract identified the killer. Zeke's heart was pounding in double time. I think it's highly possible that you saw his name on that contract and didn't register it. When Zeke got Detective Monroe on the line a few minutes later, the policeman was less than friendly. Zeke got straight to the point. There were no papers lying on Patterson's desk, Monroe insisted after Zeke explained. I was one of the first people on the scene, and I took meticulous notes. No contract. Coulter. If it had been there, I would have seen it. That doesn't rule out the possibility that it was there when Natalie went into the study. What do you surmise? That it developed feet and walked away. Zeke made a mental note to get this man fired before this was over. No. I surmise that someone removed it from the desk. On her way out, Natalie heard a door latch click somewhere in the house. The killer may have still been inside. It's an interesting theory, Mr. Coulter. But I'm the detective handling this case. Why don't you just relax and let me do my job? Because, as far as I can see, you're not doing it, Zeke replied. That woman, Patterson's girlfriend. She says Robert got a phone call and sent her away to go shopping for a few hours. Patterson obviously meant to meet with someone. He and that someone chit-chatted in the study over a few glasses of wine. They could have been discussing a business deal. Yes, or it may have been a meeting between exes to discuss the sale of a certain farm. Zeke's blood ran cold. In that moment, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the police were concentrating almost solely on Natalie being the killer. Chapter 17. Later that afternoon, when Zeke and Natalie went to see Grace Patterson, she served high tea. The woman fascinated Zeke. Over his lifetime, he'd known a few wealthy people, most recently and inarguably the wealthiest, the Kendrick family. But he'd never met anyone so ostentatious as Robert's mother. She reminded him of a character on stage, the props around her carefully selected and arranged to convey her queenly importance. When she greeted them at the door, she was dressed in a black tunic and pants made of soft, silky stuff that flowed around her when she moved. With her pale complexion and blonde hair, the effect was stunning, which he suspected had been her aim. Women of her social standing always dressed to make a statement, he supposed, even in mourning. To finish off the outfit, she wore low black heels with feathers across the insteps. Slippers, he guessed, because no one in her right mind would wear shoes like that outside. She led them into a beautiful room to the right of the entry hall that sported a collection of what appeared to be priceless antiques. Near the fireplace, refreshments awaited them on a tea table encircled by 4 wingback chairs. He wasn't surprised when Grace sat down first. Someone of royal lineage couldn't be expected to remain standing while lesser beings were seated. Please join me, she said with just enough warmth to seem sincere, but with enough coolness to convey that their visit was an inconvenience. Natalie, still in great discomfort from the accident, sank gratefully onto a cushion. Zeke was almost afraid to settle his considerable weight onto the chair beside her. His luck, he'd bust the damned thing. As he lowered himself gingerly onto the seat, he took in the amazing assortment of small cakes, cookies, and bite-sized sandwiches arranged on flowery, gilt-edged platters. They'd come to talk, not eat a meal. As Grace poured tea with practiced precision, she said, "It's lovely to have you come, Natalie. But I must confess to some puzzlement. On the phone, you mentioned wanting to ask me some questions." Natalie accepted the cup and saucer that Grace offered her. holding the saucer in her left hand. She settled back on the chair, using her right hand to sip from the dainty little cup. She seemed to feel more relaxed in these surroundings than he did. The children and I were in a serious car accident yesterday. Grace. Robert's mother almost spilled her tea.
Oh. Dear God, she gasped. Chad.
Is he all right? Anger put a glint in Natalie's eyes. His ribs are badly bruised, but he's fine otherwise. You do have 2 grandchildren. Aren't you equally concerned about Rosie? Grace's cheeks went pink as suddenly as they'd gone pale. Of course. How is she? She got a nasty bump on the head, Natalie replied. Fortunately, it doesn't appear that she has a concussion. Thank goodness. Grace returned her cup to its saucer without clinking the china. I'm delighted to hear that they're both okay. Zeke couldn't fit his finger through the handle of his cup. Instead, he had to grasp it between his thumb and forefinger. Actually, Mrs. Patterson. Natalie misspoke. The wreck wasn't an accident. Grace's blue eyes went wide. What do you mean? I mean that someone tried to kill Natalie yesterday. By chance. The kids were in the car with her when it happened. Dear God, Grace whispered. Natalie looked so drained that Zeke took it from there, telling Grace the story from start to finish. We believe that the name of your son's murderer was on that contract, Mrs. Patterson, and that he believes Natalie may have seen it. Rather than risk exposure, we think he's trying to shut Natalie up before she remembers what she saw and goes to the police. Grace began plucking nervously at the voluminous sleeves of her tunic, and then, with such suddenness, she clinked the china. She set her cup on the table, pushed to her feet, and walked over to a secretary against one wall. When she returned to her chair, she carried a fifth of scotch. She poured a generous measure into her teacup, and then slid the bottle toward Zeke.
No. Thanks, he said.
I have to drive. Zeke sneaked a glance at Natalie. Her expression told him more clearly than words that she'd never seen her ex-mother-in-law in such a state. The woman drained her cup in 4 gulps and poured herself another measure of scotch. The first infusion of alcohol seemed to calm her a bit. She relaxed against the padded backrest of her chair to consume the second dose more slowly. No one knows more about Robert's business dealings than I, she said shakily. If someone is trying to kill Natalie, isn't there a strong possibility that he'll come after me as well? Until that moment, Zeke had been trying his damnedest to like this woman. Now disgust burned at the back of his throat like acid. She wasn't worried about Natalie or her grandchildren, only about herself. He gave her a long, measuring look, decided that the more frightened she was, the more useful she might be, and said, "You're right. I hadn't thought of that. He may come after you." She took another swig of whiskey. I kept telling Robert to clean up his act. Do you think he would listen? Now he's dead. And I may be next.
She sent Zeke a panicked look.
What am I going to do? Hire round-the-clock protection? Where does one find a bodyguard? People like Natalie had volunteers to protect her. Zeke thought. Someone like Grace Patterson had to pay for that kind of loyalty. A security company might be a good place to start, he said, not convinced the woman was even in danger. If they can't help you, maybe they'll know someone who can. Grace started up from her chair. Zeke stopped her with, "First things first. Getting protection is a stopgap measure, Mrs. Patterson. You can't live in fear for an extended period of time." When she started to get up again, Zeke quickly added, "Even the best of protectors will relax his guard sooner or later. If the killer wants you out of the way, he'll wait for his chance, and eventually, He may breach your security. Zeke waited for her to sit back. Then he went on. The first and most important thing we need to do is give the police more to work with. As long as your son's killer is at large, you'll be in grave danger. And so will Natalie and her children. Her eyes huge and imploring, Grace shakily asked, "What do you need to know?" At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Zeke had the dubious pleasure of visiting Detective Monroe's office again. The plump, aging cop looked no happier to see Zeke than Zeke was to be there. They settled at opposite sides of the gray metal desk, glaring at each other like opponents in a death match. Zeke tossed a paper onto the blotter. "I visited with Robert Patterson's mother this afternoon. She gave me a list of individuals who had reason to want her son dead. Most of them are iffy, dumped girlfriends, a few businessmen he gave the shaft. That sort of thing. But the young man at the top of the list bears looking at. Robert Patterson cheated him out of more than $4 million. Monroe unfolded the paper, looked at the name, and said, "Keep talking." Stan Ragnar, 30-ish, a real estate broker with a surveying degree who works under his own shingle. He's a sharp young man with a nose for developable land. A year ago, he found Robert Patterson a large piece of prime development property just outside Crystal Falls. 100 acres zoned for rural residential, a minimum of 10 acres per parcel. I know what rural residential means. And he's not sounding like a killer yet. Monroe tossed down the paper. Get to the point. Ragnar is an eager beaver. Went back to college in his early 20s to get the surveying degree, worked for a while in the field down in California, and then moved back to Oregon, determined to make a go of it here. He fell on the idea of selling real estate. Quickly realized his expertise lay in development, finally struck out on his own, and was champing at the bit to make his first fortune when he met Patterson. Unfortunately for him, he was still wet behind the ears when it came to business negotiations and thought a man's word still counted for something. How does this tie him to the murder? Just hear me out. Ragnar had done his research and discovered that the city of Crystal Falls and the county have a joint 20-year development plan to accommodate urban sprawl. In certain areas within a 10-mile radius of the city limits, they will allow land presently zoned rural residential to be rezoned to RS, residential standard density. Ragnar went door to door, trying to convince the landowners in one of those areas to list their 10-acre parcels with him. All totaled, he secured over 100 contiguous acres, a veritable gold mine. Then he did all the necessary legwork to be sure sewer systems, access streets, and traffic studies wouldn't throw a wrench in the fan blades for a subdivision. When he had a bulletproof package, he presented it to Robert Patterson, one of the biggest developers in town. "Go on," Monroe said, showing a little more interest now. Zeke sat forward on the chair. In deals like this, a real estate broker can make a killing if he handles it right. When Ragnar presented the deal to Patterson, he asked for an exclusive 3% listing agreement on all the lots as well as on all the houses that would one day be built on them. It was a great offer to Patterson, roughly a 50% cut in realtor fees, and it was equally lucrative for Ragnar. Figure it out. On average, you can go with 5 lots per acre. And they sell from 90 to 100 grand a crack. Ragnar stood to make over $1 million on the lot sales alone, plus a lowball figure of $3 million on the homes, which would go for at least 200 grand each, more likely 4, raising his take to $6 million. Monroe whistled. The boy stood to make a bundle.
Exactly.
In return, he agreed to walk the development project through for Patterson with the city, meeting with engineers and city planners. Ragnar found the pieces of land, negotiated to get the owners to sell, and then worked his ass off to put the deal together. Trusting Patterson to keep his word and treat him right when the land was subdivided. In the end, Patterson cut him out of the deal. Monroe raised his eyebrows. Sounds to me as if Ragnar is one stupid son of a bitch. No one does business without a contract nowadays. I'm not here to discuss smart business tactics, Monroe. I'm here to tell you about a young man who trusted Robert Patterson and got the shaft in a very big way. Zeke thought of Natalie and all the years she'd remained in her marriage, believing she might save it. Robert Patterson had been a master at manipulation. Patterson knew how to string people along. He told Ragnar that he wouldn't sign a listing agreement on lots and houses that didn't yet exist. He kept putting Ragnar off, working him like a dog in the meantime, promising that he'd happily sign on the dotted line when the time was right. Ragnar stood to make megabucks, so he continued to work long hours for over a year to make everything fly. When the city finally dropped the gavel, giving the go-ahead for a huge subdivision, Patterson let Ragnar do even more legwork. According to Grace Patterson, there are countless angles that must be handled in a project that size, and Ragnar did it all, only to have Patterson laugh at him when it was all said and done, telling him that there was no way a two-bit realtor was going to make almost as much money on the deal as he was. He went to another realtor, offered 1%, and the guy leaped at it. After all his hard work, all Ragnar got out of the deal was an initial 3% when Patterson bought the original parcels. Monroe picked up the piece of paper again and studied the name. "I'll check him out." Zeke nodded. "Do better than that, Monroe. Put him under a magnifying glass. Talk to Grace Patterson yourself." She heard Ragnar threaten her son's life. "I'm telling you, Natalie didn't do this. The longer you focus on her, the longer it will be before you solve this case." Natalie had just turned off the downstairs lights to head upstairs for bed when the phone rang. It was almost 11, and she couldn't imagine who would be calling so late. She flipped the living room lamp back on and ran to the kitchen. When she answered the phone on the fourth ring, a woman asked for Natalie Patterson.
"This is she," Natalie replied.
"Are you the owner of the Blue Parrot?" After the events of yesterday, Natalie felt uncomfortable answering that question until she knew more about the caller. "With whom am I speaking?" "This is Nancy Steingold with Ironclad Security. I'm calling to notify you that the security alarm at your business has just gone off. The police are on their way there now. The alarm at my supper club has gone off." In all the time Natalie had owned the business, this had never happened. "You'll probably want to be there to speak with the police and reset the alarm when they're finished checking things out." Ms. Steingold paused and then said, "Most times, these are false alarms. Something goes haywire, a motion detector or a faulty door latch that jiggles in the wind and breaks the magnetic field." Natalie had no motion detectors inside the club. Because of the cost, she'd gone with a basic perimeter system that went off only when a door or window was forced open. "Thank you for notifying me." "No problem. I hope it turns out that everything is fine." After breaking the connection, Natalie ran to her father's bedroom. "Pop." She tapped on the door, then opened it and flipped on the overhead light. The security alarm at the club just went off. "I need to go to town." Pete swung up to sit on the edge of his bed. He wore oversized white cotton pajamas with burgundy stripes. He reached for his pants. "You should call Zeke and tell him we're going in. He may want to go with us. He's probably at the supply store. He goes in every night to do books, I think. Then call him there and see if he'll meet us at the club." Pete shook out his pants. "I don't like the sound of this." Natalie didn't like the sound of it either. "Is there any money there?"
Pete asked.
"I always pull down the tills and make a night deposit at the bank on the way home. There's only startup cash in each till, around 300 total. And I always keep both tills in the safe when I'm closed."
Pete huffed.
What would a thief take?
Then,
Bottles of booze and frozen food? Unless it's kids. That doesn't make sense.
call Zeke.
Tell him we'll be leaving in about 5 minutes. Natalie closed the door and hurried toward the kitchen. Naomi appeared on the upstairs landing as she passed through the living room. What's going on? The alarm at the club went off. Natalie continued into the kitchen, flipped the lights back on, and grabbed the phone book to look up the number of Zeke's store. An hour later, Zeke and Natalie stood just inside the front entrance of the Blue Parrot. Zeke glared at the doors as if they could be intimidated into providing answers. The police had just left, and they were as bewildered as Natalie and Zeke. No false alarm, this. The front doors of the club had been forced open. The puzzling part was that they'd been forced open from the inside. Natalie stared at the marks on the interior surfaces of the wood. This makes no sense. I've heard of people breaking into a building, but I've never heard of anyone breaking out. Still studying the doors. Zeke curled a wonderfully strong arm around her shoulders. There's an answer to this riddle,
Watson.
Just give me a minute to come up with an explanation. Natalie smiled in spite of herself. At the most stressful of times, this man could always lighten her heart somehow. She looked up at him, at his sun-bronzed, chiseled face, brilliant blue eyes, and glistening sable hair, and she believed, truly believed for the first time in her life, that every woman on earth was destined to meet one man who had been created especially for her. She just hadn't looked long enough or hard enough to find him. How does a burglar end up inside a building and have to break his way out? He mused aloud. He would have had to be in here when the place was locked up and the alarm was set. He no sooner spoke than his gaze flew to hers. The doors, he said softly. My brothers and I have been leaving them open to let in fresh air while we work in here. And you think someone sneaked in? It's the only explanation I can come up with. But you didn't work here today. Zeke glanced behind him.
No.
But my brothers did. He pointed to the patched flooring. That wasn't done when I left yesterday. While Jake and Hank were here working, someone slipped inside, hid somewhere, and waited for them to leave. Natalie rubbed her arms and shivered, glancing uneasily around the room. But, Zeke, your brothers would have left this afternoon sometime. And the alarm didn't go off until around 11. If the burglar was locked in here, what did he do all those hours? Zeke turned a slow circle to survey the room. Good question. As far as you can tell, nothing's been stolen. That rules out theft as a motive. And the place hasn't been vandalized. The only other reason I can think of for someone to be in here. Natalie had no answers, which only added to her bewilderment when Zeke suddenly yelled for her father, who was in the bar area, looking at the wall repairs. Get Natalie out of here. Would you?
Pete.
Natalie frowned. Why the sudden urgency for me to leave? You should be resting. Zeke grasped her elbow, led her outside, and plucked the keys from her hand. I'll see you when I get home. Okay. Standing on the shadowy sidewalk, Natalie sensed that there was something she was missing. As her father exited the club and came to stand beside them, she glanced at the entrance doors of the building. Then an awful thought struck her.
Oh.
My God. You think the place has been booby-trapped? Pete peered through the gloom at Zeke's face. How'd you reach that conclusion? It's not a conclusion, exactly, more a safety precaution. After yesterday, I'm probably a little paranoid. It just strikes me as being strange that someone would hide in the building and wait so many hours before forcing the doors open to get back out. To be on the safe side. I want to look things over again. A chill moved over Natalie, and she looked anxiously at her father. Pete stepped closer to grasp her arm. He's right. Honey. I need to get you out of here. Why can't we just call the police? She asked. We can all wait outside until they've checked everything out. That's their job. After all, they're trained for things like this. I'll call them, Zeke assured her. But I don't want you anywhere around while they're checking things over. He turned to her father. Take her home.
Pete.
As soon as I'm finished up here, I'll head home.
2.
If you'll wait up, I'll stop by to let you know what we find. Natalie didn't see why she couldn't wait on the sidewalk. Surely that would be safe enough. She felt her father's hand tighten over her arm, his grip conveying urgency and fear. It hit her then, and her heart started to pound like a trip hammer.
Oh, God, she whispered.
You think there could be a bomb in there, don't you? Zeke stared at the building for a moment. Then he drew his cell phone from his belt. I don't know what to think, Natalie. But I'm not going to rule out any possibility until the cops have checked the place over. Pete tugged on Natalie's arm. Come on, honey. Let's get you out of here. No, Natalie refused to budge. It's my club, not Zeke's. I can't let him go back in there while I go home where it's safe. She laughed shrilly. I mean, well, a bomb is far-fetched, but no telling what else he may have done. The ranges are hooked up to propane. What if he punctured the lines, or... Natalie, Zeke said softly. If he had yelled, she might have ignored him, but the low timbre of his voice made her fall silent. He stepped closer and cupped her chin in his hand. In the streetlights, his eyes glistened like sapphires. I understand how you feel. Honestly, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't want to leave either. But you have to think about Chad and Rosie. Her pounding heart stuttered a beat. They've already lost their father. What will happen to them if they lose you?
2.
Natalie remembered how frightened Chad had been when she'd been taken to the police station for questioning. He'd been afraid she might never come home, that he and Rosie would be left all alone. Zeke bent closer. You can't take foolish risks. They need you too much. But you can take foolish risks? Natalie tried to imagine losing him, and just the thought made her feel panicky. She didn't know when she'd come to love him so deeply and need him so much. She only knew she couldn't face life without him now. I don't want anything to happen to you. Zeke took her hand and led her around the corner of the building to Pop's truck. He seemed to relax marginally when they were farther away from the structure. I don't want anything to happen to me, either, he assured her. But one of us needs to stay to lock up after the police have gone through the place again. I'm elected. Why? She cried. Because you're a man. And I'm a woman. Yes. He opened the passenger door of the truck. Call me old-fashioned. Call me archaic in my thinking if you like. I'm not wired to let the woman I love put herself in danger. Plain and simple. You'll go home and stay with the kids while I take care of this. I promise not to take any stupid chances. He caught her at the waist and bodily lifted her onto the truck seat. Natalie was still protesting as he fastened her seatbelt. I'm a grown woman. For heaven's sake, she cried when he started to shut the door. You can't just stuff me in the truck. pat me on the head, and send me home. Her father climbed in on the driver's side and started the truck. Natty, you're going home if I've got to hogtie you. Enough said. I can't believe this. Zeke leaned in and quickly kissed her. We'll fight about it later. All right? You've got 2 kids to think about. I don't. He gently kissed her again. Go home and take care of them. As soon as I'm finished here, I'll be along. He slammed the door before she could say more, and the truck was rolling forward before she could react. Natalie twisted on the seat, relieved to see that Zeke was already talking on his cell phone, hopefully to the police. She faced forward again and sent her father a glare. She was so angry she was shaking. This is absolute baloney. That's my club. If anyone should stay, it's me. Her dad pulled out onto 9th and accelerated. At the stoplight, he flashed her a grin. I like that boy. You've landed yourself a keeper this time. Natty girl. Stop fussing and just marry the man. Natalie didn't know what possessed her. But before she thought it through, she said, You landed yourself a keeper, once yourself. Why don't you follow your own advice? Stop fussing. And just marry her again. Her aim had been to make her father mad. Instead, he only smiled and said, I've been thinking along those same lines myself. Zeke got home about 2 hours later. After parking his truck in the drive next to his house, he headed straight for the West Fields. He saw Natalie coming to meet him as he started across the field. In the moonlight, she looked ethereal, like an angel floating over the grass. When they'd closed the distance between them to about 20 feet, she stopped to wait for him, her arms hugging her waist, her black hair trailing across her face in the night breeze. What are you doing out here? He asked. I was watching for your headlights. You're supposed to be resting. I've been so worried I couldn't shut my eyes. Let alone sleep. Zeke slowed his stride. When he reached her, he couldn't resist lifting the strands of hair from her pale cheek. Then, as if drawn to her by a magnetic force, he had to taste her mouth, just one slow taste. He leaned away to give her a wondering look when she didn't kiss him back. I'm fine, he assured her. You shouldn't have worried. What did the police find? I'm almost embarrassed to say.
They didn't find a damn thing.
Her shoulders relaxed slightly. Thank God. We just overreacted. Then, it seems that way. I guess it's a case of too much. Too late. Ever since I saw the damage to your car, I've been jumping at shadows. Tonight at the club, I saw those doors and convinced myself it was another attempt on your life. I didn't want to be caught with my guard down again. A burglar breaking out instead of in is definitely odd. Pop, and I thought your theory was plausible. Better to be safe than sorry. Monroe didn't see it that way. He was totally pissed. Monroe was there? Zeke looped his thumbs over his belt. When I called them back, I must have been pretty convincing. Someone contacted him at home. He came in to check things out himself. I felt like a total idiot when they didn't find anything. She took a deep breath and released it. Then she frowned slightly. We need to talk.
Zeke.
I wasn't happy about the way you handled that situation. You were very dictatorial. Do we have to go there? As it turns out, there wasn't any danger after all. You did say we could fight about it later. Zeke preferred to make love to her. but he could tell by the stubborn set of her chin that it wasn't in the stars. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be dictatorial. Shoving me into the truck and ordering me to leave wasn't dictatorial. I didn't shove you. I very carefully lifted you in. And I didn't order you.
Exactly.
I just asked you to go home.
Huh.
A request isn't what I heard. Okay. So it had been more along the lines of an order. Zeke thought about it, trying his best to see her side, but no matter how he circled it, he knew he'd react the same way again if the situation repeated itself. He loved her too much to do otherwise. Okay, he conceded. It was an order. I'm not all right with that. I don't appreciate being told what to do. Zeke rubbed beside his nose and dug at the dirt with his boot heel. I'll try not to do it again. Until next time. I understand. Honestly. It's just what? Zeke suspected that he was digging himself a very deep hole. It's just that where I hail from, no man worth his salt allows the woman he loves to be in danger if there's any way he can protect her. Women in the military fight in the front lines now. Zeke. My woman won't. There it was, a hole big enough to swallow him. She held up a hand near her temple as if to ward off anything more until she got that processed. Wait a minute. Back up. Your woman? Are you referring to me? He gazed off at nothing, trying his damnedest to think of a way to rephrase that so it sounded better. Only that wouldn't be honest. I reckon I am. You're a woman. And I'm thinking that you're mine. If I'm mistaken about that, you'd best tell me so now. Her chin came up again. I care very deeply for you. Zeke. Oh. They'd reverted from loving each other to caring very deeply.
Not a good sign.
And I want to have a relationship with you, she went on. But that doesn't mean I plan to be your possession, more precisely. A lesser being you can order around. I make my own decisions. I don't need a man, however much I may care about him, to make them for me. You can make your own decisions. I don't have a problem with that at all. Then why wouldn't you allow me to make my own decision tonight? Because that was different.
No.
It wasn't. I wanted to stay, and you wouldn't let me. You made me feel like a child who couldn't be trusted to make her own choices. Zeke rubbed beside his nose again. Don't blow this all out of proportion. Natalie. I've got some set ideas about a man's role when it comes to protecting his loved ones. That's it. Plain and simple. It has no bearing on you making your own choices the rest of the time. I'm afraid it does. I won't be treated like a child. I endured it for almost 11 years. And I won't again. Are you comparing me to Robert? Does the shoe fit? Zeke bit down hard on his back teeth. You tell me. You're not going to back down an inch on this. Are you? Zeke felt his temper rising.
Nope.
You want to go buy a car?
Fine.
Go on the road to sing?
Fine.
You can make any damn decision you want, no objection from me. But I'll be damned if I'll let you enter a building that I have reason to believe may blow up. If that makes me dictatorial, then I'm dictatorial. And I'll always be dictatorial. We can talk it to death all night, and that's not going to change. I see. Zeke had a bad feeling she was about to walk away. And the worst part was, he'd have to let her go. He couldn't say what she wanted to hear, and then go back on it later. That wasn't the way he was made. Just as he feared. She did an about-face and headed for home, without another word. He watched her go for what seemed a small eternity. And then his colder temper hit boiling point. Okay. Fine, he yelled.
You win.
The next time a building may blow to smithereens, I'll kiss you for luck and send you in while I go stay with the kids. When I'm picking up the pieces later, I'll feel fine about it because it was your decision to make. Will that make you happy?
She spun back around.
You're being deliberately obtuse, narrowing everything down to this one instance. I need you to tell me you won't do it again. I can understand you're not wanting me to go in the building, Zeke. But you had no right to treat me like a child. If I thought of you as a child, I'd turn you over my knee right now for acting like one. That was the wrong thing to say. She doubled her fists and came storming back to him. Then again, he decided, maybe it had been exactly the right thing to say. She wasn't walking away from him now.
Anyway.
She stopped about 5 feet from him. What was that?
What was what?
Did you just threaten to turn me over your knee? I never threaten. Well,
then.
Make like a frog and jump on it. Zeke remembered that first morning when she'd flared at him in anger. He'd thought then that she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever clapped eyes on. And his sentiments hadn't changed. Well, she challenged. Put your money where your mouth is.
Cowboy.
Don't just stand there paying it lip service. Zeke struggled not to smile. He outweighed her by 100 pounds. Now he knew where Rosie had gotten her gumption. Natalie. This is silly. What's silly about it? That you made the threat. Or that I'm not running. She was so angry her voice throbbed. I didn't mean it as a threat. It was a figure of speech. Nothing more. I'd never turn you over my knee. I should hope not. You can probably do it. But you'd better pack a lunch if you plan to try. Zeke could see that he'd hurt her pride. He was also starting to realize that a lot more was troubling her than the incident tonight. Robert. Zeke had obviously resurrected some very unpleasant memories when he'd lifted her into that truck. Looking back on it, he guessed maybe he had treated her like a child.
He hadn't meant it that way.
Can we agree on one thing? He asked. What? That you're bigger than I am? That, too. I clearly am. But I was thinking more about the original bone of contention. If I give you my solemn oath that I'll never interfere with your inalienable right to make your own choices and decisions, will you compromise on the protection issue and let me do my manly thing when a dangerous situation crops up? Your manly thing? She echoed. That's essentially it, isn't it? A man thing? I have a protective nature. I know it's old-fashioned, but that's the way my dad raised me, how I believe good men are supposed to react. I can't promise you I won't do it again. It's instinctive for me, not a decision, not a choice. And I don't think I can change it. I'm not okay with that. I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable. That's all you can say? It's a deal breaker for me. Zeke. Isn't that a little like shooting the horse to cure hoof rot? When you look at the whole picture, it's a minor thing, isn't it? If I never act that way at any other time, don't you think you can live with it every 20 years or so? Every 20 years or so. How many times over the next 50 years do you reckon we'll be worried about bombs or gas explosions? She bent her head and toed the dirt with her sneaker. When she looked up at him again, her eyes ached with uncertainty. Will you swear to me that you'll never treat me that way again otherwise? That was a promise he could make. He also made a mental note to talk with her later about this independence issue. She clearly had some serious hang-ups that he needed to tiptoe around. I swear that I'll never treat you that way otherwise, only in what I believe may be life-threatening situations. And I'll try not to be dictatorial if it ever happens again. It was as if you didn't hear me. I thought you considered me to be your equal. And suddenly, I didn't even have a vote. Zeke's heart caught. I never meant to make you feel that way. You'll always have a vote, Natalie, and in most instances, it'll carry more weight with me than my own. It's just damn. I'm new at this. Cut me a little slack, all right? A month ago, I was a bachelor with no one to worry about but myself. Now I love you and those kids so much it makes me crazy when I think something might happen to one of you. How do you think I felt? She splayed a hand over her chest. What if the gas lines had been tampered with, and the smell just wasn't strong enough to notice yet? What if there actually had been an explosive device in there? You acted like the big, strong man who'd take care of everything. And all I could think about was you're getting blown to pieces if you went back inside. Hearing it put like that made Zeke feel like a heel. You're right, he said, his voice rasping like sandpaper over a cheese grater. I wouldn't like feeling that way. I'm sorry I did it to you. Here's the thing that bothers me. I never saw a hint of autocracy in you. And suddenly there it was. As if you'd only been humoring me until then. Can you see why I found that upsetting? I can't be with someone who only pretends to respect me. Zeke folded his arms to keep from reaching for her. I'm not just pretending. Honey. Where is that coming from? She closed her eyes and let her head fall back, as if she were gathering her thoughts. After a moment, she said, maybe I'm overreacting. In my marriage, I was never Robert's equal. He refused to talk with me about his business. If someone came by the house to meet with him, he sent me shopping or told me to go watch a program. He didn't even want me in the room. The decisions were all his to make, and I just had to be happy with the results. For so many years, I was on a fast track, with him doing all the steering. He chose our home. And then he chose the furnishings. He even hired a fashion consultant to dress me. If he had business problems, he never shared them with me. It was as if I had no brain. When I filed for divorce, I swore I'd never live like that again. And tonight I acted exactly like Robert. She dropped her chin to look at him. Not exactly like him. In that situation, I think he might have gone home with the kids and let me handle it. Zeke smiled. He couldn't stop himself. I'm sorry I acted like a jerk. Next time, I'll handle it with more finesse. I promise. But you'll still send me home. He nodded. Even if it's a deal breaker for me? Zeke didn't want her to walk away again. But he couldn't make promises he knew he might not keep. Would you settle for a nose job? She peered through the gloom at him.
Pardon?
It's a big sucker. I know it for a fact because it's sitting smack dab in the middle of all my brothers' faces.
2.
I could get an inch whacked off the end and never miss it. What's your nose got to do with anything? It's a flaw I can fix. She stared up at him, looking pensive. It isn't a flaw. I love your nose. Zeke narrowed an eye at her. Honey, if you love this schnozzle, there's only one explanation. You're crazy in love with me. That being the case, can you really walk away over something that may not even happen again? Her mouth twitched. Foul play. You expect me to simply accept that you're occasionally going to act like an autocratic jerk. Yep. That pretty much covers it. Occasionally being the key word. The rest of the time, I'll be Mr. Easy. She ran a speculative gaze over him. How easy. Exactly. Crook your little finger and see. Chapter 18. The following morning, Natalie received a call from Grace Patterson to inform her that the coroner's office had released Robert's remains for burial. The funeral would be at 11 a.m. on Thursday at Ehringer's funeral home. Viewings have been scheduled for Wednesday night between 6 and 9. Natalie went up to Chad's room immediately to tell him the news. Her son was propped up against a mound of pillows, deeply engrossed in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. She sat on the edge of the bed, grateful yet again to Valerie for buying Chad the book. It had provided him with a much-needed escape, not only from the pain of his bruised ribs, but also from the sadness of his father's death. "Hi," Natalie said, reaching to smooth his rumpled hair. "It's good to see that you ate a good breakfast." Chad kept a finger in the book to save his place as he closed the cover. He glanced at his empty plate, still on the nightstand. Grammy made blueberry pancakes. Natalie nodded. "Your favorite." "I know."
She's spoiling you.
"What'll I do with you when she goes home?" Chad smiled and shrugged. "No blueberry pancakes." "Okay, Mom." Natalie laughed and turned her gaze to the open window. Just outside, a pair of robins sat on the limb of the old oak tree, warbling happily in the morning sunshine. She found herself wishing she were as carefree as those birds, that Robert were still alive, and that everything was right in Chad's world. "Your Grandma Grace just called," she finally said. "The funeral will be at 11 on Thursday. There will be viewings in the mortuary chapel tomorrow night." Chad pushed the book off his lap, forgetting to keep his place. He sank against the pillows and closed his eyes. "What's a viewing?" Natalie swallowed hard. "That's where friends and members of the family can go in and say last goodbyes in private." She swallowed again, trying to dislodge the suffocating lump at the base of her throat. The casket is open, and there are pretty flowers all around. It's usually in a small room that's very quiet and one or two people go in together. With the door closed, you can feel as sad as you want, and no one will see. "Mom." Natalie curled her hand over his. "What?" "Sweetie, I'm kinda scared. I've never seen a dead person." "Is it going to be awful?" "Not awful. Your dad will look just like always. But it'll be like looking at a wax carving because his spirit has left his body." "Do you think his spirit is in heaven?" Natalie prayed so. Since Robert's death, she had come to understand him in ways she'd never been able to when he was alive. "I'm sure of it," she replied. "But he did bad things," Chad whispered. "What if God wouldn't let him in? If you were the one making the decision? Chad, if you held the keys to the gates and your dad was standing outside, would you turn him away?"
"No."
"But he was my dad. And I loved him. Do you think God loved him any less?"
"More."
"I would think. Because he could see into your father's heart." Chad lifted his eyelashes. "Will you go with me?" "I don't think I can do it alone." "Absolutely. I already asked Grammy if she'll watch Rosie." "We're all set." Zeke stopped at the edge of the Westfield yard to give Chester a Ritz cracker, a token of friendship to promote future goodwill. The gander quacked happily, ate what he could of the cracker with the first chomp, and then pecked the grass for crumbs. Zeke circled the bird and angled his steps toward the rear of the house. He was surprised to find Natalie sitting on the back steps. She jumped with a start when he said her name. "Zeke." She smiled and patted the step beside her. "Think of the devil, and he shall appear." "Morning." Bright eyes. The dimple flashed in her cheek. Why do you call me that? Because you have fabulous eyes. Whenever I see them, I feel like the sun just came out. As Zeke moved toward her, he wondered if he would ever tire of looking at her. This morning she wore faded old jeans and a gray Oregon Ducks t-shirt that had seen better days, but she still managed to look beautiful. Her hair fell loose to her shoulders in a cloud of jet curls. Her mouth was still slightly swollen from the heated kisses they'd shared just before dawn. As he sat beside her, she said, "The funeral will be Thursday." It hasn't really been that long since Robert died, but it feels to me as if a month has passed. Zeke rested his arms on his knees and joined her in gazing toward the barn. A lot has happened since Friday night. It seems like a month to me, too. He glanced over at her. How's Chad handling it? He's sad. We talked once, but otherwise he hasn't said a whole lot. She shrugged. I'm worried that it will all of a sudden hit him and he'll fall apart. He loved Robert. I don't question that. But it's also about chances lost. You know? He wanted so badly to make his father proud of him someday, and now he'll never be able to. Zeke felt as if a cold fist were squeezing his chest. Having been a boy himself once, he could understand how Chad must be feeling. It was important to a young man to earn his father's respect. How are you handling it? He asked. She went back to staring at the barn. I feel sort of empty, she confessed. I wish that he weren't dead. That life had given him and Chad a few more chances. He was so young. It's difficult for me to wrap my mind around the fact that he's really gone. The funeral will help. It'll give all of you a sense of closure. Are your folks going? Pop and Valerie will be there. Mom is staying home with Rosie. I don't think she's old enough to go. She rubbed her slender hands together. In fact, it's difficult for me to even let Chad go. A part of me would like to spare him the awful finality of it. He needs the finality. Natalie. He'll be okay. I hope so. Trust me. The kids got grit. Zeke listened to the birds sing, which reminded him of why he'd come. Are you ready for some good news? Please, she said with a laugh. I've scheduled a grand reopening for Friday night. Zeke hurried to add. If you're not feeling up to performing yet, no worries. The karaoke equipment is being delivered today. Frank can play a few tunes in between. And if things get dull, I'll play my fiddle. Her eyes twinkled. I definitely have to be there to hear you play. Zeke grinned. I don't just play the fiddle, darling. I flat make it sing. I'm holding you to your promise of a good old-fashioned hoedown. I'll love it. Maybe we can do it at the club. Zeke grew serious again. I play some ads in the newspaper. They'll start tomorrow night and go through Sunday. My sister-in-law, Molly, Jake's wife, she's the little redhead you met in the ER waiting room, is really good at stuff like that, so I got her to help me lay them out. Nothing fancy, but they'll get the word out. Her eyes went sparkly with tears. Thank you, Zeke. I've been so wrapped up in everything else that I haven't even thought about reopening the club. Madness. If I don't, I'll go under. You won't go under. Friday night you'll have a packed house. Guaranteed. You're not just hosting a karaoke bash, you're offering cash prizes for the best 3 performances of the night. Decided by audience vote. Cash prizes? I floated you alone. Remember? I tacked that on. You can pay me back when the club starts turning a profit again. She leaned sideways and kissed the underside of his jaw. "Thank you. Is that the best you can do?" He chased her mouth with his and kissed her deeply. When he finally lifted his head, he whispered, "Now." "That's more like it." The following evening, Natalie accompanied Chad to the funeral home. The instant they entered the building, the scent of flowers assailed her nostrils, and her skin felt as if it had been painted with sugar water. She clung to Chad's hand, not entirely sure if she did so to comfort him or herself. The assistant director, a pretty young blonde in a dark blue suit like flight attendants wear, met them in the foyer. Natalie kept glancing at her lapel, expecting to see gold wings. "Right this way," she said kindly. As she led them down a hall, she added, "From 6 to 7 is reserved for family members only. The deceased's mother already left, so you shouldn't be disturbed." At the door, she stopped and graced them with a gentle smile. "There's a buzzer just inside. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ring for me." "Thank you." Natalie watched the woman walk away, then turned to look at Chad. "You ready, big guy?" Chad nodded, but his brown eyes were huge. Natalie grasped his shoulder as she opened the door. They entered side by side, Natalie steeling herself to be strong, Chad trembling. It was a shock to see Robert lying in a coffin. Why? Natalie wasn't sure. Of course he was in a coffin. Chad stopped in his tracks. Natalie could see a fine film of sweat on his forehead. "It's okay, sweetie." Chad nodded and moved forward again. When they reached the casket, Natalie slipped her arm around her son and stared stupidly at Robert's reposed features. His blonde hair gleamed like burnished gold against the white satin. The mortician had done a beautiful job of making him look natural. Natalie kept thinking he might open his eyes and smile, only he didn't. Chad said nothing. He just stood there, staring at his father as if he'd been turned into a pillar of salt. Natalie reached out and laid her fingers over Robert's folded hands. He felt like a lump of frozen chicken that had been set on the drain to thaw. She wanted to jerk her arm back, but for Chad's sake, she didn't. Robert. He was really and truly dead. His eyes would never open again. His chest would never rise and fall as he drew in breath. He was gone, his life snuffed out like a candle flame. "Dad," Chad cried. And then he started to sob. "Oh, Dad." Natalie curled her arm around the boy's waist to keep him from collapsing. The sound of his sobs made her want to weep. And pretty soon, she did. For Robert, who'd never learned to love, and for her son, who was being forced to grow up way too fast. When Chad had cried himself out, he and Natalie sat on the wingback chairs near the casket for a while. Then, by unspoken agreement, they got up to leave. Chad stopped at Robert's side first. Then he whirled away and almost ran from the room. Natalie hurried after him. When she stepped out into the hall, she saw Bonnie Decker sitting on one of the straight-backed chairs along the opposite wall. Her eyes swollen from weeping, Bonnie inclined her head at Natalie and then averted her face. Natalie wanted to say something, only she couldn't think what. And there was Chad to worry about. He'd already raced up the hallway and disappeared through one of the doorways. Natalie's maternal nature won out. She hurried after her son. But as she left the building, her thoughts were with that lonely young woman inside who'd come to say her last goodbyes to a man who hadn't understood or appreciated her devotion to him. Zeke climbed the ladder to the hayloft of the Westfield barn, guided there by the muffled sounds of Chad's heartbroken sobs. Natalie had phoned Zeke a few minutes before, upset because her son had disappeared again. She'd asked Zeke if he would mind coming over to help her find him. Zeke had heard the boy crying the moment he entered the building. He'd stepped back out to signal Natalie, so she wouldn't be worried. Now he was faced with the self-appointed task of talking Chad through this and getting him calmed down. The loft was darker than hell, the only light that of the moon, which leaked in through the open hay doors. Zeke had to follow his ears to locate Chad. As he moved in the boy's direction, his feet touched on bales one moment and loose hay the next, making him lurch. The smell of alfalfa dust burned his nose. Personally, Zeke had never understood the appeal of haylofts. Hay was itchy, scratchy, nasty stuff that only made him want to sneeze. Almost invisible in the deep shadows. Chad was huddled in a front corner near the hay doors. Zeke lowered himself to sit beside him. Dust billowed up again, making his eyes water. "Hey,
Buddy.
pretty rough night."
Huh.
Chad snorted and almost choked on a stifled sob. "I went to see my dad," he squeaked. Zeke looped his arms around his knees. He tried to imagine how he might feel if he lost his own father. Not a pleasant thought. It hardly seemed fair that a kid who hadn't quite turned 12 should have to live through that kind of pain. Unfortunately, it had been Zeke's observation over the years that life was seldom fair. "I'm sorry you've lost him," Zeke whispered. "I know how you must have loved him." "I sure do love my dad a lot. When he dies, I'm going to cry like a baby." No two ways around it. The admission seemed to ease Chad's embarrassment, and he started to sob again, without restraint. Zeke decided this was no time for talking. Instead, he curled an arm around the boy's back. Chad didn't resist. He just leaned against Zeke's chest and cried his heart out. Zeke settled back against the wall of the barn, straightened the leg closest to Chad, and prepared to wait it out. He lost track of time. When Chad's sobs began to abate, Zeke didn't know if he'd been sitting there for minutes or hours, and it didn't really matter. The most important thing on his agenda right then was to be exactly where he was. When Chad was drained of tears, he whispered hollowly, "If I hit a home run, my dad won't be there to see." Zeke rested his cheek against the boy's hair, which had the same texture as Natalie's.
No.
"He won't be there in the flesh, but I believe he'll be there in spirit, watching over you." Chad's chest jerked on a soft, residual sob. "You think?" "I know it," Zeke replied. "Be quiet for a second,
Chad.
and just feel who you are. Not your body. Not your voice. Not what you see. Just sit here with me in the darkness and feel you." Chad relaxed against him and fell quiet for a time. "The part of you you're feeling right now will never die," Zeke whispered. "How could it? Who we are, all our feelings and thoughts, don't just stop. I think that part of us leaves our bodies and continues to exist. Some people say we go to heaven, where there are pearly gates and streets paved in gold. That sounds kind of hokey to me. I think heaven is right here around us, and we just can't see it, a beautiful, peaceful parallel existence in the presence of our Creator. Sort of like a two-way mirror, where the people on the other side can watch us, but we can't see them." Chad stiffened. "So, you think maybe my dad's right here?" "I do. Even if he wasn't good at showing it, he loved you. Maybe in time, when he knows you're going to be all right, he'll drift farther away and only visit when you need him, but for right now, I imagine he's sticking pretty close. He'll be there when you hit that home run. Someday when you hold your own son in your arms, he'll be there, smiling over your shoulder." Chad took a shaky breath and sighed. "I wanted to hit a homer and have him take my team for pizza." Zeke smiled to himself.
Pizza.
It seemed like a silly wish on the surface, but when Zeke imagined all the kids in their uniforms, storming the pizza parlor to celebrate, he understood that it wasn't about the pizza at all. It was about a young boy who'd never had his father pat him on the back and brag about his accomplishments. Chances lost. Chad mourned all the times when he would excel, and his dad wouldn't be there to share the moment with him. "I'm not your dad," Zeke said carefully. "And I know I can never begin to take his place. But I'd be honored to take your team out for pizza when you hit that home run." Chad stirred to look up at him through the shadows. "That's what the fathers do."
Yeah,
"I know."
I've been meaning to talk to you about that.
"A good moment hasn't presented itself. And right now isn't a good one either. You're in love with my mom, aren't you?" Zeke nodded. "Yep." Stetson over boot heels. Chad sniffed and wiped his nose. "Are you going to marry her?" "Not without your permission." "I'm not."
Why?
"Because she's your mother, and you're the man of the house. I'm old-fashioned about that kind of thing. I need to ask for her hand. Normally a guy asks the woman's father. But in this case, you have more say than Pete. That's only fair. The man you choose will end up being your stepfather." Zeke let that hang there for a second. "Like I said, right now isn't the time to talk about it. In a few weeks, maybe, when you're feeling better." "Does my mom know you're going to ask me?" "Yes." "What if I say no?"
Zeke thought about that.
"Well, I reckon I'll wait a spell and ask again. She's like a bad habit I can't kick." He felt Chad smile against his shirt.
Don't tell her that.
"She'll get pissed." Zeke chuckled. "I hear you." They sat in the darkness, not speaking, comfortable with the silence. Again, Zeke wasn't sure how much time passed. The shadows felt heavy with sadness, which was as it should be.
For now.
The future, and what it might hold, was only a glimmer neither of them could see very clearly. Finally, Chad said, "I feel better now. I'm ready to go in." "You sure?" "I was just getting comfortable." "I'm sure." "I don't feel as sad now about my dad." "It's good to know maybe he can see me." "Thanks for talking to me." Zeke patted the boy's shoulder. "No problem. That's what friends are for." After they reached the ladder, Zeke went down first and then stood at the bottom, watching to make sure Chad didn't fall. When the kid's feet touched ground, he kept one hand on a rung as he turned around. "You can marry my mom if you want," he said. Zeke shook his head. "That's not a decision that you should be making tonight. It'll keep for a few weeks." Chad shrugged. "I won't change my mind. You were my friend before you started loving my mom. I think I'll like having you for a dad. And you'll be a good dad for Rosie, too." That was one of the finest compliments Zeke had ever received. "Thank you. I think I'll like having you for a son,
too.
No throwing tomatoes,
though."
Deal?"
Deal.
Chad started from the barn, and then he suddenly stopped. "I guess you don't want to go tomorrow." Zeke slowed his steps. "To the funeral? You mean?"
Yeah.
"You don't have to or anything. I was just thinking, well, you know, that it might be easier for my mom if you came." Zeke nodded. He had a hunch that Natalie wouldn't be the only one who might need a strong arm to lean on. "You're probably right. I hadn't thought about that. Does that mean you'll go with us?" Zeke nodded again.
Sure.
"Just in case your mom needs me. I should probably be there." The following day passed in a blur for Natalie. She felt as if she were on autopilot. She moved, talked, and did what she had to do, but nothing seemed real. At odd times throughout the afternoon, she imagined her brain was a tangled jumble of electrical wires that had frayed and shorted out, leaving most of her circuits dead. In a distant part of her mind, she worried about Chad and how he would handle the funeral, but not even her concern for him penetrated the numbness that seemed to have overtaken her body. She was grateful for Zeke. He moved through the haze of unreality, big, strong, and solid, his voice a deep rumble that soothed her in a way she couldn't understand. The funeral was unremarkable. Grace, impeccably dressed in relentless black, wept into a tiny black hanky edged with lace. When Natalie watched her sobbing, she felt nothing, just an awful emptiness, as if her heart were a blackboard and someone had erased it. Chad was the only one who cried real tears, and even then Natalie felt nothing. It wasn't necessary because Zeke was there, a rock for Chad to lean on. Zeke seemed to know all the right things to say. Natalie couldn't string words together to make a complete sentence. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was like being locked in a dark closet with only her head poking out. She could see and hear and respond to questions, but nothing could penetrate to actually touch her. After the funeral, Zeke drove them home. Natalie on the front passenger seat, Chad, Valerie, and Pop in back. Even the drive didn't seem real. Natalie turned a section of paper towel in her hands, wondering where it had come from and why she had it. She hadn't shed a tear all day, had no desire to cry. So, why was she wringing a paper towel? What had it all been about? That was the question that kept circling through her mind. After a simple supper, Natalie went upstairs to give Rosie her bath and put her to bed. It was the strangest thing to go through the motions of normalcy, to feel the warm water on her fingers, to slick soap over her daughter's soft skin, to run a brush through tangled black curls, to hear herself reading a bedtime story aloud, injecting expression into words that didn't register on her brain. When Rosie had drifted off, she went to Chad's room to check on him, because that was what mothers were supposed to do. Her son had fallen asleep reading his Harry Potter book. Natalie leaned against the doorframe, feeling heavy all over. Valerie came up behind her in the hall. "You okay?" she whispered. Natalie straightened away from the door jamb. "I'm fine." She drew the portal closed so their voices wouldn't disturb Chad. "You know what I've learned from all this?" Valerie's suntanned face looked oddly pale.
No.
"What?" "We're all just chickens that haven't gotten their necks wrung yet." Valerie did an about-face and hurried back downstairs. Natalie moved toward her room, thinking about distant thunder and cool night breezes. All she wanted was to close her eyes and let her mind go black. She'd stripped down to her bra and panties when Zeke entered the room. Even in the darkness, she knew it was Zeke by the sound of his boots on the old hardwood floor. She tossed her dress toward the closet, not caring if it got wrinkled or walked on. "If Valerie sent you up, there's no reason." "I'm fine. I'm not sad or anything." He took a step toward her. "I know. That's part of the problem, isn't it? That you can't feel sad." She sat on the edge of the bed and stared at him. He was a tall silhouette without a face, which made it easier to talk to him. "What's it all about?" "Zeke." He came to sit beside her. She wanted him to say all the right things to make her feel alive inside again, like he did for Chad. But instead he said nothing. It made her angry. She knew he had the words she needed to hear, and he just wouldn't give them to her. "How about a walk?" he asked.
What?
He pushed up from the bed and went to her bureau. After rifling through the drawers, He returned and tossed jeans and a top on her lap. Put them on. You need to get out of here for a while. I don't feel like walking. I know. That's why you need to go. That made no sense, but her thoughts were so disjointed she couldn't compose an argument. After she dressed, Zeke hunkered down in front of her and slipped her bare feet into her sneakers. He jerked too hard when he tightened the laces, making the blood rush to her toes, but she couldn't muster the energy to complain. After he led her downstairs and outside into the night, she asked, "Where are we going?" "Does it matter?" Keeping a hold on her hand, he pulled her along behind him, angling across the yard and up the rutted gravel drive toward the road. When they reached the asphalt, he set a lazy pace, not speaking, not pressing her to share how she felt. A good thing, that, because she felt nothing. As they walked, she concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other and breathing in and breathing out. That wasn't easy. Her feet and her lungs were at almost opposite ends of her body. She became so focused on just moving that she was surprised to hear herself say, "I should feel sad, and I don't. I loved him once. He was the father of my children. How could I look at him and feel nothing?" Zeke swung to a stop. In the moonlight, his eyes shimmered like molten silver. "Sweetheart, you've been through one hell of a week. You're exhausted, physically and emotionally. The mind is a fabulous mechanism. When life gets to be too much, it shuts off. The sadness is there, way deep. You'll begin to feel it when you can deal with it. For now, you're just riding the wave and going through the motions. You don't think I'm terrible?" He hooked an arm around her neck and drew her against him.
God. No.
"I think you're wonderful. Don't beat up on yourself for not feeling sad. Eventually you will. If for no other reason than because Robert was the father of your children. Just give yourself time." Natalie made fists on his shirt and leaned her weight against him.
Oh.
"Zeke, I love you." He pressed light kisses on her hair. "I know you do. And you know what else?"
No.
"What?" "I think you need a good, old-fashioned affirmation that you are very much alive." She closed her eyes, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. "How do I do that?" "Let me show you," he whispered. The next instant, he swept her up in his arms, carried her across the ditch that ran along the road, and went out into the field. When he set her on her feet, she glanced around them. "We can't make love here." "Why not? It's someone else's property." "I repeat, why not?" She giggled even as he slipped an arm around her waist and lowered her into the tall grass. Minutes later, as she crested with him on a wave of sheer sensation, Natalie stared dizzily at the moon, glorying in the fact that she could feel again.
Alive.
Zeke definitely made her feel gloriously alive. She could only hope that fate allowed her to have a future with him. Chapter 19. By Friday night, Natalie felt sufficiently recovered to attend the grand reopening, and exactly as Zeke had predicted, the Blue Parrot was packed. Karaoke buffs swarmed to the club, hoping to win a cash prize for the best performance. Unlike before, when people had come only to have dinner while enjoying live entertainment, these folks stayed, following their meals with rounds of drinks, which generated large margins of profit. Halfway through the evening, Natalie took inventory of the bar stock and feared she might run short before closing time. Seated at a table near the stage a few minutes later, she tapped her toe to the music as she gazed at the crowded dance floor. "I can't believe this," she told Zeke, who sat across from her. "Just look at all the people. And they're having so much fun. He grinned broadly and winked at her. Still a classy place, too, he said, giving her sequined red gown a long look. The first time I ever saw you wearing that dress, I ran so fast the other way, I almost tripped over my own feet. Natalie saw the smoldering heat in his gaze and knew it held promises of indescribable pleasure for her later. Why did you run? I knew you spelled trouble. She laughed, feeling wonderfully lighthearted. Business was up. Her son had come through the storm and seemed to be dealing with his father's death. And she was wildly in love with a dreamily handsome cowboy who wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. It didn't get any better than this. I'm glad you didn't run far, she said, hoping he saw the promise in her eyes as well.
Me too.
Although I have to warn you, life will never be tame for us. He jabbed a thumb toward the 5 tables behind them that members of his family had commandeered. Mix all of them and the Westfields together, and we're going to have something going on constantly. Weddings, birthdays, babies being born, kids getting sick or hurt, and marital problems now and again, just to keep things interesting. Whose marital problems? A twinkle warmed his eyes. There's, of course. We'll never have any. Natalie laughed. I hope not. You don't fight fair. He gave her another heated appraisal. Making up will have its benefits. Stop it. We're in a public place. Dance with me? A moment later, they were on the floor, swirling to a slow love song. Natalie felt as light as air in his arms, and her heart swelled with happiness as she looked into his eyes. I spoke to Chad, he whispered huskily. We have his blessing. Will you marry me? He looked so solemn that she couldn't resist teasing him just a little. I've already said yes. So the biggest question is when. I've always wanted a June wedding. He narrowed an eye at her. Forget June, lady. I'm not scaling that roof all winter. After the first snow, I'll fall and break my neck. Natalie followed the pressure of his hard thigh, taking 3 gliding steps backward. Snow will pose a problem, I suppose. A Christmas wedding. Then, we could say our vows by the tree. Wouldn't that be romantic? He shook his head. It snows around Thanksgiving. How about mid-October? That'll give the kids some time to settle in at school and come to terms with losing their dad. If we leave for a week or so, we can still be back for Halloween so Rosie can hang pumpkin drawings all over the house. And we can carve jack-o'-lanterns together. An autumn wedding? Natalie imagined the falling leaves and the crispness of the air. And suddenly it seemed like the most perfect time of the year for them to begin a life together. All right. Mid-October. That sounds lovely. Zeke lifted a dark eyebrow. Another question. Where do you want to live? I'm willing to lease my place out or sell it if you'd like to stay at the farm. Natalie couldn't believe he would offer. With my family, I'm used to a crowded household. I can handle it again. She smiled and shook her head. We'll be close enough living next door. My family's crazy. In case you haven't noticed, I like their brand of crazy. It's your call. I honestly don't care where I live as long as I'm with you. Your place, she whispered. If I want to go over, I can. When they get on my nerves, I can stay at home. He nodded. Do something for me? He asked huskily. Sing forever and for always next. Natalie wanted to kiss him. You've got it, cowboy. A few minutes later, when Natalie returned to the stage, she looked directly at Zeke as she began singing the requested song. When she got to the part about staying right there forever in his arms, he pushed up from his chair and moved slowly toward her. She continued to sing as he scaled the steps and came to stand with her behind the mic. On the last line of the refrain, he harmonized with her, saying that he meant to keep her forever and for always. And then he drew a sparkling diamond ring from his shirt pocket. Natalie was so stunned that she stopped singing in the middle of a number for the first time in her life. She stared up at him with tears of happiness welling in her eyes, scarcely able to believe that this wonderful, handsome man meant to put a ring on her finger in front of so many people. She was even more incredulous when he dropped to one knee.
Oh, Zeke.
No, she cried. Get up. This is crazy. Go. Zeke, Hank yelled. Jake let go with a shrill whistle, his deep voice resounding in the suddenly quiet room when he said, I've been trying to take him to his knees for years. Natalie. Make him stay there for a while. Zeke flashed her one of those slow, lopsided grins that never failed to make her bones melt. Then he said, Natalie Westfield Patterson, will you make me the happiest man alive by agreeing to become my wife? Natalie's throat went so tight that all she could do was nod. Zeke slipped the ring onto her left hand, then pushed to his feet and bent to kiss her soundly on the lips, no easy task with the guitar between their bodies. Everyone in the house applauded wildly. Then they began calling for the rest of the song, with both of them singing this time. It was the most beautiful moment of Natalie's life, and without question her most memorable performance, not because her delivery was perfect, but because every word came straight from her heart, and she had only to look into Zeke's eyes to know that the words came straight from his, too. He really and truly wanted her, forever and for always. At a tender age, Natalie had given up on dreams of true love and lasting happiness. For the last several years, she'd been grateful for a SOSO life and had allowed herself to expect nothing more. Now, suddenly and inexplicably, all the wishes she'd made as a young girl were coming true. Right when she'd convinced herself that there was no such thing, she'd finally found a handsome cowboy prince and love to last a lifetime. Earlier, Zeke had asked if she was prepared for all the upheaval their combined families would bring into their marriage. Natalie was ready for anything. She wanted a life with this man. He was surely heaven sent. She believed with all her heart that God had looked down on her miserable, sad little life and decided to send her a hero. When the song ended, Zeke kissed her again and left the stage to return to his seat. People in the audience began clapping their hands and stomping their feet, calling for Natalie to begin another number. Feeling content and complete, Zeke sat back to enjoy the performance. Natalie was a brilliant flame in the red dress, so beautiful that half the men in the room couldn't take their eyes off of her. Zeke didn't mind. She loved him, and she just promised him forever by letting him slip that ring on her finger. Let them look and eat their hearts out. The lady was taken. As always, she electrified the air before she ever opened her mouth to sing again. The dancers fell silent, and people at the tables went motionless. As though to build the suspense, she caressed the handle of the mic and smiled at the crowd. This next number is one of my favorites because it can be so much fun. I hope you'll keep the beat and sing along with me. She settled the guitar on her hip and strummed a few notes, her dimple flashing in an impish grin. Then, her voice a honeyed explosion of magic, she shouted, "Sweet Home Alabama." The crowd cheered and whistled. The dancers began to stomp their feet and clap their hands to the music. Grinning at their enthusiasm, Zeke sang along, too, tapping his toe to keep time. Natalie. She was a born entertainer, blessed with an uncanny ability to captivate an audience. Pretty soon, The vibration of stomping feet was making Zeke's table jiggle. Watching Natalie, he suddenly got an eerie, inexplicable sense of impending disaster. His heart started to pound. His body tensed. The crazy thing was, he had no idea why. Perhaps it was a sixth sense kicking in to give him a vital few seconds of forewarning, so he would be able to react quickly. Then he saw it, a slight shift of the sound system platform suspended above the stage. He leaped to his feet with such speed and forward momentum that he sent his chair flying backward. Natalie turned her dark head to look at him, her brown eyes filling with question. Running toward her, Zeke thought,
Oh.
God, oh.
God.
It was as if everything happened in slow motion. Zeke had to cover only a few feet, 6 to 10 at the most, but it seemed to take an eternity. He saw the platform above Natalie break completely loose from the ceiling on one side, plaster raining so slowly downward that it seemed to float like feathers. Natalie glanced up, her face contorting with terror. Her guitar slipped from her hip and fell in a wide arc, the neck grasped in only one of her slender hands. Beyond her, Frank Stephanopoulos jumped up from the piano bench, turned, and tried to run. Zeke saw it all unfolding before him like a scene in a movie. His boots impacted so hard with the floor with each running step that jolts went clear through his body. Trying to save herself, Natalie hunched her shoulders, threw up an arm to protect her head, and fled toward the edge of the stage. Not quickly enough. Zeke had no idea how much the speakers, amps, and framework weighed, but he instinctively knew that it was enough to kill anyone unlucky enough to be standing below. Natalie, in a last, desperate attempt to reach her before the platform collapsed on the stage, Zeke pushed off with one foot in a flying leap. He caught Natalie around the waist, carrying her along with him as he hit the steps and rolled. He heard screams and shouts, followed by a deafening explosion of noise. When Zeke and Natalie came to a stop, he rolled a final time to come out on top and hunched his body over hers to shield her from the falling debris. A 2x4 struck him across the back. A speaker fell beside them, one corner colliding sharply with his hip. Then, almost as quickly as it happened, the noise stopped, and a hush fell over the room. It lasted only an instant before chaos erupted. Running footsteps, screams and curses. Zeke lifted himself off of Natalie, frantically running his hands over her arms and legs to check her for injuries. "Are you all right?" he cried. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "Fine. I'm fine." What happened? Even as she asked the question, she looked toward the stage and screamed. A long, high-pitched wail, followed by, "Frank!"
Oh. Dear God.
Frank! Zeke sprang to his feet and ran toward the stage where Frank Stephanopoulos lay buried under the demolished platform. Motionless. Even as Zeke tore at the boards and sections of blue plywood to reach the unconscious piano player, he yelled, "Someone call an ambulance." Natalie despised speckled linoleum. Zeke's sports jacket draped over her shoulders. She sat on the edge of a chair in the ER waiting room, holding a vendor cup of cold coffee between her hands, wondering vaguely how her life had become such a nightmare. Frank Stephanopoulos was in surgery. He had sustained a serious head injury, several broken bones, and a crushed pelvis. The doctor who'd come out to see them a while ago said that the piano was all that had saved Frank's life. The platform had crashed onto the Baldwin first, sparing Frank's body the full impact of all that weight. Sharon Stephanopoulos, Frank's wife, sat huddled across from Natalie on an ugly green chair. Her hair mussed, her eyelids smudged with mascara. She was a thin woman with a bony, angular face and dishwater blonde hair.
Every once in a while,
she glanced at her watch.
It's been so long, she said again.
Surely he's out of surgery by now. Natalie shook her head. It's been only 40 minutes. Have faith. Sharon. He's going to be all right. He has to be. Sharon looked at her imploringly. Why does something like this happen to someone like my Frank? He's such a good man. He's never hurt anyone. Natalie felt as if a party balloon were being inflated inside her chest. Every time she looked into Sharon's pain-filled eyes, the pressure increased. She wanted to say that the collapse hadn't been intended for Frank, that it should have fallen on her. But if she so much as hinted that the collapse hadn't been an accident, Sharon would ask a dozen questions. Natalie had no answers yet. Zeke had driven her to the hospital to be with Frank, and then he'd returned to the club to see what had caused the platform to collapse. He'd called her on the cell a few minutes ago, his voice taut with worry, to tell her that the eye bolts anchoring the sound system platform to the ceiling had been cut nearly in two. Not an accident. That was all Natalie could focus on. Zeke hadn't overreacted the other night after the burglary at the club. Someone had indeed sneaked inside and hidden until Jake and Hank left, and the place had been booby-trapped, just as Zeke had suspected. He'd only guessed wrong about the threat. Someone had spent all those hours compromising the eye bolts, expressly to make the platform fall during one of Natalie's performances. After first hearing the news, Natalie had been frightened. Now she just felt furious.
Frank.
He might die because of her. He had 2 little boys and a wonderful wife. Sharon was right. He had never harmed anyone so far as Natalie knew. And now he was in surgery, fighting for his life because someone wanted her dead. How could this happen to a nice man whose sole endeavor in life was to create beautiful music for the pleasure of others?
Why?
The question circled endlessly in Natalie's mind. She'd seen nothing significant inside Robert's home. She had an insane urge to run outside the hospital and scream, "I don't know anything. Damn you. Leave me alone. Leave the people I love alone." Worst of all, according to Zeke, the police were saying that the collapse had been an accident caused by too much weight on weakened supports. They believed the bolts had snapped under stress when people in the crowd had started stomping their feet. Zeke swore up and down that any idiot could see the bolts had been cut, but Monroe had just accused him of being an alarmist. Natalie felt so tired. So awfully, horribly tired. The events of the last week were a jumble in her mind. Before ending their conversation, Zeke had made her promise not to leave the ER waiting room alone. It was madness. Someone was trying to kill her. Things like this didn't happen in Crystal Falls, yet it was happening. Her grand reopening had culminated in a grand disaster because someone wanted her dead. Natalie was staring into her coffee, pondering the absurdities of that when her mom and dad arrived. Naomi sat on one side of her, Pete on the other. Each of them curled an arm around her. Natalie looked at Sharon and felt awful. Frank's wife was the one who needed family around her right now. Unfortunately, Sharon and Frank's relatives lived clear down in Modesto. A half-hour later, the surgeon came out to speak with them. Still dressed for surgery, with a blue cap on his head, he sat beside Sharon. "He's out of the woods now," he began. "Oh." Sharon covered her face with her hands and started to weep.
"Oh.
Thank God." The doctor patted her shoulder. "He was a very lucky man. Mrs. Stephanopoulos. If he'd been standing under that platform, he wouldn't be with us now. As it is, he'll be a week in the hospital, recovering from the surgery, and convalescing at home for at least 12 weeks after that." He went on to describe the injuries that Frank had sustained in the accident, which Natalie knew hadn't been an accident at all. She couldn't focus on all the medical jargon. She was just relieved that Frank hadn't lost his life. "When can I see him?" Sharon asked. "He's in recovery now." The doctor glanced at his watch. An hour or two. The nurses will come get you when it's okay for you to see him. Tears streaming. Sharon nodded and closed her eyes. Thank you,
Doctor.
thank you so much. Before the physician left, he turned to Natalie and her parents. Are you relatives? Natalie's tongue felt like a wad of cotton. She pried it loose from her teeth to say,
No.
I'm Mr. Stephanopoulos' employer, and the person who almost got him killed. We'll stay with Sharon until she can go in to be with him. The doctor nodded. That's good. The waiting is always easier with company. 3 hours later, when Natalie crawled into bed, her head was filled with jumbled recollections of Zeke's parents and siblings, who had arrived at the hospital right after the doctor left. She smiled, albeit sadly, as she slipped under the covers, remembering Zeke's prediction that their life together would never be calm with so many people on both sides of the family to cause upheaval. Natalie liked his mom and dad, and she had been relieved to see Jake and Hank, who had stuck to her like glue, accompanying her even when she walked up the hall to the ladies' room. It had been almost as good as having Zeke at her side. Almost. Zeke had called from the club several times to give her updates as he dealt with the police, and then tried to clean up some of the mess while the employees closed. Natalie imagined him shifting debris, sweeping up plaster, taping frayed wires to prevent fire, pulling down the tills, and then making a night deposit at the bank, all necessary tasks that she'd been unable to do herself. She was deeply appreciative of the fact that he had stayed to take care of things. But at the same time, she ached to feel his arms around her. The yearning and need she felt for him made her feel small and selfish. Sharon Stephanopoulos was sitting beside her husband's bed right now, praying for his life. Zeke would come to her soon, whole and healthy. He would slip under the blankets and gather her close in his arms. She'd be able to touch him, be able to feel his hands, so big and gentle on her body. He would come, and then everything would be all right again. On that thought, Natalie slipped into an exhausted sleep, dreaming of him beside her. Sometime later, Natalie awakened when the mattress sank under someone's weight.
Zeke.
She smiled drowsily and lifted her arms to him, so glad to have him with her that her pulse quickened even though she was still half asleep. She curled her hands over his shoulders, vaguely registered that they didn't feel like Zeke's, and bleated in surprise. Before she could scream, a hard, cruel hand clamped over her mouth, shoving her lips against her teeth with bruising force. Terror slowly dawning in her sleep-fogged brain, she stared at the shadowy shape of a man above her. Dumb bitch. Not Zeke. She instinctively clawed at the dark blob of a face above her. Her nails sank into soft flesh, which, yet again, definitely didn't belong to Zeke. Panic. Just that quickly, and Natalie was fighting for her life. Only he was all over her, a large, heavy body that anchored her to the mattress. Her legs, caught under the sheet and blanket, were useless. She could fight only with her hands. The man swore, grabbed the extra pillow, and shoved it over her face to muffle her screams as he wrestled to grasp her wrists. Natalie bucked and strained to move, but her arms and legs were pinned. Her assailant's knees bracketed her thighs, pulling the sheet and blanket as taut as a straitjacket around her body. Horror welled within her. She tried futilely to scream, but the pillow was cutting off her airflow and muffling any sound she might have made. She attempted to twist her face free, but the man's forearm anchored the down over her nose and mouth. She couldn't see, couldn't wriggle away. Her lungs grabbed for oxygen that wasn't there, throwing her body into a convulsive struggle for breath. Natalie had always imagined herself putting up a good fight in a situation like this, scratching, clawing, and kicking. Now, helpless to move, she could only lie there, fighting frantically to breathe. The man wasn't that much stronger than she was. She'd felt that when she touched his shoulders and clawed at his face, but he had the advantage of greater weight and the bedclothes to help hold her down. An awful airless pounding filled her head. Her chest convulsed spasmodically. Her muscles began to twitch as her lungs caught short, her yawning mouth drawing in only pillowcase.
Oh, God.
In some distant part of her mind, she knew she was dying. How long could she go without breathing? That question became her only focus, not who this was or how she meant to get away. Everything narrowed down to that one question. How long could she hold on? Her mind swirled with an awful, airless need for oxygen. Her fingers clutched frantically at nothing, her nails lacerating her palms and drawing blood. A heavy, black panic descended over her.
Dying.
She saw Robert's still face. She thought of her children, who needed her. She shoved with everything she had, trying to jerk her wrists from the man's grip. Then, in a last, desperate bid for freedom, she arched her body and attempted to throw him off of her. Nothing she did made a difference. The next breath she tried to draw was stopped short, only the pillowcase fluffing up her nostrils and into her mouth. Zeke stepped up onto the porch rail, a dilapidated wooden support that wobbled more precariously each night from the repeated jostling. He definitely needed to marry the lady, he thought. This was nuts. He gripped the roof, lifted his weight with his arms, and flung up a foot to gain purchase on the shingles. With a twist and a roll of his body, he was lying on the roof. As he pushed up on his hands and toes, he heard a muffled sob. Natalie? He wondered if she was dreaming. No small wonder. The poor woman had been through so much over the last 7 days that it was a miracle she was still sane. Zeke crept toward her window, hoping to awaken her from the nightmare with a kiss. God, he loved her. He could almost taste the sweetness of her mouth as he curled his hands over the windowsill to climb into her bedroom. As one foot touched down on the interior floor, Zeke froze. His startled gaze riveted to Natalie's bed. He couldn't actually see what was happening, only that the shadowy shape hunched on the mattress was too large to be a woman. He swung his other foot in over the sill and sprang forward. "Hey!" he yelled. The man, as Zeke drew closer, he could tell for certain that it was a man, whirled around, his face a whitish blob in the moonlight that came through the window. With a bestial snarl, he leaped, his body striking Zeke's with such force that they both crashed to the floor. Zeke barely felt the impact. Natalie. In a rush of disjointed thought, he put 2 and 2 together and knew that this flailing, cursing assailant had been trying to harm her. Rage ignited in Zeke's veins, turning his blood molten. He hooked a leg over the other man's thighs and rolled with him. When Zeke came out on top, he didn't bother with throwing punches. He went straight for the bastard's throat, biting in hard with his thumbs at the larynx. It wasn't a decision or even a thought. Zeke just wanted him dead. Still gasping for breath, Natalie lay huddled on the bed, staring stupidly at the 2 men struggling on the floor. Zeke had her assailant by the throat. The man clawed uselessly at Zeke's wrists and thrashed his legs. No contest. Zeke was by far the stronger. In the moonlight, she could see the muscles on his back and shoulders bunching with the force of his grip. It took a few seconds for Natalie to regain her wits. When she did, she sprang off the bed and ran to Zeke. "Stop," she cried. "Zeke." She grabbed his arm. "Zeke, please. You're killing him. Stop it." At first, Zeke didn't seem to hear her. Then, slowly, he loosened his hold on the man's neck and sat back on his stomach. "Move, you son of a bitch, and I'll finish you." The man grabbed his throat, rasping for oxygen. Natalie had an unholy urge to kick him now that he was helpless. Fortunately, the door to the bedroom crashed open just then. Pete entered first, Valerie and Naomi right behind him. Valerie held a lamp in her hands and looked prepared to beat anyone who moved. Still weak at the knees, Natalie sank onto the edge of the bed, grateful for the air that filled her lungs each time she breathed. The bastard was trying to smother Natalie with a pillow, Zeke told Pete. Somebody call the police before I kill him. Valerie set down the lamp and raced from the room. Hands at her hips, Naomi stood over Zeke and the other man. Death is too easy. Let me have 5 minutes with the son of a bitch. 2 hours later, Zeke and Natalie sat beside each other at the kitchen table, all of her family, except for the kids, seated around them. Natalie had just gotten Chad and Rosie settled down and back to sleep, and Detective Monroe had finally arrived to fill them in on Natalie's attacker and explain why the man had tried to kill her. Oddly, the detective, who'd never been reticent in previous meetings, seemed to be searching for words. Smoothing a hand over his balding head, Monroe finally met Natalie's gaze. It's not often in my line of work that I find myself needing to apologize, Mrs. Patterson. But I was dead wrong about you. Natalie shifted on her chair. She was glad to have Zeke's arm around her shoulders. With his free hand, he toyed with her fingers and gently touched the gouges on her palms left by her fingernails. I guess even cops are allowed one mistake. Detective. I came damned close to destroying your life. The policeman looked so shamefaced and sincerely distressed that Natalie felt badly for him. Saying I'm sorry doesn't seem like enough. All's well that ends well, Natalie pushed out. Naturally, I wish that you had believed me sooner. My children could have been killed in that car accident. But I also understand that yours is not an easy job. And the circumstantial evidence did point to me. The detective puffed air into his cheeks. Then he smiled slightly. Thank you for that. I feel really rotten for putting you and your family through all this. Zeke tightened his arm around Natalie. Who is the son of a bitch? He demanded. Natalie says she never saw him before. That's true. She didn't. But unfortunately, he had seen her. Monroe drew a small black notebook from his jacket. As he opened the binder, he said, "The man's name is Mike Salisbury. On the way to the station, he wouldn't talk, but once we began interrogating him, he broke down and told us everything." Monroe frowned at his notes and then glanced up at Zeke. You were on the right track, thinking the killer was a realtor. You were just suspicious of the wrong one. Turns out that Mr. Salisbury is another broker who got ripped off by Patterson, like Stan Ragnar. Zeke ran his hand over the sleeve of Natalie's robe, his touch soothing her as the detective went on. Salisbury and Patterson had a written agreement to split the profits 50-50 on a land deal out on 27th Street, the aging policeman said. Nothing notarized or drawn up by an attorney, just a simple preliminary agreement that one of them had typed up. On the day of the murder, Salisbury discovered that Robert Patterson had negotiated an exclusive two-party contract with the property owner behind his back, cutting him out of the deal. Monroe's plump face darkened. When Salisbury confronted Patterson, Patterson just laughed, saying the initial agreement wasn't worth the paper it was written on. Salisbury had gone there, prepared to do murder, and Patterson's attitude so enraged him that he followed through with it. Natalie shivered and leaned closer to Zeke. Just like that? How can anyone take the life of another person and live with himself? Monroe just shook his head. There's no understanding human nature most times, Mrs. Patterson. I've spent 3/4 of my career wondering what goes wrong inside people's heads. On the outside looking in, it's hard to figure how anyone can commit murder over money. But it happens. People get desperate, and they can't see any way out. The first thing they know, they've got blood on their hands. Why did Salisbury want Natalie dead? Zeke asked. Monroe flipped to another page, then closed the notebook. He was terrified that she knew his name and might go to the police when she finally made the connection. The man's wife is terminally ill with leukemia. Being a realtor with a sporadic income, he couldn't afford health insurance, and when she got sick, her medical expenses almost ruined him. Lost his car several months back and had to buy a junker, and now he's on the verge of losing his house. Backed into a corner financially. He saw the land deal with Patterson as his only chance to pay off some of the bills and give his wife the care she deserved during the last days of her life. Natalie recalled that terrifying moment when she'd stared through the windshield at the back of a slow-moving cattle truck. Her kids had almost died over a land deal. A part of her could understand Salisbury's rage at Robert, but her sympathy for him ended there. Chad and Rosie had never harmed anyone. Monroe looked directly at Natalie as he continued. Salisbury had been under incredible pressure, and when Patterson tried to cheat him, he snapped. Unfortunately, you happened along at the worst possible moment and almost caught Salisbury red-handed. According to him, after carrying Mr. Patterson out to the garage, he left without remembering to get the contract that he and your ex had drawn up. He'd just re-entered the house to collect it when you walked in. He dove into a closet, hoping you'd leave. He'd parked on the next street over. There was nothing to tie him to the murder but that contract. And when Natalie went into the study, Salisbury thought she'd seen it. Naomi inserted hollowly. Monroe nodded. Fear of getting caught drove him straight over the edge. I've seen it happen more times than I like to count. A law-abiding citizen commits one crime, and then, to avoid prosecution, he finds himself doing things he never dreamed possible. He didn't want to be arrested and have to leave his sick wife. His answer was to try and make sure that Mrs. Patterson didn't remember the contract and go to the police. Thank God, he botched all the attempts on her life, Valerie murmured. I'll say, Gramps seconded. Was he the one who cut the eyebolts at the club? Monroe nodded and glanced regretfully at Zeke. That was a brilliant move. Actually, very clever for an amateur. If the platform had fallen on Mrs. Patterson, chances are good that it would have been ruled an accident. I told you the bolts had been cut, Zeke said, his voice a low growl. The detective nodded again. I apologize for not taking you seriously. He lifted his shoulders in a weary shrug. I'm just thankful that Mrs. Patterson wasn't hurt and her kids are okay. Looking back on it, it's a miracle that Salisbury wasn't successful in at least one of the attempts. He smiled sadly at Natalie. I've heard of people having guardian angels. Yours must have been working overtime. Natalie shivered, remembering that horrible moment when she'd seen Frank buried under debris. Even with the piano to protect him, he'd been seriously injured. If not for Zeke's quick reaction, she would have been killed. Perhaps she did have a guardian angel, she decided. How did Salisbury know which bedroom was Natalie's? Pete asked. He could have just as easily climbed through Valerie's window. The night that Salisbury sabotaged Mrs. Patterson's car, she ran to her window when she heard the gander honking, Monroe explained. Salisbury says he heard her call out and got a clear look at her in the moonlight, so he knew where she slept. The detective sighed and shrugged again. All his attempts to kill her and make it look like an accident had failed. In frustration and panic, he finally resorted to a personal attack to get the job done. Natalie closed her eyes and touched her throat, grateful that Zeke had arrived in time to stop the man from suffocating her. Monroe went on talking, but his voice seemed distant, and the words no longer registered in Natalie's mind. That was fine. She'd heard enough. It was over. Now she just wanted to put all the ugliness behind her. Moments later, her parents escorted Detective Monroe to the door and bade him good night. When they returned to the kitchen, the room fell absolutely silent. Everyone sat around the table, staring off at nothing. For once, Even Gramps seemed to be at a loss for words. Valerie finally broke the silence. How can a perfectly normal guy who's never broken the law go off the deep end like that and murder someone? Even worse, how could he bring himself to try to kill Natalie, who'd never done a thing to him? It sounds as if the man's been under an incredible amount of stress for a long period of time, Zeke said softly. Losing someone you love isn't easy. Add in financial problems and getting cheated out of the money you need to recover. And a lot of people might lose it. Naomi propped her elbows on the table. My mother died of cancer. I saw what it did to my father. She looked sadly at Natalie. Over a period of time, he lost everything he'd worked for all his life, just trying to give her proper medical care. It changed him so. He'd always been a jovial, carefree man, and suddenly he yelled about nothing and never laughed anymore. One night I got a call from the police station, telling me he'd been picked up for shoplifting. I couldn't believe it. My dad was honest to a fault. He'd never stolen anything in his life. Naomi's eyes went bright with tears. Come to find out, he'd stolen some Maalox to settle Mama's stomach.
Pete nodded.
I remember that. When we brought him home, he sat on the sofa and cried like a baby. Everything he'd ever prided himself on being, had been stripped away. Pete waved his hand. He never would have killed someone.
Though.
That's totally over the edge. Totally, Valerie agreed. Monroe can say what he wants. But in my opinion, anyone who can be driven to commit murder probably always had the propensity. Gramps agreed with that theory. And everyone spent a few minutes rehashing the events of the evening. Finally, Natalie passed a hand over her eyes and said in a taut voice, I'm sorry, but I don't want to discuss this anymore. Okay, guys? It happened. It's over. And now I just need to move forward. Amen, Gramps said. Naomi went to make tea. Valerie hopped up to put some cookies on a plate. Pete unearthed his stash of bourbon and poured everyone a shot. Conversation turned to mundane matters. The weather, a hinge on a cupboard that needed to be replaced, and a farming equipment exhibition scheduled for the following week. Natalie deeply appreciated everyone's attempt to act normal when nerves were still raw and emotions ran high. 30 minutes later, she walked Zeke outside. Once on the back stoop, he held her gently in his arms. Nothing more. Just a wonderful hug that seemed to have no beginning and no end. Natalie could have leaned into his warmth and strength all night. You're exhausted, he finally whispered against her hair. Maybe I should just stay home and see you tomorrow. She curled her fingers into fists to clasp his shirt. I need you tonight. He ran a big hand up her back, his thumb doing fabulous things to the knots in her muscles. If I come, will you promise to sleep? Nothing more. You're so shaky it scares me. Natalie smoothed her hands over his shoulders, loving the power she felt beneath her palms. It was true, shock and exhaustion had her trembling. And the fact that he realized it and wanted nothing from her because of it nearly brought tears to her eyes.
Oh,
Zeke, I love you so. His lips found the sensitive hollow beneath her ear. In a whisper that seemed to penetrate to her very bone marrow, he said, Go upstairs. Bright eyes. I'll meet you there. Why not go up with me like a normal person? Everyone knows we're getting married. Pop won't mind. Really? I think he knows that you come. What he suspects and what he knows are two different things. He leaned back to cup her face between her hands. If you were any other woman on earth, I'd probably say yes. But you aren't. He gave her a slow, sheepish grin. Don't hang me for being old-fashioned. All right. She nodded because she sensed that he needed her to. You're going to be my wife, he whispered. I've got your reputation to think about. As exhausted as she was, Natalie giggled. My reputation. I see. You're special. He kissed her eyebrows and the tip of her nose. You're the mother of my children. Those already born. And those to come. I never want them to hear stories about their father sampling the milk before he paid for the cow. I want them to believe you're above reproach. Natalie looped her arms around his neck.
Oh, God.
I'm marrying a Neanderthal. Actually, it's been proven that Neanderthals aren't in our chain. Don't split hairs. You're archaic. He grinned and lightly kissed her. You want to throw me back? She tightened her hold on his shirt. Never. Mr. Coulter. You're a keeper. I'll work on your impossibly old-fashioned ideals and get you straightened out. He chuckled. Good luck. They're ingrained. If my father knew I was sneaking into your room and sleeping with you under your father's roof, he'd kick my ass all the way to Timbuktu and back again. His dark brows snapped together. Come to think of it, he'd kick my ass if he knew I was sleeping with you, period. He's of the opinion that a man should be so in love with a woman that he'll leap in with both feet without a trial run. Natalie thought about that for a moment. And you aren't that deeply in love with me? He bent his dark head and gently nipped her bottom lip. The night I swore I loved tapioca, I made the leap. Lady. There was no turning back then, and there's no turning back now.
Not for me.
Natalie looked up at his shadowy features and loved him so much her heart hurt. The beauty of it was she believed him, absolutely, unequivocally, without any reservations. As long as he drew breath, he'd be there for her. There's no turning back for me, either. He caught her wrist, drew her hand from his neck, and kissed the ring he'd slipped onto her finger earlier that night. It seemed to Natalie that a century had passed since then. Forever and for always, he whispered. And then he vanished into the darkness. Natalie just smiled. She suspected that he would be waiting for her upstairs when she got there, Johnny on the spot, as constant and dependable as Old Faithful. That was such a lovely feeling to hold close to her heart as she went back inside to tell her family goodnight. Epilogue. Zeke grabbed third gear, and Natalie snuggled happily against his side. Man and wife at last. She was glad to have the ceremony behind them and the rest of their lives ahead of them, especially the next week, which was to be their honeymoon. She couldn't help but envision their romantic stay at the coast, with beachfront motel rooms equipped with fireplaces, patios that opened onto the ocean, long walks at low tide, and sex without Rosie anywhere nearby. Not that she didn't adore her daughter. It was just, well, Rosie did have a way of entering a bedroom at inappropriate times. Zeke laughingly called her a faulty little timer that always went off at the worst possible moment. Natalie couldn't disagree with the description, even if Rosie was the sweetest interruption on earth. I love you, she said, snuggling closer to Zeke on the front seat and putting as much husky desire into her voice as a woman could possibly muster. Prove it, Zeke replied. Natalie was thinking of ingenious ways to do that without making him drive into a ditch when her cell phone rang. She stared at the leopard skin-encased gadget, wishing it would tuck itself into the glove compartment and shut up. This was her honeymoon. Her first and only honeymoon. She really didn't want to answer that phone. How about if I ignore it? She asked. Zeke slanted a laser blue glance at the ashtray, where she'd deposited the hated device, traveling contact with her crazy family. Chad could have broken his arm. Better answer it. Natalie sighed and grabbed the phone. Hello.
Hey. Mom.
It's me.
Chad.
He didn't sound mortally wounded. And she'd been gone less than 5 minutes. Natalie forced herself to say very sweetly, Hi. Honey. What's up? She would have gone to the bank on the fact that it was nothing earth-shaking, nothing her mother couldn't handle anyway. Are you okay? I'm fine. I just wanted to tell you I've changed my mind. I don't want to see Lion Cave's t-shirt. I want a hat from Bandon. And that's all. Natalie heard her parents yelling at each other in the background. What are Poppy and Grammy fighting about? No big deal. Gramps doesn't want to put in a dishwasher. And Grammy says she's leaving again if he won't. Natalie settled back against the seat and smiled. She could almost see her parents squared off over the dirty dishes. Pop would either watch Naomi leave or call Sears. Natalie had her money on Sears. Pete Westfield loved his ex-wife with all his being and, quite simply, couldn't live happily without her. How's Rosie? She asked. She's fine. Just don't forget. Okay. Mom? I want a Bandon hat. I'll remember, Natalie said with a twinkling grin at Zeke. If anything else comes up, you have our number. Love you.
Mom.
Natalie blew kisses into the phone. I love you.
Too.
Sweetie. As she broke the connection, she turned to kiss Zeke, only to smack her lips against a large manila envelope. She reared back to stare at it, and then at him. What's that? He grinned and flapped the envelope at her. Open it and see. It's a last-minute wedding gift. Something to make you remember this moment for the rest of your life. Natalie took the envelope from him and stared at the return address on the upper left corner. Who is Granger Enterprises? Just open it, he said, smiling with satisfaction. Natalie worked her thumb under the tape. When she peeked inside, she could decipher nothing from the blur of print and drew out what appeared to be a contract. As she read the top page, she saw the title of her song, If Only, midway down the page. What is this? She asked again. That, he said slowly, is a contract of purchase. Mrs. Coulter. I sent your song off to several agents, and one of them ran with it. You just sold it to a big-time recording artist, Roger Granger. Roger Granger was the new phenomenon in country western music. A male vocalist who had blasted his way to the top of the charts and was holding steady. Natalie sat there, staring at the jumble of print, unable to make sense of it. I can't believe it. You're joking. Right? Zeke just shrugged. Things like this happen when someone writes a dynamite song and puts it to music that rocks. Granger loves it. The agent says he plans to do a duet with a famous female vocalist, a he said, she said kind of song, which will require you to do just a little more writing to insert the male viewpoint. Natalie had heard songs done that way, and her imagination immediately clicked into gear.
Oh. Yes.
The song lent itself perfectly to that. She just couldn't believe that a famous singer loved the words and the melody. It was like the biggest charge of her life, almost.
Anyway.
You're on your way. Just then the check fell out onto Natalie's lap. She stared incredulously at the amount. Then she burst out laughing. This has to be a joke. Zeke looked over at her.
No.
And I'm going to laugh all the way to the bank with my share. You can pay me back for the renovations to the club with that check. Darling. Natalie barely heard him. She was still staring at the amount of the check and recounting the digits. That's after 10% for the agent. All you have to do is sign. Sweetheart. And you've not only got representation. You've got your first sale. A big one. I've learned a few things over the course of this adventure. Namely that good songwriters can make a killing.
Oh. Zeke.
He grinned and dipped his head to steal a quick kiss. I asked you once. I'll ask you again. What the hell are you doing in a podunk town like Crystal Falls? You were born for Nashville.
Darling.
You're wasting your time here. Looking up at his dark, sunburnished features and those blue eyes she loved so much, Natalie knew exactly why she was in Crystal Falls and why she meant to stay. Someone else could go on the road and scrabble to make it big. If she could sell her songs, she'd be happy. The most important success of her life was sitting right beside her, a wonderful, handsome, loyal man who would always love her, even when she burned the eggs, and who would believe in her even when she'd lost faith in herself. She'd had songs in her heart all her life. This man was the best song of all, a sweet melody that had come to her when she was least expecting it. Like all of her really good songs always did. Only she didn't need to rewrite any of the lines to make him perfect. He'd come to her that way.